White, and I am going to be your host for day 2 of the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Bootcamp, our first 2-day event of 2024. And can you tell I'm a little bit excited today? So this is what we're going to do. First of all, there's some of you that are seeing this message on Facebook. There are some of you that are seeing it on YouTube. But here's my question for you. How are you going to get discovered? Our agents aren't going over to see who's making comments there. You're going to get discovered by being here on Zoom. So this is what I want you to do. If you're watching me on Facebook, if you're watching me on YouTube, get your fingers to work. Type in VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, type in VIPigniteSummit.com. Come join us over here on Zoom because today we have an amazing day for you. So thank you guys. See, all of my people are up, we're caffeinated, or maybe we're not caffeinated, but we're energized. That's the most important part. All right, so I have an amazing day for you guys today, but let me introduce myself and then we're gonna get started. So my name is Deneen White. I'm the president of talent services for Truth Management, which is our mother agency. What does that mean? That means it's my job to make sure that we have the most amazing talent in the world represented here at Truth Management. Why? Because in 2024, we have a lofty goal. It's a lofty goal, but I need your help. Are you guys willing to help me? Our goal for 2024 is to get the biggest number of talent signed to major agencies. And let me tell you something, we're really good at what we do. And we've had a couple banner years. We're upping the game. That's where you come in. If you're watching this, are you interested in becoming an actor, model, or musician? Type 1 or 1 in the comments. And if you are, this is what I want to know. Are you ready to take your career to the next level? Are you ready to become even more successful? And if you're listening to this, you're like, Deneen, I've never booked a job. I've never done anything. That's great. That's fine. We work with people of all levels of experience, but let me tell you something. The first way for you to start doing all those things that you want to do is to take action. Okay? You have to take action. But I have good news for you. If no one in your life has ever told you this, I'm the first, I count it an honor. You are successful. Do you know why you're successful? Because here on a Sunday, you're stepping above everyone else. There are other people, they're going out for their tailgates, they're going to do all these things. Oh, this is what I want to do. But you know what? You're here because you take your life seriously. You're here because you want 2024 to be your best year yet. If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And you're right. We all do have to start somewhere. Every speaker that we heard from yesterday, they all had a day 1. Every speaker you're going to hear from today had a day 1. Whether this is day 1 or day insert number, it doesn't matter to me. All that matters to me is that you play full out today. That's what matters to me. Because if I can get you to commit to yourself to make this the best year yet by taking action, then you know what? You're already winning. Okay? So let's talk about what we discussed yesterday. Then we're going to talk about today, and then we're going to get started. Okay, so yesterday, we talked about belief. We talked about how your belief is the most important thing that you have. If you believe you can't do it, you're correct. But if you believe you can, you are correct. So here's my question for you. Do you believe you can? If you do, say, I can in the comments. We also talked about the power of voice, using your inner character to make 6 figures. How many of you would like to start earning even more money as an actor model? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. We learned about what did she have to do? She literally, the Havel and Stillwell yesterday, literally had to leave our call to go train. She's been doing this her whole entire life. She was Fontaine on Broadway. She played a Fiddler on the Roof. She had to leave our call to go train. Can you say training might be a little bit important? If you agree, type 1 or 1 in the comments. Then we also heard from Michael Falcon. He gave you tips and strategies for following up with agents and casting directors. How many of you started to implement what he taught you yesterday? How many of you started to implement, right? Dream 100, making sure that you know, making sure you're organized. All of these things he went over yesterday. But the thing is knowledge is amazing. Implementation is what makes you the money. I'm going to say that again. Knowledge is amazing. Implementation is what makes you the money. And if you're here and you're a little uncomfortable with money, oh, I don't need money. I don't want to do this because I don't care about making money. Okay, that's great. Let me ask you a question. Why are you doing this? And I don't want you to do this because you're hungry for money. That's not what I'm looking for. There has to be a bigger reason why you're doing this. And let me tell you something, if you want to save the world, if you want to stop human trafficking, if you want to end homelessness, if you want to end world hunger, you know what that all takes? It all takes money. So why not earn more money doing something you love so that you can change the world? Oh my gosh, that's a crazy idea. If you would have asked me about that 3 years ago, I would have been sweating in places I didn't know I could sweat. But now I'm excited about that because you know what? I know we're all here to change the world through our passion, through our acting, through our modeling. We heard from Brian O'Halloran from the story from the movie Clerks. I'm not even supposed to be here. Sorry, every time. It's like I can't not say his name and not do that. And it'll never get old to me, especially because I remember being in high school watching his movies. Now he's my colleague. What? That's craziness. And he could be your colleague too. He talked about putting in the work. He talked about what he went through to get where he is. He's been doing this for 35 years. 35. How many of you have been doing this for 35 years? Raise your hands. No, how many of you have been doing this for 35 minutes? Raise your hands. Right? But you learn, dude, the people he knows that are in his Rolodex, crazy. You had the opportunity to talk to him. A lot of you had the opportunity to meet with him in New York City. How awesome was that? That was amazing. We heard from Mark Christopher Lawrence, another living legend, classically trained actor. Classically trained actor. He came on and he talked about his story about how you can have faith. He gave you a new definition for faith, which someone shared earlier. I love that so much. What are you doing with what's inside of you? We talked about what type of modeling you qualify for. In the comments, let me know what type of modeling do you qualify for? Let me know in the comments. I want to see if you guys are listening. You're always on stage. We learned that yesterday too. Commercial print. There we go. I love it. You guys learned yesterday. How awesome is that? How many of you, after Mike's presentation, now when you get those flyers in your Sunday paper, you're not just throwing them, oh, I don't want that Target ad. Oh my God, who do I know in the Target ad? That's the game we play. That's literally the game we play. Like I can't get anything in the mail. I can't watch TV because I see you guys in those spots. Pretty amazing. We talked about the 3 things that you need to get signed by an agency and they're not what you think. Does anyone remember what they are? What are they? You need knowledge, you need wisdom, and you need to be inspired. You need to be an inspiration. How many of you went through your evening last night and you're like, okay, you know what? I want to be more inspiring. I know I have some wisdom. I have some knowledge. How many of you implemented some of that last night? Or how many of you right now, you're like, you know what? I'm doing that 1357 challenge, which is reading one self-improvement book for 13 minutes and 57 seconds, not 15, not 14, not 13, 13 minutes and 57 seconds. So I can get more knowledge, so I can have more wisdom, so I can be more inspiring. It's amazing how all the layers add up. And here we are now. We also had the opportunity to hear from Ryan Colby and Alicia Kavak yesterday. They went through a couple of our talent, and don't worry, we're going to be doing that later again today. And they evaluated a couple of the talent. And I think that how many of you learned something from that? Even if you weren't the one evaluated, you should always be learning. Type that in the comments, always be learning. It doesn't matter when you're in a group coaching situation like this, it doesn't matter if you're the one that's called on. What matters is that you're in the room and you should always be learning. That's the value of what we're doing today. Always be learning. But you know what? Again, we're not just learning. We're going to start implementing. We're going to gain more knowledge. We're going to gain more wisdom by experience. That's what this whole weekend is all about. Okay. Today, I'll walk you through what we're going to do. We're going to get started in just about 2 minutes. The first thing we're going to talk about today is learning how to be focused. How many of you have a lot of stuff going on in your life right now? You could be doing 50 other things besides being here right now. I'm gonna raise, hold on, I can't, I wish I could raise my fingers, my toes, right? We all have stuff we could be doing, but we're here. We're gonna talk about how to be hyper-focused, because if you can focus on one thing at a time, you're gonna be so much more productive. Okay? We're gonna talk about the hero's journey, the call for adventure. How many of you know you're all on a journey? How many of you know you're all on a journey? One of my favorite things to say is that this is a marathon. This is not a sprint. We're going to talk about the hero's journey. And my goal is for you to be the hero in your journey today. I want you to be the hero in your journey. We're going to talk about that. Then Alicia and I are going to do a challenge. How many of you got an email from Alicia about who are you at your core? Yeah. How many of you answered that? How many of you answered the email? Okay, well, what we're going to do today, it's okay. What we're going to do today is we're going to talk about that. I'm going to have, Alicia's going to come on with me, and we're going to talk about who are you at your core. Because you know what the one thing I want you to understand is you have to learn how to tell your story, and you have to learn how to tell your story of overcoming. Because no one wants to woe with me. My cat ran away last night. We don't want to hear those stories. We want to, okay, you know what? My cat ran away. I found the cat, and now here we are. We want to talk, we're going to learn how to take those things that you go through that maybe are painful and turn that pain into a story that's inspirational to others. Because our goal to get signed, one of the things we have to do is be inspired. We have to be inspirational. Okay. Then I know there are two things I know that everyone always looks forward to, and this is one of them. After we do that, Alicia Kabak is going to put a SAG franchised agent on the hot seat. She's going to ask her the questions that you probably would never think to ask. And if you know anything about Alicia, she should be like if this doesn't work out, she should be in the CIA because she is really good at asking questions. Okay, so you're going to be in for a treat for that. After that, Michael's going to come on. Michael Funkin, co-founder of VIP Ignite with Alicia Kabak, and he's going to talk about the Actors Cookbook. How many of you know that there's a framework that you can follow for success? And I'm going to give you guys a little secret too. The framework that he's going to teach you today is not only for acting and modeling, it's for life. The skills we're giving you here are for life. Yeah, that's my goal. I want all of you to be signed to Truth Management. I want all of you to be signed to a major agency. But you know what I want even more than that? After that happens, I want you to live an amazing life where you're giving back. So when you're listening to him, don't only think, oh, I'm not an actor. I can tune out for a couple minutes. I'm going to go get an apple. No, I want you to tune in because these are life skills we're teaching you. Then we're going to give you the opportunity to come work with us in person. How many of you know that Zoom is cool, but being in person is even cooler? If you know that, type cooler in the comments, right? We're going to give you an opportunity to come. We're going to go through a whole framework that we've laid out to help you guys be even more successful in 2024. Then we're going to have one of my favorite people come on, Bobby Pinaro from The Sopranos. He's going to talk to you about his career. He's going to give you some acting training. He's going to really lay out information that you need to know from what he's gone through. And now let me ask you guys a question. You're like, okay, that's great. Good for him. How many of you have worked with Martin Scorsese recently? How many of you work with him consistently? Okay, that's great. But how many of you want to work with Martin Scorsese? How many of you want to work with Martin Scorsese consistently? Yeah, right? Everyone, you all should be throwing confetti at me right now. You're going to learn from someone who consistently works with Martin Scorsese. Yeah. Do you think that maybe that's going to be extremely valuable to you? Of course it is. Then at the end of the day, we're going to have the one and only Mr. Ryan Colby, everyone's favorite, come back on. And he and Alicia are going to evaluate a couple more talent today for Model Garage. So are you guys ready for this day? Do you think we need to like jump up and down, get ourselves moving? Are you guys ready to get started? If you're ready to get started, type get started in the comments. If you're ready to type get started. Okay, let's do this. All right. So as you guys know, we have a lot going on here at VIP Ignite. Like if you were to ask me, hey, Deneen, like, what does your day look like? Every day looks completely different. Every day I have 1,000 things thrown at me. We have well over 100 talent that we represent. I get emails, text messages, Voxers. I get messages from everyone. I have a family outside of this. Like I have my dad, my sister, my niece, my nephews. We have other stuff we're working on. So how many of you think that if anyone is qualified to tell you how to be focused so you can accomplish goals, it's probably me, right? Yeah. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to talk about something called the circle of focus. Okay. Oh, can you guys see my whiteboard? Oh, apparently Zoom is updated since I've done this. Awesome. Okay, there we go. Okay, awesome. All right. So let's talk about this. So this is what I want you to imagine. I want you to imagine that your life is this big circle. Okay. And excuse my drawing skills. I've yet to learn how to draw a beautiful picture on Zoom. Okay, on a whiteboard. Okay. So here's my question for you. Oh, sorry. I thought someone said something. Okay, so
oh no, it was just me, Alicia. Hi.
Oh, hi.
I was just talking about my amazing drawing skills.
I know. I can't top yours. So this is not a contest.
No, not at all. Because already the circle is amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. All right. All right. So let's talk about some things that you have to focus on. Okay. In the comments, what is one thing that you guys have to work on right now? Okay, I love that answer, Jacob. Myself, training. Okay. So maybe I should be a little more specific. Okay, so this is what we're going to talk about. How many of you here are interested in acting? Type acting in the comments. Okay, awesome. Okay, so let's say this. So let's say that you have to focus on acting right now, okay? So let's type that here. You know what we're going to do? Hold on. We're going to use the texts here. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, we're just going with it. Okay, so we're going to acting, okay? So if I have to focus on acting and I have nothing else to focus on, how much of my attention am I giving to acting? How much am I giving? Type it in the comments. What percentage of my focus am I giving to 100%, right? That's awesome. Do you think that if all I had to do was focus on acting 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, do you think that I would be able to accomplish a lot? Yes or yes in the comments. Yes, of course. Okay, but that's not how life works. We understand that not only do we have people here who want to do acting, how many of you also are considering modeling? Type modeling in the comments. Okay, so now let's draw a line. So now we're doing modeling and we're doing acting. So if I'm focusing on both of these things, I'm just typing model because how much of my time am I putting to each one? If I'm focusing on both, how much? 50%, right? Now, do you think you could split me in half and I could do two things at once? No. Reginald, we're not splitting me in half. You failed. Why did my whiteboard stop sharing? What's going on here? Okay, let's see here. Apparently Zoom wants us to start over, so we're going to start over. Zoom, you can't take me down today. Here we go. Here's our circle. We got acting and we got modeling. Okay, so we can agree that we can't do both things at once, correct? If I'm trying to do both, then I have 50% in acting, 50% in modeling. Can you do two things at once currently? Can anyone like walk and like chew gum at the same time? It's not easy, right? Okay. Now imagine, what else do we have going on in our lives? We have acting, we have modeling. I saw some people are interested in music, right? So we have music. Okay, what else do we have going on? How many of you have housework, right? You have housework to do. Now, if I'm focusing on acting, modeling, music, and housework, how much time am I allotting to each thing? How much time am I allotting to each thing? Yeah, her mom had turned into a pair of lips. 100 divided by 4 is 25, people. Get out your calculators. Okay, now hold on. Let's add something else in. What else do we have? We have school, right? We have school. What else do we have? How many of you have friends? You have friends? Anyone have family? Friends? Family? How many of you have jobs? You guys have jobs, right? Yeah, you have jobs. You have self-care, that's important. You have hobbies, right? Yeah, how many of you have hobbies? Maybe you have maybe you take swimming lessons, maybe you like to play tennis, maybe you like to watch football, maybe like how many of you feel like this is what your life actually looks like at any given time? Anyone? I know I do. Plus, we had that 1357 challenge we dropped yesterday. God, we got a lot going on, right? We have a whole lot going on. So how many of you think that if you're focusing on all these things, oh, you know, we didn't even talk about like working out. You guys are actors and models. You should all be working out, right? We didn't talk about fitness, right? We didn't talk about church. We didn't talk about faith, right? Yeah, right. So this is what, how many of you feel like this is the way your life looks right now? Oh yeah, and then Deneen has me on Zoom calls. We have to add Zoom in here somewhere, right? This is what I want you guys to think about. You can't focus on everything at once and do anything with excellence. How many of you are good multitaskers? Type me in the comments. Ooh! I'm here to step on your toes. It's not even 11:30. I'm stepping on your toes already. You're all fibbers. You're not good at multitasking. You know why? The human brain is not designed to multitask. The human brain is designed to do one thing at a time. Ouch. But Deneen, I've been told my whole life I should multitask. Yeah, well, they obviously didn't study neuroscience. Okay, so this is what I want you guys to think about. We can list everything that we have to do. Okay, let's make a list here. So we have acting, we can do model. Oh. I swear to God, I am a good writer. This is just not easy. Act, model, work, school. We're going to stop writing after this. Okay, so we have all these things. Oh, here, we'll add hobbies. Keen like wants the hobbies added in, so we're going to add hobbies in. Oh, Jesus. Okay, what is going on here? Okay, so we got all these things to go on. Okay. Okay, so we have all these things here. Whoever's touching the whiteboard, stop it or I want to kick you right out of the call. All right. Okay, so we have all of these things going on right now. And we know that we have to accomplish things. But how many of you, I'm going to say two things to you, and I want you to tell me which one feels better. I have to go to work or I get to go to work. Which one sounds better? I have to go to work or I get to go to work. I get to, right? Because get means you're making a choice. Okay? This is what I want you to think about. How many of you make to-do lists before you get started? It's all the rage. Okay, you know what? I have to make a to-do list. This is what I have to do tomorrow. Like there are so many coaches that teach, okay, at the end of the day, before you go to bed, make your to-do list. Okay. I want you to, first of all, I want you to change to-do to a new thing. Okay. This is what I want you to call your to-do list. Instead of calling it a to-do list, call it an I get to-do list. Okay. These are the things I get to do. I get to work on my acting. I get to work on my modeling. I get to go to work. I get to go to school. I get to work out. I get to participate in my hobbies. Because just changing that is going to make you more productive, first of all. Okay. Saying I get to. Because if you tell me, Deneen, you have to, I'm like, I told you guys at the top of I'm Italian. Oh, I have to do, well, you don't tell me what to do. But if you're like, hey, you get to, it feels better. Okay. So the first thing is I want you to change your get to do list to I get to do. And I have to give credit to this to Vince Rodriguez. He did a call for us. And when he said this, it was like 2 years ago, totally transformed everything in my life. So that's the first thing. Okay. And then what I want you to do is I want you to get in the habit of prioritizing your I get to do list. Okay. What I want you to do is prioritize. So these are all the things you get to do. Okay. And here, this is where the magic is. What I want you to do is go through your I get to do list and focus on one thing at one time. Okay, so if you're focusing on modeling, okay, let's focus on acting. If you're focusing on working on a monologue, perfecting the voice, doing all of that, what I want you to do is I want you to take out your phone, not right now, but in the future. And I want you to allot yourself like 30 minutes to doing this. And all you're going to focus on for that 30 minutes is that one task. You're not going to worry about work. You're not going to worry about, I have to pack because I have to go on a trip. You're not going to worry about any of that stuff. You're literally going to focus on one thing at one time. Give yourself like a 30-minute window. Then after that 30-minute window, when your alarm goes off, I want you to put your task down. I want you to walk away. I want you to move. I want you to breathe. I want you to do anything you can, anything you want to for like 5 minutes. And then I want you to go back and then refocus on the task at hand. Okay? Because I know, and I fall into this, and even though I teach this, I fall into this all the time. One of the things that I was like, okay, I'm just going to work all day on this one project. And you know what happens? I half-ass it. Because I don't give myself time to get up and move around. So give yourself permission to work on something for 30 minutes, walk away from it, and then come back. But the point is this, when you're working on one thing, you're all in on that thing. So if you're at the gym, you're all in at the gym. Okay. If you're at work, I don't want you working on your monologues. I don't want you working on your poses. I want you all in at work. You know why? Because a workman is due his wages. You're being paid to do something. So if you're not being paid to act, do your job and focus on that fully. Got it? Do you think that by prioritizing what you get to do every day and going all in on one task for 30 minutes at a time, do you think that that could help your productivity? Yes or yes in the comments. And I know that this goes against a lot of what you've been taught, but I promise you that if you start implementing this, your life is going to change because you're going to find yourself more productive. Okay, so go all in for 30 minutes, take a break, come back and go back to it. And I promise you, and again, it may sound counterintuitive. No, I have to work for 8 hours. I want to be an expert. You said yesterday, 10,000 hours it takes to become an expert. I want to fast track that. You're actually taking away from that. Okay. So make sure that if you start implementing this, I promise you, your life is never going to be the same again. All right. Does anyone have any questions about the circle of focus? Oh, there you go. Okay, good. All right. All right. So let's do this. Let's all take a moment to have a sip of water. See, this is an obstacle, not an excuse. Okay. Let's all take a sip of water. Yes, we need to keep hydrated. Thank you, Jemima. Oh, by the way, I didn't do this yesterday. Everyone give a round of applause to Jemima. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but she really keeps this ship moving forward. She's like the rudder in our ship on these calls. So when you see her comment, like give her some love, make sure you appreciate her. And on a go forward basis, just so you guys know, always appreciate the people that are there to help you. That's a life lesson too. All right. Okay, so I think we've got the circle of focus down. Are you guys good? All right. Now what I want to do is I want to share some stories of some people that we've worked with who have employed the circle of focus. Is that okay? Is it okay if I share some stories of people that work with us? Yes? Okay, awesome. All right, let's see here. We're going to start here. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. All right. And this is what I want you guys to understand too. Every success story that I'm about to share with you started on a Zoom call. And that's why at the top of the day, I always start by letting you know that you're successful. Because there are a lot of people that could be here that maybe for whatever reason they're not here, but you are. Okay. And every one of the people I'm about to share with now, it all started on a Zoom call just like this. Okay. why is my, today is the day of presentations being amazing. Okay, give me 1 second. There we go. Okay. How many of you love technology and how many of you think technology sometimes is the bane of your existence? That's me. All right, here we go. Here we go. Okay, it all started on a Zoom call with someone who knows how to use Zoom. Okay, so let me tell you a little bit about Candace. And yesterday I ran through this presentation. That's why I'm coming back to it right now, because I really want you guys to know the stories of some of the people that we work with. So this is Candace. When she first started working with us, she was not in a good situation. Okay, she has 2 amazing kids who I feel like they're like my niece and my nephew. I had the opportunity to meet them at a couple of our events, because we had a Mother's Day event once where she actually brought her children. I had the opportunity to meet them. But Alicia and I had been talking to Candace for a while, and she knew that this was something that she was meant to do. Okay. But any obstacle that you may have, she had times 10. Okay. Her story, I encourage anyone and everyone to get to know Candace, because once you get to know her story, your life will never be the same again. She's absolutely an amazing, beautiful person inside and out. But the point I'm trying to make here is like, she overcame so many obstacles to be where she is. When she first started working with us, she was doing some coaching with us, and like she would go missing and then she would come back, and then she would go missing and then she would come back. And she got her life straightened out, like life turned around for her because she just kept pushing forward. How many of you feel resistance? And you're like, oh, the first time you feel resistance, you're like, you bow out. You're like, obviously I'm not supposed to do this. It's not easy. That wasn't Candace. She kept pushing through and pushing through. And eventually she became a part of our inner circle, which is the highest level of talent that we work with. And her life really started changing at our last event in Hollywood, because she got signed to a major agent, and she was like so excited, but she was kind of freaking out a little bit. How many of you know, like when you finally get that thing that you truly want, you're like, this is awesome, but oh my God, can I even do this? Right? We all feel this. So she got signed by a major agency in LA, and it was amazing. And I'm very emotional, so a lot of these times, like I have to hold back tears when I'm sharing these stories. But
Please,
these are
Deneen, it's not even noon. No tears yet.
I know.
No tears yet. Not even for Candace.
I know. So the awesome thing about Candace is I got these 2 text messages actually this week, and she was like, "Hey, Deneen, this morning I'm a hairstylist," and I'm like, "Okay." Like, she was playing a hairstylist on a show at Disney Studios. She also had the opportunity. She's done a bunch of music videos, but I got news that I didn't even get to share on here because it's not officially official. And let me give you a little more context too. Her focus is music. She's a savant. Like I don't even know how many instruments she can play. When we were in New York, she played her cello. She plays a clarinet. Like she's like, God gave her a gift for music. So music was always her focus, and it still is. But she's been on every one of these calls like you guys are, and she listens and she applies. She takes action. And about a year ago, Mike gave a presentation. He told all of the talent on the presentation, this is a website you should be doing because you can start getting paid now. Like, you don't have to be on set. Like, you can start getting paid for your talents now. And she listened. And she's been booking. She has a job where she's going to be playing music for a wedding in a couple of months, where she's getting paid, I think, 4 or 5 figures to play music for a couple hours. And the reason I'm telling you her story is, again, her backstory is that she overcame so many obstacles to get where she is today. And I got a message from her that Wilhelmina Models in New York is interested in representing her in their sports, in their athletic division. I was like, okay. And the funny thing is, I'll share it with you guys later. She's like, okay, Deneen, I have to tell you something, but don't cry. I was like, you telling me not to cry means I'm going to cry. But when I'm crying tears of joy. And the reason I'm sharing this story with you is that I know a lot of you have a lot going on in your life, but if Candace can do it, why can't you? And this is West Pas. So one of the other things we hear a lot, oh my God, my family doesn't support me. My friends don't support me. They all think they don't want me to do this. Wes, his father literally pretty much was ready to kick him out of his house because he was pursuing a career in modeling and acting. He knew that he wanted to do this. When I first met him, he was a swimmer. I think he was in high school. I think he was still in high school. And he was a swimmer, and his dad was like, that's where his dad wanted him to do. His dad wanted him to go on that path or do something normal, like a normal 9 to 5. And Wes was like, no, this is what I want to do. And his family did not support him. As a matter of fact, like when he went to New York for his first visit to work with an agency, his dad was like, you're stupid. Like his dad literally was like, and I think he continues to be one of the most negative people in his life, but he persisted. And he moved to New York in October to start pursuing this full time because he put in 5 years. He didn't like wake up one day and say, hey, I'm going to move to New York. He had a plan. As you can see, he saved up 3 months rent so that when he moved, he didn't have to worry for 3 months about his rent. And he has been working with Tanya, who you'll meet later today. She's met him on several different occasions. And the first time she met him, she saw the spark in him, but she didn't see the potential was too raw. Then the next time she saw that he got better. And then when she met him in New York at our last event, she was like, I'm signing him. And we were like, what? It was amazing. Took 5 years. What is 2 weeks ago? He signed his paperwork for SAG-AFTRA. So here's my question for you. If you're feeling a resistance, if you feel like it's a little bit hard, are you willing to keep going through all of that so that you can get to this point? Or are you going to be like, oh, no, obviously it's not meant to be. I'm done. Don't do that. Don't quit. We're team no quit here at VIP Ignite. This is Wendy Fowl. So she's a nurse. She's an amazing nurse. She's a caretaker to the elderly. And it has one of the biggest hearts that you'll ever meet. Like when you meet her, like you just feel her heart. Like she wears her heart on her sleeve. When she first started working with us, she would like hide. Literally, like I didn't know she could talk. Like at one point I was on a call and I can't remember which one it was, but I was like, can you unmute yourself? Do you even speak? Like she was so quiet and so reserved. But she knew she wanted to be a writer. She wanted to be an actor, but she also really enjoys being a nurse. She loves what she does. She did that in the military. She served in the military as a nurse. So she came on one of these calls just like you guys are on and started working with VIP Ignite. She actually started working with us during COVID. And now she's a writer. She's a producer. You see her on the red carpet. She's been to multiple awards, she's been on multiple red carpets because the films that she's been a part of have won multiple awards. They're all independent films, but you know what? She has the best of both worlds. She loves what she does as a nurse, but she also gets to act and work with amazing people. How many of you would love to get your start by doing what you love the most and working on these little independent projects, because you never know who you're going to meet on an independent film. She has an amazing reel, and I didn't even know she could talk when I first met her. And this is Kaylee Clay. I know we talked about her yesterday too. When we first started working with her, her mom spoke for her. She didn't speak up. And even if like you meet her like in person, she's very introverted. How many introverts, raise your hands? How many of you are introverted? I'm going to raise all of my digits. I'm like one of the most introverted people you'll ever meet. She's very much an introvert, but she's also creative. And this is something she knew she wanted to do. And at her first event, she like literally hyperventilated and ran out of the room because she got advice that she didn't want to hear. She was so mad. And she had a choice. She could have said, okay, obviously this isn't meant for me. I'm out. Or she could toughen her skin a little bit. She could lean into it. She could do what the agent said. And now she's actually signed to that agency. The agent who made her cry, we used to call him the hat guy because I didn't even know what his name was. Yeah, that mean hat guy. But she toughened up. She's now represented by one of the biggest commercial print agencies in LA. She's done magazine spreads. Alicia shared this yesterday. She just did a huge campaign because she leaned in. Sometimes you have to be a little bit of a chameleon. Like I'm an introvert. Like if you meet me out and some my people can attest to this. Anyone who's ever met me, like if you meet me out in the wild, I'm like, hey, hi. I'm an observer. But when you're in this industry, you can still be a full introvert, but you have to be able to put yourself out there. And that's what Kaylee Clay did. She's getting married in a couple weeks. We got invited to her wedding. It blows my mind. And then this is Scott Irwin. Scott is someone we love. When we first started working with him, he was an accountant. He actually quit his accounting job. That's it. I'm going all in. We're like, dude, don't quit your job just yet. Like, stick to it. We need you to be able to to take care of yourself, right? But he knew that this is what he wanted to do. One of the benefits of him being an accountant is he's A, B, C, D. He's like, that to-do list, like, let me tell you something. He knows step by step by step what he needs to do. So he trusted the process. He literally trusted the process. When he was working with us, like every Zoom call, like Mike talked to you yesterday about following up, right? After every one of these calls, he would always write us a beautiful thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. He had gratitude for what he was experiencing, right? He literally exemplified the Dream 100 that Mike talked about yesterday. Like he put it into practice. So his biggest role that he ever had was he was in Babylon as a background extra. Now you might be thinking, okay, that's great. Academy Award-winning film he was a part of. And the reason that he got that role was because when he showed up, he was the only one that followed instructions. He was literally the only one that had the correct outfit, the correct socks on, and he was respectful. He showed up on time. He wasn't complaining about, oh my God, how long is this going to be? He showed up and he knew because we taught him what he needed to know. He knew what he needed to do when he showed up on set. The casting director and the wardrobe person was so impressed by him, they called him back for multiple scenes in Babylon. So did he win the Academy Award? No, but he was a part of an Academy Award-winning production. And as you can see, he just keeps on filming. He just keeps on going. He has a film on Amazon. He has another film that he just finished filming, a documentary. So here's my question for you. If Scott Irwin, who is an accountant, can do this, why not you? All of our success stories start on a Zoom call. So that's why we take this so seriously. That's why it's all day. How many of you have ever been on set before? When you're on set, Darrell has, a couple of you have. When you're on set until they finish. Alicia, Michael, and I had the opportunity to be on set for our film Target. We were there for the martini shot, the last shot, right? And we were like, okay, this will be great. We'll go in. We were on set from like 8 a.m. until 10 p.m. that day, filming like 3 scenes. And we were like, are they almost done? I mean, don't get me wrong. There was a point where I was like, just put me in. I know the lines. I got this, right? But we were there all day long. We weren't like, oh my God, when is this going to be over? What I want you guys to understand is that this call here is the gateway to everything that you want. Why is that? Because the way that you show up for yourself is going to dictate the way that you show up for when you're on set, the way that you're going to show up when we're asking you to go to meetings. And the reason I shared those stories with you first thing today is because each one of them has a story about why they shouldn't have been successful. I didn't even go into the deeper stories that they have. Every one of them had every reason not to be successful, but they chose to be successful. They chose in that moment that they wanted to, thank you, Stephen. They put in the work. They trusted the process. They didn't allow the pain that they're in to dictate their future. They pushed through. So here's my question for you. Are you willing to push through whatever it is that's holding you back right now to be successful, to be even more successful? Are you willing to maybe put your pride on the side and do things that maybe it's not easy. Maybe it's not easy, but is it worth it in the end? Will it be worth it in the end? Hell yes, it'll be worth it in the end. Because you know what? I don't love going to the gym. Anyone with me on that one? I don't love going to the gym. But I had a doctor's appointment on Friday. My doctor was like, hey, Janine, you know what you need to start doing? You need to start going to the gym. I was like, damn, I just met you. Why are you being so mean to me? But the reality is that I know what I need to do, what I get to do. I know what I get to do. I get to start going to the gym. You know why? Because I'm still alive. Hold on. I want everyone to like put your finger on your neck there. Do you feel your heart beating? Congratulations. That means that you have unfulfilled destiny. That means that you are here for a reason. You could take your fingers off your neck. It's cool. Unless you're checking your pulse. I want you guys to know that you're here for a reason. It's no mistake that on what's today's date?
January
On
28th.
January 20th. What?
January 28th.
Thank you. It's no mistake that on January 28th, you're here listening to the sound of my voice. Okay, I want you to know that. How many of you know that? How many of you know that you're here for a reason? God put you on earth to do more than live an ordinary life. And that's why we're here today. All right, I have to stick to time here. I have a big agent coming up soon. All right, so give me 1 second here to get myself coordinated. All right, so since we can all agree that we're here on purpose, we're here for a reason. We're here because we were all meant to be here today. This isn't a mistake. And you know how I know it's not a mistake? It's not a mistake because you literally had to like put in your email, get an email from us with a Zoom link. Then you had to go push on the Zoom link. Then you had to start on Zoom. And a good number of you actually put your cameras on to be here. So you took a lot of steps to get here. So now what I want to talk to you about, let's go to, here we go. All right. So now let's talk about our next thing here. I told you earlier, can you guys see my screen? Give me a thumbs up. Okay, awesome. All right, so let me go to presentation. All right. I told you guys all earlier that I want you to be the hero of your own story. How many of you know that in order for a story to be interesting, there has to be a little conflict in it, right? Because, you know, boy meets girl, they get married, and they live happily ever after. I'm not paying to see that movie. And if your story is like that, trust me, there's something coming for you. But let's talk about the hero's journey, confidence to covenant, the call to adventure. So every great story starts with hero's journey. Okay. So the first thing is you're living in the ordinary world. So for the purpose of this presentation, I'm going to use Bilbo Baggins in The Lord of the Rings, okay? Because I'm a super nerd and I love that. I love that whole allegory, okay? So the first thing I want you to understand, there are 12 parts to the hero's journey. You're living in the ordinary world. You get called out to an adventure, okay? How many of you felt called out to an adventure, but then you're like, no, not me. Not me. I don't want to do that. You know what? I like being safe. I'm good. No. There's always a refusal to the call, right? And then you're going to meet someone along the way that's going to like help guide you through this whole journey. Because how many of you know you can't do this alone? If you know you can't do this alone, write team in the comments because you can't do this alone. Okay. And then there's going to come a point where you're going to cross over a threshold and now like you're in it. You're in the thick of it, right? And then there are going to be some tests that come along. You're going to make some allies. You're going to make some enemies. Then there's going to be the approach, the ordeal. And once you're going through all of this here, there's always a reward. There's always a reward when you lean into the uncomfortable, when you lean into your journey, when you lean into your adventure, there's always a reward. But then you have to go back. and you go back a different person. And then when you go back to the ordinary world, you're bringing a new you. You're bringing something new to everyone. Okay. And a lot of you probably feel like that right now, right? Okay, I'm on the Zoom call. I'm kind of meeting the mentor, but I'm safe here on Zoom. I'm just listening. I don't know. Am I going to have to take action? I want you to think about that. Okay. So the hero's journey is based on a book by Joseph Campbell. And this is one, if you've ever watched a movie, if you've ever just been a part of your own life, like if you read the hero's journey and you go back to what we just talked about a moment ago, you're going to see those patterns in your own life. Okay. You're going to see those patterns in your own life. Okay. So again, let's talk about the hero's journey. Like, what I want you to understand is at the beginning of every hero's journey, there's going to be a call to adventure, right? Luke Skywalker, he was kind of living his best life on a planet, and he had to literally leave the planet to go to do what he was meant to do, right? But we're going to stick to like Bilbo Baggins for this, okay? So Bilbo Baggins was living his best life in his little hobbit hole, and he found out that he had to go, and he had to go on this adventure to get a ring and then get rid of the ring. And he was like, nope, I'm living my best life here, right? Then he met someone who helped him decide to go on this journey. Okay. And again, when you get that call, there's always like there's this resistance to going on the journey. And I want you guys to think about this too in your own life. Like, what is the journey that you're on that you have resistance to? Right? Like even this journey here as an actor or model, right? You're living in your ordinary world. All of you are somewhere safe. You're home, you're somewhere comfortable, right? You didn't fly to Pennsylvania or to Florida or to LA or anywhere to be on this call. You're all comfortable, right? And maybe you had some resistance even getting on the call. Well, there's so much other stuff going on, but you know that there's a reason that you're here, right? Yeah, your ego does love to keep you company. That's very true. Yeah, some days it's getting started. Yeah. All right. Okay. So, but then you know that there's a reason that you're here, right? There's a reason that you're here. Okay. But we're still kind of in the safety zone now. But then there's going to come a point where you're going to have to take action. You're actually going to have to like take a step forward because you know that there's more for you to do. And then there's going to be a point where you're going to be like in the belly of the whale. You're going to be like, oh my gosh, what am I doing? Why am I here? It's so dark. This isn't what I expected. I expected that I would say yes and everything would be amazing, that I'd be standing under the bright lights, that everyone would know my name, right? And you're going to face some trials along the way too. As you're doing this, you're going to face trials. Okay, you're always going to face trials as you're doing this. But there's going to come a point where you're going to have to overcome those trials and you're going to have to push through. Okay. And you're going to have to get committed to changing. You're going to have to get committed to that. Okay. I want you to think about that as you're going through, right? Every hero's journey follows the same steps. Okay. And so let's go through the hero's journey in the 12 phases. Okay. So the first act, it's broken down into 3 acts. The first act is you're in the ordinary world. Okay. You get that call to adventure. And then you refuse. You're like, nope, I'm not doing it. Then you meet that person who's like, okay, I'm going to take you on this journey. I'm going to walk you through it. I'm going to help you through this journey. Then you cross over the threshold. You cross over. Okay. You know what? You're past the point of no return. You're officially on the adventure now. In the second act, that's where the adventure is, right? The second part is you're going to have the test. You're going to meet allies. You're going to meet enemies. Then eventually you're going to approach the inner cave. That's where, for lack of a better word, that's where the rubber meets the road. Okay. You're going to get to the point where, okay, you know what, now, like, I really have to take action. Then there's going to be a battle going on. It's going to be an ordeal. And a lot of times with us, it's an inner battle. Like, oh my gosh, I'm so close. Do I want to do this? Is this really what I should do? Okay. But then you're going to fight through that. Then you're going to get the reward. You're going to get the first job that you book. You're going to have people high five and you did great. That's awesome. You're going to get that reward. Okay. And you're like, yes. Okay. You know what? I've accomplished my goal. Then after that, you have to go back home. You have the chance to make it right. So you have to go back home. So now, okay, you just went to your first photo shoot. You just booked your first job. Okay. You did all these amazing things. Now you have to go home. And here's the thing, when you go back home, even after today, at the end of this day, you're going to be a new person and you're going to have to go back into the ordinary world. And you know what? You're not the same person that you were at the beginning of the call because you learned something. You decided, you know what? I'm taking action. You're still going to have to be around the other people. So what are you going to do? This kind of comes into what we were talking about yesterday. You're going to get the knowledge, you're going to get the wisdom, but then you have to be the inspiration. And here's a little tidbit for you too. A lot of times people like where you are. They don't want you to change. So there's going to be a resistance from those people too. Oh my gosh, are you sure you changed? Oh my gosh, I miss that person. I miss why did you have to change? Why did you have to grow? Why can't you just come out and hang out with me today? Why are you on this call on Sunday? But the thing is, you have to understand is that this is the adventure that you've been called to. And there's always a reward for you in doing it. Okay. So let's talk about the ordinary world. Okay. The ordinary world, that's where you are right now with your values. You have a set of values that you already know. You have an identity that you've had this identity your whole life. You have a set of beliefs that are your core beliefs, right? There are stories that you tell yourselves and there are needs that you have currently, right? How many of you can understand any of it? How many of you can relate to this, right? Like, yeah, you know what? Like this is what I've always believed. This is the story I tell myself. Oh my gosh, I can't do it because of X, Y, Z. But you know what? Maybe I shouldn't do it. Okay. Here's the thing. I want you to understand that 98% of people with a calling will never leave their ordinary world to live out the life that God created for them. I'm going to say that again. 98% of people with a calling will never leave their ordinary world to live out the life that God planned for them. And why is that? It's because of fear. Okay. And there are different types of fears. Okay. And the reason that you have some of these fears was built in because there was a time where you should have been afraid, right? Like, thank God we don't live in a time where a dinosaur can come and eat us now, right? Right. So when you have fear, I don't want you to lean into, oh my gosh, I hate my fear. You know, there's a reason that you have that fear. Like if you're on top of a mountain, falling off the mountain, that's a pretty valid fear, you know, a loud noise, boom, all of a sudden you jump. There's a reason that you should be afraid of loud noises, right? But there are some fears. So those are like fears that are built into you because of survival. Then there are other fears that you lean into because, you know, you were taught. My mom was petrified of spiders, absolutely petrified. There was this one time where we had a spider in the house. It was like 10 o'clock at night and she called the neighbors to come kill the spider for her. Like she was petrified. And I'm talking about, it was like literally just, it was like a daddy long, like not a spider you should be learned. So I learned to be afraid of spiders from her. There are some fears that you learn from your environment. Okay. Then there's also that other fear, which comes from your ego. Okay. If you do that, you're not enough. You can't do this. You're not enough. No one's going to like you. Why should you even do that? That's all your ego talking. Okay. And there are 7 fear archetypes that that we all fall into. And maybe you'll fall into some of them more than others. Okay. The first one is a procrastinator. If you're a procrastinator, your real fear is you're afraid of making mistakes. Okay. Maybe being a rule follower. Why is following the rules wrong, Denise? Because you have a fear of breaking rules. Some of us are people pleasers. And why is it that you want to do what makes everyone else happy? Because you're afraid of being judged. Okay. Then there's the outcast. You know what? I'm going to reject you before you can even reject me. Don't even try to reject me. I already did that first. Then there's the self-doubter, the fear of not being capable, not enough. Then there's the excuse maker, the blame shifter. Like, I don't want to be held accountable. It's your fault. It's not my fault. Or there's the pessimist. That person is afraid of struggling or feeling any pain. So they're not even going to try. I can't do that because you know what? I don't want to feel pain. So let's talk about this. And when we're listening to this, I want you to understand you may relate to all of them at different times in my life. I relate to all of them. Okay. But how many of you can relate to the procrastinator, fear of making mistakes? I need it to be perfect. It's better to do nothing than to make a mistake. I'm still working on my plan. I'm so busy. I don't even have time to do this. Right? We can all understand this one. Right? The rule keeper, the fear of breaking rules. Oh, I don't think we're allowed to do that. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to risk it. Is this even the right path for me to be on? Anyone find themselves in any of those? Yeah. The people pleaser, fear of being judged. What if they don't like me? I'll do whatever you want. So embarrassed. They're going to judge me. The outcast, rejecting others before they can even be rejected. I'll reject them before they reject me. I can't trust those people. How many of you have said that? Can I really trust you? I'm going to reject you before you can reject. Nope. I'm not going to ask for help. I'm so independent. How many of you are independent? I'm so independent. I fall into this one too, guys. The self-doubter, fear of not being capable, not being enough. I don't think I can do that. If I fail, I won't be enough. Look at them. Look at them trying. I hope they fail. Hey, did you see the latest on what's going on over there? All those are symptoms of self-doubt. Then there's the excuse maker. Fear of being held accountable. How many of you know this person? It wasn't me, it was them. Like, that was my sister growing up. It was all her. She was the one who was talking. Or, I can't do it because of that. There's always a reason why you can't do it. Well, the reason I didn't do it, how many of you have ever made an excuse for something you knew you should have done, right? Or I blame you. It's your fault. It's not my fault. Obviously, it's you. I blame that person. Or the pessimist, the fear of struggling or pain. That seems really hard. I don't think that's possible. I tried that before and it didn't work. Life is so hard, I'm not even going to try. This is what I want you to understand. We're all going to fall into one of these archetypes, okay? But here's the thing. You don't have to stay in that spot. You don't have to stay there, okay? And again, confidence. 90% of people will not live the life they were destined because they lack confidence. I'm going to say that again. 98% of people will not live the life that they were destined to live because they lack confidence. So let's talk about that. So confidence, assurance or belief in the goodwill, veracity of another. Okay. Firmly trusting, bold, to have full trust or reliance. Okay. So let's break down the word confidence. Confidence means to confide, to trust, to create a covenant. And let's talk about what a covenant is. A covenant is usually a formal, solemn, and binding agreement, a compact. A written agreement or promise, usually under seal between two or more parties, especially for the performance of some action. How many of you know when you get married, it's a covenant? When you enter into a covenant with someone, it's something that's very serious. Okay? back in the biblical times and before, when two parties were going to form a covenant, they took it really seriously. So what they would do is they would actually sacrifice an animal to show that covenant, right? And a lot of times too, what they would do is they would cut their own hands and they would shake so that their blood would be going back and forth with one another. So when you make a covenant with yourself, it's very serious. Or when you make a covenant with someone else, it's very serious. Okay. And what they were saying is like, as by sacrificing the animals, they weren't doing it to be cruel. They were saying, if I'm not faithful to this covenant, may what is done to these animals be done to me. How many of you have something you're taking so seriously that you're like, hey, look, I'm going to take this so seriously that I'm putting everything on the line? And here's at the end of the day, people who lack confidence, they lack the trust in themselves. Okay, I want you to understand. Let's say that again. People who lack confidence lack trust in themselves. A lot of times the reason you don't have confidence is because you've let yourself down in the past. Because your subconscious doesn't know the difference between what's true and what's false. Okay, so imagine this. Imagine you're someone who, okay, you know what? I'm going to do this one thing every single day. And you're like, yeah, I'm all gung-ho, because this happens at the beginning of every year, right? I'm going to do this thing. Yes, I'm going to do it. I'm all in. I'm all in. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Okay. But you don't. You promise yourself you're going to go to the gym every day, but you don't. So now your subconscious has a pattern where you don't follow through on what you say you're going to do. People who lack confidence break the trust with themselves. And I want you to think about that. Like, your subconscious knows everything you've ever done, every decision you've ever made. Your subconscious has been there for every one of them. So a lot of times when you lack confidence, it's not that you lack trust in other people. You don't trust yourself. All right. Oh, here we go with the subconscious mind. So it's always awake. It remembers everything, keeps you from being overwhelmed by your senses. Like, how many of you have been thinking about breathing since we've been here? How many are like, okay, breathe in, breathe out? How many of you have said, okay, heart, keep on beating, keep on beating? You haven't had to think about any of that, right? Because your subconscious keeps all of these things going for you. It's literally doing millions of things at a moment. It's helping you listen. It's helping you hear. It's helping you do all those things. Your subconscious is so powerful. What you plant in your subconscious mind and nourish with repetition and emotion will one day become a reality. That's why it's so important the way that you speak to yourself. The words that you say to yourself, it's so important to say the right things and to follow through with them. Okay? So this is what I want you to do. I want you to prove the negative voice in your head wrong. Okay? And go all in. Here. All right. So here's my question for you. Are you willing to create a covenant with yourself to live the life that you were once that you are destined to live? If that is, type yes or yes in the comments. If you're willing to live the life that you are destined to live, type yes or yes in the comments. I want you guys to think about that. Okay, I want you guys to really think about who you are and where you are. Every decision you've ever made has brought you to this point. Okay? And I want you to really think about that. So here's my question for you. Yesterday, I asked you, are you willing to reframe your thoughts? Are you willing to reprogram yourself? Can you understand now why we want you to reprogram yourself? And this is the decision that you're going to make every day. This is the decision that you're going to make. And you make these decisions every day, all day. So here's my question for you. What are you willing to do that's different? Are you willing to not be the 98% of the people that are not living out their best lives, so you could be a part of the 2% that are? I'm going to ask you guys that again. I know that presentation was a little bit deep, but here's my question for you again. Are you willing to be a part of the 2% that are willing to take action, that are willing to stop procrastinating, that are willing to stop living an ordinary life so you can live an extraordinary life? How many of you want to live an extraordinary life? Do you want to live an extraordinary life? Yes or yes in the comments. I want you to really start thinking about, oh, Willow's mom's all excited. Oh, thank you very much. But this is what I want you guys should be excited about this, because you know what? Again, you're a part of the 2% by being here. You're willing to be here today. You're willing to do something that is scary to other people. And the reason that we're here is because we want you to step into that. We want you to step into the extraordinary, because you know what? You are extraordinary. And if you want to step from the ordinary to the extraordinary, you have to start making different decisions. Does that make sense? You have to start making different decisions. So Bilbo Baggins, right? He could have just sat there drinking his tea for his whole entire life, but he chose not to. He chose to lean into something that was scary. He chose to go on that adventure. Okay. Are you guys willing to go on an adventure? Are you willing to do that? Yes? Are you guys? Because here's the thing, at the end of the day, we want you to be the hero of your own story. At the end of the day, we want you to be the hero of your own story. And I know that a lot of us are going through a lot of things. Okay, I get that. I totally get it. Again, there are like 1,000 things. We talked about this with the circle of focus. There are 1,000 things going on right now that we could all be doing, but you're here now. There are 1,000 other careers you could be choosing, right? Like there are so many other things that you could be doing, but you're here because you were called to this adventure. So here's my question for you. Are you willing to start stopping your thoughts when you hear them? Oh no, I shouldn't do this, right? Are you willing to start reprogramming? Are you ready to start moving forward? Or do you want to live an ordinary life? No, you don't want to live an ordinary life. That's why you're here. You're here because you want to live an extraordinary life. And that's what we're going to do. That's why you're here. It's pretty exciting. Awesome. Okay. I know I've been speaking a lot, so let's do this. Let's get up and let's get our energy up. Okay. Everyone stand up. I love that, Jonathan. I want you to win too. Yes, you are here to live an extraordinary life. You're not here to live an ordinary life. All right, so stretch. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do an exercise to prove this to you. I don't know if you're gonna be able to see my hands. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. What I want you to do is I want you to reach your hands as high as you can right now. Reach your hand, even if you're sitting, reach your hands as high as you can right now. Okay. Now pull your hands down. Now I want you to reach them even higher. Okay, put them down. Reach them even higher now, just a little bit higher. Oh, all right. So let me ask you a question. You can put your hands down now. Let me ask you guys a question. Oh, hold on. Why is it that when I asked you to reach your hands as high as you could the first time, you were able to reach them higher the second time and the third time? Huh? You could sit if you want. We can keep moving around too. I want you guys to think about that. Like I reach them as high as you can. And then I was like, reach them higher and reach them higher. Right? That's the value of having a coach in your life. That's the value of having a team, because you know what? Were you guys looking at all of the boxes and you saw one another reaching higher? That's the value of this. That's the value of being a team. You can't do this alone. You can't do this alone. So I want you, every time you think, oh my gosh, I don't think I can do any more, you have unlimited power and unlimited energy in you Type that. I have unlimited energy. Even if you don't believe it, type it in the comments. I have unlimited energy. Because everything that you want to accomplish is on the other side of you overcoming this thing here, this gray matter. You have unlimited energy. You have unlimited time. You are unlimited. You are limitless. The only limits that you have are what you place on yourself. So are you willing to stop placing those limits on yourself? Are you willing to start like reaching even higher and higher and higher? Because that's why you're here today. All right. Alicia, are you ready for the Who Are They at Their Core challenge?
Yes, Deneen, I am ready. Yes.
Okay, awesome. All right.
Hi. Whoa, I got big. Hi.
So you sent out an email this week.
Yeah.
And your email asked people to share who they are at their core.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about some of those emails? Because I know you went through all of them.
I did. I read each and every one of them. We've talked about this over and over again. A lot of times people have to show up for their own success, and nothing drives me crazier than when we send out an email and I know what time we sent it, right? I know what time we sent the email, and it took some people 5 days to respond. And I'm thinking to myself, and I know it's Sunday, so just say a prayer, but what the F were you doing for 5 days that here you are wanting to get into modeling and acting, and yet it's taking you 5 days to respond? Like, that doesn't even make any sense to me. So I was thinking about it. I was like, well, what is your core, right? Like, what is it? And we talked about this yesterday. Like, what is it that you want to do, your desire? And if your excuses outweigh your dreams, we got a huge problem. And I get a lot of these emails like, I'll get back to you. I'll get back. And I'm like, I'm already done. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't, you know who you are to your core. And so I read a lot of the emails. Some of them, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm afraid. Some of you guys sent me emails that you didn't even read the email. Like, I don't even know what you were thinking when you were answering, or some people, oh, call me. Let's go out for coffee. Oh, okay, sure. But some of you really stood out. And it was, and we talk about this a lot, like in our calls, but you separate the winners from the losers. And I hate to sound like that, but in order to have winners in this world, you got to have losers. And it's a clear difference. And some of you wrote these like heartfelt emails, and I'm like, I am not going to cry tonight, right? I'm like sitting there at dinner, and like, poor Jeff, I'm working till 8, 9 o'clock at night. He's like, what are you doing? I'm like, these emails are so good. Like, honestly, I feel like I could write some screenplays from this. Not saying I would ever use your life as a screenplay, but they were some of them were so heartfelt, and some of them I was just like half-ass. So really the cream rises to the top. And some of you, and I see, like, I feel like, and it's going to sound creepy, but like, I'm a fan of yours. I may have never even spoken to you before, but I already know kind of who you are to the core. And I would honestly invite you all to come here for dinner. I mean, we're going to grill steaks tonight. Come over 7 o'clock when we're done with this call. But I kind of want to kind of separate two people, one or two that really stood out, that you could tell, like, everything they do, they dot their I's, they cross their T's, they make to-do lists, they have goals, they reach them. And they don't blame anybody for lack of success. They literally, like, they hold themselves accountable. And can I mention the two people that
Yeah,
literally
of course.
knocked me off my, okay.
And hold on. The disclaimer is though, okay, there are a lot of amazing emails.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're not being called, it's not that your email
wasn't
heartfelt.
I can't call out like 1,000 people today.
Yeah, just
I can't. I mean, we're good, but we're not that good today.
I'd always like to put that disclaimer in.
Not, yeah, but these two people really stood out, and what that means to me is if we're working on a new project right now with Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank, and I was on the phone last night talking about a new Broadway show, which I'll talk to you after this. But all these amazing projects, like, I know these two people, even if I'm not with them, I know them and I trust them to be able to like handle this. And they're just two amazing people. I'm not saying I don't deal with a lot of amazing people, putting it out there, but I kind of want to recognize Solange and Leah Martin. I mean, they kicked butt. And Leah's like, please see attached, like Google Doc. And I was like, oh, damn, like, I'm used to Deneen sending me like Google attachments. And And you ask for, you send out an email, they respond. It wasn't like, I'll get back to you when I have time, or about kids or life. Like, we all have those situations. I have a 3-year-old, my mom just got out of the hospital. Like, we understand. But when somebody asks something of you, and if this is something that's important, like, you find the time. You know what I mean? You find the time. And not only that, but you make sure it's done correctly. And again, we had amazing emails, but these two really, kind of like a casting director. Okay, all these people qualified, but these two stood out from the rest. So I want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart, because I'm not going to cry. No, not waterproof today. But they did amazing. So,
All right. So this is what I'm going to do. Since you recognize them,
yeah.
I'm going to call on them. So
Ooh,
we're gonna start with
look at that.
Leah. Leah.
Hi, Leah.
All right.
Hi.
Hi. All right.
Look at her with those glasses. Hello.
So this is what I would like for you to do, Leah. I would love for you to share, like, in like 2 minutes, who are you at your core?
I wrote that I am an artist. I am creative to my core. Nothing can stop me from being creative. I've tried that, to go, the regular life and do these things and be a manager and do all these things. And I went to school for IT, and I still creative, not really like conscious of it. Just, since I've been with you guys, been very conscious of it, and kind of looking back in my life. I take a lot of risks. I would like to be more comfortable with my risks. I would like to be more comfortable with my organization, to be who I want to be, to look at who I want to be as my future self, and implement that, and stop being afraid. And lately I've done something. When, you're saying, Tony Robbins was saying, when you get scared, just be thankful for things. And I decided to be thankful for my fear, because my fear is actually not fear trying to stop me. My fear is trying to get me to move forward. Like, hey, look at this. Look at what's going on with your life. Look at what needs to be fixed, because if this does not get fixed, then this might be an outcome that we don't want. So that, and I've also spoken with someone, and I told him, look, I've got these problems, but I'm also very creative, and there's got to be a solution. There's a creative solution. Networking, speaking with people and saying, hey, I've got this little problem, and I need some help. And then being confident enough to know to trust people, and say, these people want to help. The whole world wants, maybe not the whole world, but most of the world wants to help. Most of the world appreciates this artwork that you've done. That it is so easy for you. You think it's not any good, but I think that's kind of like every artist kind of goes through that. But just to stay the course, you're talking about having trust, being grateful is a great cure instantly for fears, getting rid of negative thoughts. And another thing, that if I ever run into someone who's negative about something, bring it into a positive. Bring it and I ask a lot of questions, instead of, pointing at someone and saying, hey, you're doing this wrong, you need to do this. Just ask them questions about what they're currently doing. And just that's more of my creativity, not just painting or photography or filmmaking or any of the other things that I do, acting, anything like that. It's creatively being with people and being inspirational. And that's that. I'm thankful for that. So, and you guys, of course, and this whole community is fantastic.
That's awesome. And you also have a play coming up in a couple of weeks that you're doing, which is amazing.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's going to be February 5th in Peekskill at Terramina's restaurant. We're doing a dinner theater. I'm getting prepped for that. Just using all kinds of inspiration to add to my character, and and learn, everything that Bobby and everybody, Haviland, everybody has taught me, to really, to sink it in. And even with Brian and, Mark Christopher Lawrence yesterday, going, I could add this to this, and I could add this to this. And what if
That's
I
a
said this
dream
word
team.
this way? Yeah.
That is a dream. Can I pick your brain real quick since you're
Yeah,
here?
sure.
The hot seat. Everybody loves the hot seat. I was just texting Tanya going, I'm coming for you today. I'm in a rare form. Okay, so hot seat. So what is your ultimate? Like, who are you to the, like, what is your end destination? And I'll pull up my awesome artwork because I love it. Don't hate, Deneen. But if this is you and this is where you want to go, what is here? What is your ultimate?
My ultimate goal is to be financially stable, being creative and helping people be creative. I'm in New York and it's not easy. I have a son. Yeah, we're gonna thank our fears.
Way, proximity to the best city.
Absolutely,
Yes.
absolutely. Yeah. But my ultimate goal is to be my creative self, actively, financially inspire people. If somebody says, well, how did you do that? I'll say, I'll show you exactly how I did it. And not like say, well, if you take my course for $100, maybe I'll, no, just openly, like, how did you do this? I love being helpful. I love sharing things with people. I appreciate when people ask me, how did you do this? Because ultimately it reinforces that confidence and trust in yourself, and then teaching other people, you learn it again. It shows that people, that I'm not, it's not, I used to have this thing where I thought that everybody can do what I do, and that's not the case. Not everybody is super creative, and I'm getting past that and appreciating that and just helping people. And if somebody asks you something, or if somebody says something negative, my favorite thing is to ask them questions. Okay, well, this and that and that, and I just, that's a lot of things, but my ultimate goal is to be absolutely confident in myself, organized, have an environment that I love to walk into, which is not the case, but it's fixable. Everything's fixable. So I love it. And I love learning. So
I know, I can tell by your email. The obstacle is the way. And I think that's important.
Yes.
And one thing you said is, if I could figure it out and somebody asked me, how did you do it? Like step by step by step by step.
Absolutely.
It's better than somebody trying to reinvent the wheel, because you understand you're not a magical unicorn. Like you got where you are because of trial and error. And if you could save somebody time or money, well, then that's our core as to why we start VIP Ignite. What's it like to win 6 Tonys? What's it like to open up the stock exchange? What's it like to, well, let me show you how we started from nothing and what we did. Because why would you even try to do it anywhere else? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I love you so much, and thank you. That was awesome. Down to your core, I love you. So, and congratulations on all of your success. I wish I was up in New York to go see your show, but
you know what? Anytime you're invited. Knock on my door at 2 a.m. All you guys, come on. We'll figure it out.
See, we'll figure it out. The obstacle is the way. Say
yes, the
rest is up to you. Yeah.
Power of community. Awesome. Thank you so much, Leah.
Absolutely. Anytime.
She even dressed the part today. I love it.
I know. So let me ask you guys a question. Before Leah was a face in a box, how many of you feel like you know her a little bit better now? That you want her to be a part of your community? That she's a lot more interesting now. Before, I mean, she's quirky. She has a quirky look, right? But now she's a lot more interesting, right? If you agree, type 1 or 1 in the comments. That's the power of telling your story. That's the power of sharing the core of who you are.
How many of you guys want to pick her brain on how to become successful? Right? So many people dream about moving to New York City. God, how am I going to pay for everything? God, how am I going to be able to, do what I love and still be able to put food on the table with kids? Like, and she's such an awesome person that, like, you would feel, how many of you guys now feel comfortable asking her those questions now that you understand who she is and her intentions of just coming from love? I mean, that's honestly what it's from, coming from love. Okay,
Awesome.
cool.
All right.
Oh,
Solange.
Solange. Hi, Solange.
Hi, Solange. Okay. Awesome. So
Hi.
Solange, now that we know more about Leah, we want to know more about you. So can you share who you are at your core?
I look at what I wrote to Alicia and I'm like, oh my goodness. I started by saying I'm a boss
And
with
I
a
resonate with
gold.
that. Yeah. I was like, done, check.
At the core, though, I think I'm kind of a warrior princess who isn't afraid to hope and dream and go against the grain to fulfill my calling and my purpose and hopefully bring a lot of others up with me. That's who I am at the core. I like to say that I'm a storyteller who has a lot of experience and background, so many diverse experiences, right? And I want to tell that and express that in a unique voice, as an author, as an actor, as a model, and a coach, definitely a coach, you know. And so I've even started with the help of VIP Ignite and especially inspired by our coaches, especially Sharon Lennon, to write my first screenplay. So I've just finished that and I'm so thrilled.
Wait, one of your coaches is one of the top writers at Netflix. And
No, it's
she
the
just sold
most
her new
amazing
show
thing.
with Don Cheadle and the writer producer of Power. And that is now your coach who now got you
It's-
to write a screenplay. How many of
It's
you guys see the
incredible.
formula? If you see it, type formula. Because this isn't a, I remember back in the day, I would go to Barnes and Noble and buy a book and just be like, okay, let's do some research. Now you're getting advice from one of the top writers at Netflix.
It's insane.
I
Like,
know.
absolutely bonkers to think about. But yeah, so she actually, you know, helped me be accountable to a deadline that I've had, you know, and so
She
over
held
Christmas
you
I just
accountable.
worked through it and finished it, you know.
I love that. Because
Yeah.
I find that's why so many people fall off track because no one is holding them accountable. That's why Weight Watchers works because you show up and they're, let's go, weigh in, and you're like, shit, right? Because you know they're holding you accountable. Because when you're
Absolutely.
not on Zoom, your life is, it's your dash, right? And we learned that
That's
yesterday
right.
with Brian. It's your
That's
dash.
right.
So what are you doing with that time? And for
Yeah.
you, you're taking what you're learning and you're applying it. And now you have a screenplay. So can I ask you very quickly? Because now, of course, I'm thinking to myself, okay, tell me when you're ready for an investor. Let's win it. Let's win an Oscar. Like, you know, we won 6 Tonys. Let's go straight for the other statue. Let's do it. So what is the screenplay about?
Yeah, so that was so interesting to do because I started off with the book and I want to do
Yeah.
it on many platforms, right? I have so many ideas. But the screenplay is basically taking some of the experiences of me and my family. As you can see, I'm very kind of mixed, right? Like, so some of the idiosyncrasies and the complexities of that, and just like, you know, bringing across that unique story. But I took my protagonist into the future. So it kind of became a
Oh,
little bit of fantasy. And I must tell you, I loved the deep dive into AI, and Mike got us started on that
yeah,
track,
Mike
right?
is genius.
And so
Mike,
I loved it. It helped me so much on my research for my book, you know, to make it plausible and like really bring the complexities of what will happen in that world and then bringing it back to the past.
so wait, so this is like a little like medley, like a little like I don't even want to, like a swirl of Michael Pumpkin and his genius AI brain, literally doing trainings, Sharon Lennon from Netflix, and then also add all the other coaches. You got Haviland. Wouldn't it be
Yes,
great if
and
you took
Bobby.
that screenplay, it turned into a book? Obviously, you know, we know who, and I know you do too, who to go to, but maybe somebody like a Mark Victor Hansen, Chicken Soup for the Soul, who published our book, maybe he might be interested in
Exactly.
that. Then we get the screenplay. I have a really good friend who works with Francis Ford Coppola. Let's get this into production, distribution. Let's do it. Then we can do a book on tape. I know some great voiceover artists, unless you're interested in reading your own book, right? But do you guys see where it builds? It's like the lasagna effect. Ooh, that sounds so
It's so
right now.
amazing.
But
It's
it's
so
true.
amazing.
But sometimes you just need that ding to go, oh shit, I had it within me the whole time. Right?
Yeah.
So many people talk about like, oh man, if I could put my life in a movie, I'd make so much money. Okay, well, why aren't you?
And honestly, I mean,
Yeah.
all these ideas have been swirling around in my head, right? Like, and I've been helping other people fulfill their visions over the years and
Yeah.
learned amazing, amazing, skills. But it wasn't until I came to VIP Ignite that it was like, whoa, bring all of this together and just go for it, right? And with the accountability and the environment and the absolutely outstanding coaches, I've learned to like unleash that dream.
Because I think when so many people are trying to get started, I hear like, and again, I interview thousands of people, but I don't live in the right location. So what? This is on Zoom. Here's your family. My friends and family don't support me. Okay, and what does that mean? If you're over the age of 18 and you could take a bullet for your country, grow a pair. Let's start living out your dreams now. Don't take them to the grave. You know what I mean? And I think that when people say I don't have time, I mean, you work crazy hours. You find the time. You find the time. And that's
And
something
Leah
I
has
really-
been such an inspiration too.
Yeah.
She's one of the most organized people I know. I'm always competing with her to keep up my organization, so the
Yeah.
community helps itself.
But you have and it's a safe space. You're no longer alone.
Yeah.
And I think that gives us a warm feeling. Deneen, don't you cry, I'm watching. But the love and, the desire to do well, everybody in the team, I mean, yeah, we're a little bit competitive, but
Yeah.
it's also like we're all number one cheerleaders for each other.
Yeah.
We celebrate each
100%.
other. How many of you
Yes.
guys love that? Because really, I mean, we're a little bit dysfunctional at times, but listen, especially before an event, everyone like, and the procrastinators. Wait, what do we have to do? Like, it's like 2 days before a live event. Wait, what? What do we have to do? But it's up to you to make your own success. And we give you all the tools here at VIP Ignite. And
Absolutely.
you and Leah, I mean, again, we had tremendous emails, but can you guys see why they stood out? Why they stood out? Because I think it's so important that, and I love the fact that now you're helping others.
Yeah, that's the most amazing part. Like, that's my ultimate, right? Like, to be on such a platform, to be able to expand the help that I'm able to give others. That's the end goal for me.
Yeah. Huh. You would think we were on to something. Cool. Any other questions? How many of you guys can listen to her all day? I know I could.
Thank you so much, Alicia and Deneen. You're amazing.
No, I love what you shared. I love everything that you're doing. And I love, again, because what we do here is, yes, we get you started in acting, modeling, and music, but there's so much more that we do. Like, the community that we have built is so robust, so many different personalities, so many people that have different gifts and abilities. And when you put a bunch of creative people together with a bunch of different skill sets, amazing things happen. And that's why I'm so proud of what we've built here. So thank you so much for both you and Leah and everyone else who submitted your emails. Thank you so much for sharing your hearts with us, because you know what the thing is, and thank you, Sid, very much. You both know your why, and it's so important to have that why, because if you don't, again, it's kind of like there are days where this is amazing and there's days where this is not amazing. So you have to have that why of what you want to do to be able to really push yourself forward. So thank you so much for sharing that, Solange. I appreciate that.
Solange, let me ask you a quick question. Some of you guys didn't get the email because it literally went out like 10 days ago. So if you did not get the email, somebody's like, I'm so mad. Calm down. Maybe it went to your spam. Okay. Or perhaps you weren't even part of this yet. Do you have a vision board, like anything you tell yourself in the mornings, like
Absolutely,
to get going?
And it's on my phone.
Oh,
That's awesome.
wait, let me see it one more time. Let me see. Wait,
I created it from
wait, I
AI.
can't see it. It's a black screen. Hold on.
Oh, sorry. Can you see that?
Wait, no. Oh, okay. Kinda. That's really cool. That's like AI.
Yeah.
AI
So I
meets
took
Adobe
all the
meets-
elements of my, my goals, and I created AI versions of them because I'm so into that, right? Like,
Yeah.
and then I created the graphic for my screen. And actually on the 21-day challenge, we learn about putting our vision board together, and we've given challenges, right? Like we all had to do from the get-go. And so that's where that came from.
That's a great tool, guys, for you to put your vision board on your phone, because even though I love my kid, but that's something, just a constant reminder, like, man, anytime you're feeling out, here we go, up, back in alignment.
Yeah. And we all have our phones on us all the time. So
All day, every day.
Awesome.
It's great.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Solange.
And when are we going to get a copy of the screenplay?
I
Because
can
now
send
I
it
want to read it. Send it
today.
over.
I'll send it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, send it over. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, how many of you, Solange again, she face in a box. How many of you find her a lot more interesting now than you did when I mean, her face in a box is beautiful, right? But how many of you find her more interesting right now? How many of you are happy that she's a part of your community? And I want you guys to think about this because you know what? Like the way that you share your story is going to be the way that people are going to perceive you. Yesterday we talked about this, right? We talked about how you have to have the wisdom, you have to have knowledge, and you have to have inspiration, you have to be inspired. How many of you are more inspired now that you've met Leah and you've met Solange? You're like, okay, you know what? I'm even more inspired. How many of you want the opportunity to bring more of that inspiration to other people? Right? That's what it's all about. Like that's what it's about because you know what? Something I learned from Tony Robbins, a rising tide raises all ships. Right? And hearing from those two ladies today helped to rise all of us. Right? So, Alicia, what I would love for you to do now is since we put these guys on the hot seat, is I would love for you to share a little bit about your like why do you do this? Like you are the face of VIP Ignite. You get a lot of fun. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But can you tell us what made you decide to start doing this?
Other than the Finding Fame version, I think it's really important that, you're taught when you're younger that you could do anything in the world that you want to do if you work hard and you just dream and you believe. And sometimes like things are out of your control. Am I right? Like you can't just become president. You can't just become a princess. Like it's not that easy. And, when I was 6, I had a dream that I wanted to make movies. And, actually we just went out to breakfast this morning. We were talking about it. And, at the age of 6, it was cute. And at 17, when I tried to sit down with my very conservative parents, some of you guys, if you read the book, like my dad went to West Point, he was a corporate lawyer. My mom is a legal secretary. Growing up, like it was get a good job, provide for your family, like pay your bills on time, like be an outstanding, citizen. But when you're 17 and you're like, oh, I don't want to go to college, I want to go to film school, your parents are like, what did we do wrong? Are you on drugs? Like, why are you doing this to us? You're so smart. You're so much better than that. Really? There are people working full time that like could barely pay bills. I mean, it's crazy. I think about it because I live near Disney now. And I'm like, how do normal people how do families provide go to Disney? Did you guys know there are no more children's passes at Disney, just as an FYI? So my 3-year-old, anytime we go, it's like he's not even going to remember it, but somehow we're spending $200 a day just to get him into the park. And life is just expensive, and you have all these notions about you want to be able to provide and go on trips and drive a nice car and have a nice home and not ever have to worry. And at the age of 17, when I showed my parents the schools I wanted to go to in New York City and LA, I grew up in Fort Lauderdale. My dad's like, we're not paying for this. Like, there's no way that we want something with a guaranteed outcome. And I'm thinking, wait, you're a lawyer, no guarantee, right? And when I ended up going to school here in Orlando, I ended up going to a college. I graduated with a double major in TV and film and communications. I busted my butt. 5 years college. I did summer classes, and I really just wanted to get through and prove to everybody that I could do this. And I chose Orlando, 1, because it was a state school, 2, because I had partial scholarships, but I knew it was near Universal and Disney. So in my mind, I was out to prove everybody else wrong. And I don't want to say my parents hated on the idea. They just didn't understand it. It was foreign to them. And when I got out of school, Deneen, I did what most of my friends did. I joined websites and I asked for advice from the peanut gallery, people that didn't understand my dreams, had never accomplished anything in show business. And it's kind of like asking a girlfriend, for love advice when they're going through a nasty divorce. Every opinion I heard was extremely tainted. And I knew that we had a desire to help people in show business, but Mike and I mean, we started from nothing. We fell on our face more than anybody else who ever started a business. I mean, the stakes were high. If you guys read Finding Fame, you'll see what we had to endure. And honestly, the book, as much as I love it, that's the Disney version. Like there should be a Finding Fame 2.0, the dark side, to really go over like the mind, the tears and risking everything and the craziness that we dealt with, because it was a roller coaster. Like any time we talk to anybody, a lot of time going to professional, communities and getting advice from other entrepreneurs, nobody's ever endured like what we had to do to start this crazy company that does extraordinary things. And I think that, like, to my core, I want to be someone that helps, that understands what it's like to have a dream, and your friends and family, either they're not supportive or they're giving you bad advice because they've never done it. Or, I find that most people don't live out their dreams to me because it's easier to blame society, blame their life, blame their parents. But at the age of 18, like, you could fight for your country and take a bullet. Like, you can join the military. How are you not strong enough to tell your parents, like, this is my dream, I'm going for it? And like be able to live with those convictions. Like, I think that people don't even try because they're afraid of failure. Well, you didn't even try. I would much rather somebody try and fail than not try at all. And that's kind of like my core and who I am. It's like, no, it's not going to be easy. But if I could save you time and money showing you what works, what doesn't, the red flags, the scams, where you're going wrong, we know how to diagnose. We know what it takes to get into this business. It's tried and true based on our outcome, what we've achieved. And that's not like a brag, but we're really proud of what we do and what we're continuing to do. I mean, again, like you said it, like we work around the clock, and now we have so many amazing new projects that we haven't even discussed yet. Which my head, like even at breakfast this morning, my mom's like, "Are you working on anything new?" And I was like, "Oh, I might have to go to Dubai next week." And she's like, "What?" And like just all these amazing opportunities. And honestly, a lot of them scare the shit out of me. Oh, you're going to go on Fox with, one of the sharks from Shark Tank. No, I'm not ready for that. But you say yes, and you swallow your pride, and you're like, this is an amazing opportunity. So I think it's really important for anybody here to understand, like, we're here and we do these calls for free. I mean, you got to talk to one of the stars of a hit TV show, Chuck. You got to talk to Brian O'Halloran, who has a cult following in Clerks. You got to talk to, I mean, today in like 10 minutes, we have a huge SAG-AFTRA licensed agent who manages people on Stranger Things and The Walking Dead and all these big shows. You can't just do that because you will it to happen or manifest it. You better know someone who is able to get you into that circle. And that's what we built without anything, without anybody helping us. We figured it out, but we had to fall on our face many, many, many times. And we have the scars to prove it. So that's me to the core. Like, I'm a fighter, I'm a warrior. I don't take no for an answer. If I can't figure it out, I'm going to find the answer, but I'm going to go to legitimate, real people that have also been in that experience, that success, success is everything in this business. So
Yeah.
that's it. That's who I am.
That's awesome. I love it.
Who are you?
Who am I?
Yeah, I want to hear this.
I'm about to start singing Les Miserables, but I won't, because I love all of you. So my journey was a lot different than yours, and probably most people on here. I never wanted anything to do with the entertainment industry,
And
honestly.
she says that so sweetly.
Like it was never a desire. My best friend in high school would invite me over to watch the Oscars, and I'm like, why would I want to, like, I don't want to do that.
That was one of the most difficult things I found, because I love TV and film and I love everything dealing with celebrity. When Denise first started working with us, I'm like, hey, you're going to talk to this person today from, America's Next Top Model, or this Oscar winner. And she's like, what? Who?
Yeah, like,
and she's totally true. She didn't know any of these people.
Yeah, like, well, I did know Dan Lauria, but that's because I identify as one of the characters in the Wonder Years, the original one. Like, but the thing is like, I never wanted anything to do with the entertainment industry. When I was a kid, like, I knew that there was something amazing for me out there, but when I talk about the hero's journey, I feel like I can relate to Bilbo Baggins, because, like, when I was 7 years old, I knew that I was supposed to help be someone to help change the world. Right. But I have a family, my family and my friends, and like, everyone wanted me to be comfortable. So I didn't know who I was for most of my life. So I didn't know who I was for most of my life. So growing up, like I kind of did what everyone else wanted me to do. Like I was really good at science. I was really good at math. I was good at all these things, but I didn't know who I was and what I wanted to do. But I always had this thing in the back of my head. You're going to change the world. There's something that out there for you to do. And so I just kind of floated through life. Like I went to college. I went to the University of Connecticut to be a pharmacy major. And I was arrogant when I went to school because I graduated at the top of my class. And the classes I was taking at UConn were classes I took in freshman, sophomore, junior year at high school. So I was like, I don't have to go to class. I also had a stupid boyfriend back at home. And so I was like, there was that going on. So I didn't take it seriously. So after my 1 year of college, I went home and I was like, okay, well, now what? I started working in a doctor's office. I started working in a bank. I worked my way up from part-time teller to assistant vice president in 5 years. I took a branch from $0 to $2 million and in 1 year in a very heavily saturated market, but it just wasn't fulfilling to me. So I left because I knew that there was something more. I was very involved in my church. I helped to build a church from 12 people to over 1,000 people in 5 years. Like I've done all these amazing things building, but it was never, all that stuff was great, but there was just something more. So before I started working with VIP Ignite, I was working in a dental office and Mike and I were friends, and you and Mike were at an event I think in Boise, and Russell Brunson gave a challenge to start a podcast. And Mike called me up and I was like literally sitting at the dental office working. And he was like, hey, Deneen, I want you to do something for me. I want you to host a podcast for my company. And I was like, what? He was like, I want you to host a podcast for my company. I was like, Mike, I'm an introvert. I don't host podcasts. He was like, uh-huh. I was like, Mike, I know nothing about the entertainment industry. Like, how am I going to host a podcast? What am I going to ask these actors and models? Oh, how do you walk? How do you memorize lines? That's going to be the stupidest podcast ever. Like, why do you want me to do that?
She
He was
literally
like,
said
and
that.
I can feel him rolling his eyes, even though I didn't see him. And then finally I was like, Mike, I've never hosted a podcast before. And he was like, what? You don't think you're not up for the challenge? You can't learn? And I was like, I'm Italian, y'all. I was like, of course I'm up for the challenge. And 2 days later, I'm sitting down hosting the former art director of Vogue and one of his models on a podcast. And I'm sweating in places I shouldn't be sweating. And I was freaked out. And what I found was that I could help people. And that first podcast was terrible. You can actually go back and listen to it if you want to understand how bad it was, please. And Solange has, and she said, yes, Denise, it was terrible.
This is how it's going.
Yeah, right. But
Yeah.
then since then, I've had the opportunity to interview the man who discovered Lady Gaga. I've interviewed Mark Victor Hansen. I've interviewed one of the biggest entrepreneurs. Like the things I've done have been amazing. But the thing is I could have very easily stayed working in the dental office. I was good at it. I was making decent money. I had a 401k. I had benefits. I had everything my dad wanted for me. And when I left the dental office, and I still remember because it was actually Mike's birthday. My last day at work was on Mike's birthday. And like, I walked out and I started crying because I was like, what the did I just do? Like, what am I doing? Like, why am I doing this? And my father, like, he was like, girl, I strongly advise against this. I don't think you should do this. And my mom was like, are you sure? Like, how are you going to pay your bills? How are you going to do all of these things? And I was like, I don't know these answers, but I know that this is something I need to do. And then fast forward like a year, it was probably a year I was doing this, and I was actually doing a training call for our talent, and my dad was listening. And I saw him, I felt him watching me, but I didn't. I was just like in the moment. And I was doing the call, and he said at the end of the call, he's like, hey, girl. Yeah. He's like, you're pretty good at what you do, aren't you? I was like, yeah, I'm pretty good at what I do. He's like, you really love it, don't you? I said, yeah, I do, Dad. And he's like, you're really helping people, aren't you? And I was like, yeah. He's like, I'm proud of you. I'm glad you're doing that. And the reason I'm sharing this with you is that it's so difficult sometimes to take that call to adventure. It's difficult when you're comfortable because you know what? 98% of people will never leave the comfort zone to go out to the adventure. 98% of people are going to go to work every day and I'm not going to say that they're miserable, but they're not going to be fulfilling their destiny. They're going to be there and they're going to keep doing the same thing, expecting different results, watching movies thinking, wow, that could be me, but never having the cojones to step out.
You could say balls. You could say
No,
balls.
I don't, I would prefer not.
I'll say balls. Balls,
But
balls.
the thing
balls.
is like, the point I'm trying to make is like, and I've had the opportunity to speak from stage. Like, the thing is, when I was 7 years old, I got a very specific vision of where my life would be. And now I'm here talking to you guys. Literally, we have represented probably all 50 states. I've spoken from stage with some of the biggest people in the world. I had the opportunity to have a conversation.
One of the last things you did was you got to hang out with Patrick Mahomes' sports agent.
Yeah.
The movie Jerry Maguire was based
Yeah.
on him. And then you were with who else? You were in Vegas with the Raiders?
Yeah,
Like,
I
dude,
have had the
You
opportunity.
get to the Super Bowl.
The-
Like, think about all the
the-
stuff you've done.
The general manager of the Raiders, we've hung out with him. We've done a lot of amazing things. And when I'm
Fashion
telling
weeks,
you this,
Broadway shows, movie sets. Look at all
movie
that stuff.
sets.
Round
I
of
mean-
applause for Deneen White.
And
Literally,
when-
talk about facing your fears. But Michael Thompkin is a genius.
Yeah, and
he knows who you are to the core without you saying a word. And he knew you had it in you the whole time.
Yeah, and that's the thing I want you guys
Yeah.
to understand. Like, if you're here right now, we see you. And a lot of you don't feel seen, but we see you, and that's why we're here. And I'm not telling you, I don't want you to, I don't tell you this to impress you. I tell you this to impress upon you that it should be you. So when I think it's funny, I was doing the last presentation and some girl like, ooh. I was doing the last presentation and some girl was like, why are you even saying all this? Bye. We don't need you here. Because
Let me know when
the
you're
thing,
doing your next webinar with actors
Yeah.
from hit TV shows and casting directors
but
and huge agents.
yeah,
We don't have to do these. That's why
But-
we do it, to separate ourselves from the rest.
yeah. But what I want you guys to understand is that you have the power within you to live an extraordinary life.
Yeah.
You can be the 2%, but the 2% are doing something that other people are not doing. So today you're going to have the opportunity to take an adventure. You're going to have that opportunity. So when you have that opportunity, instead of thinking, oh, like I showed you those fear archetypes. Do you want to live in that state of fear with your ego keeping you safe? Or do you want to step out and be the 2%? Do you want to be the person who gets on set? Do you want to be the person who leads other people? Do you want to be the other person? Do you want to be the person that people are like, hey, you know what? I have this dream. Can you help me?
How many of you guys want more? Like, yeah, maybe, I talk to so many people, I really want to do this, but, they know how much their paychecks are every week, every other week. They know exactly how much is going towards groceries and phone and cable, and think about it. And there's no way for them to get ahead. They're like just on a carousel going around. You're not going anywhere. You're just going in circles. Unless you have to change the insanity. And the insanity is usually you wanting everything consistent. The only way to shake things up is you have to take risks in order to gain. You have to take risks. Always. You have to step out of your comfort zone. You have to do things that challenge you. But the
Yeah.
best way is to have a mentor that's like, hey, I've been exactly where you are. And we saw that with Solange and Leah. Let me show you the way, because I'm exactly like you. I was exactly where you were. Let me show you how I broke out from that. And a lot of
Yeah.
times it's mindset, which Deneen, you are a genius at.
Thanks.
Deneen does like Jedi mindset training. I call her anytime I'm like in tears, having a breakdown. I'm like, okay, 5 minutes, go, give it to me hard. Like, let's just, that sounded dirty,
Yeah.
but it's the truth.
And here's the thing too, I'm gonna leave you with one thing and then we have our first guest here, so I don't want to keep her
she's
waiting.
laughing for me.
Yeah, but this is what I want you to think about too. Fear is normal. It's part of who you are. And you could be like the 98% that shrug away from their fears. But the moment that your life is going to change is when you lean into your fear. And you're like, okay, fear, I see you. Thank you for being here. Because you know what? I know that if there was a saber-toothed tiger coming to attack me, you'd have my back. But fear, this is not a fear that I need to lean in. This is not a fear that I need to shrink from. I need to lean into this. And I want you to think about that throughout the rest of this call. Fear is normal. We all have it. This morning, before I even every morning before I turn on these Zoom calls, I freak the fluff out. I literally do. I'm like, I can't do it. What am I even doing this? Oh my God, it's gonna listen to me. And then you know what? I turn on that Zoom and I'm like, hey guys, my name is Denise White. Here I am. You would never know. But if I had the choice to be normal, to be ordinary, I chose not to do that. Even this morning.
Boring. Blech.
Oh yeah,
Boring.
no, you don't want. I like vanilla ice cream. I don't want to live a vanilla life.
No.
So, all right. Are you guys ready? The day is just beginning. The day is just beginning. All right. So, are you guys ready to really take 2024 and make it yours? Are you ready to start taking some notes? Well, hopefully you've been taking notes. I really did give you some good value today. But are you guys ready to start taking some notes and learn from the best of the best of the best? Are you guys ready for that? Okay, so let me introduce our next guest to you. So our next guest is Tanya Kleckner. Having a well-known and prominent musician as a father, she grew up around many famed and celebrated artists such as Jimi Hendrix, the Beatles, Shirley Bassey, Nina Simone, Billie Holiday, which inspired Tanya to pursue music. The power-packed combination of her ability to play many different instruments, hands-on music industry knowledge, and college degree in music earned her a position as a sound engineer. Tanya worked in many British studios with amazing artists and legends, including Led Zeppelin, Tina Turner, and The Who. For 30 years, Tanya has worked her way through the talent agency and management system and has been wildly successful. Along the way, she has earned a reputation as a straight shooter, and she has accumulated a fiercely loyal clientele following. She has one of the series leads on Wednesday for Netflix, and All American, and The Walking Dead, alongside many large recurring roles on The Morning Show, This Is Us, Stranger Things, The Patient, The Rookie, NCIS, Station 19, CSI, Outer Banks, and the list goes on and on and on. Everyone, please give it up for the one and only Miss Tanya Kleckner. Oh, just needed to turn on her camera.
Where is she?
Oh,
She
there
likes
you
to
are.
make an entrance.
I got her. Oh, hi, Tanya. How are you? Oh, hold on. I have to. It's my first time on Zoom. Unmute. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Hi guys.
Hi, how are
Hi.
you?
What's
Good. How
up?
are you? Nice to
Awesome.
see you.
Nice to
Am I
see
too
you.
shiny? There we go. Can you see me?
Yes, we could see you.
Okay.
Yes. Coming to you live from Los Angeles. What's going on over there?
Uh, not much. It's a sunny day. The sun came out yesterday, so it's nice. Yeah.
Good. Good.
Nothing. Same old. Busy, like crazy. Which is a good
Busy's
thing.
Good.
Busy's good. I'll take that after last year. So yeah. What can I say? Just every day, you know me, so
I know.
busy.
I know you. Some of you guys know Tanya. How many of you guys, this is your very first time meeting Tanya? If so, type, it's my first time. I'm in rare form today. Okay.
Oh,
So-
really? Here we go then.
You're going in the hot seat. Everybody feel the fire. It's gonna get hot in
I
here.
can feel it.
It's gonna be great. All right, so we're gonna go over a little bit about your background, if that's okay.
Of course.
Because one of the themes we're doing today is who are you to the core? Like, who are you? And I mean, you are an extraordinary agent, and I do want to get your opinion on the Oscar nominations and the whole shakeup with Barbie and get your opinion since you're right there in the heart of Hollywood. But I want to know who you are to your core, like, how did you become like a power agent? How did this transpire? Because you didn't
Um,
manifest it. So like, manifestation to me is a dirty word lately. You have to, you have
I
to
did
hustle.
do
You
that.
have
We
to
didn't
get
even
your-
know. We didn't know what doing a manifestation for your future and things like that back in the early 90s. That didn't exist. So I've been an agent for 30 years, over 30 years, goodness. And I moved out here after, like, more or less after college, and after I was working in a studio in London, and just wanted to break a vacation really. And then I was going to be here for 3 months on my visa, and then I didn't go home and got married and stayed. Didn't go back to England for 5 years, but I needed a job. So quickly, so I suddenly landed a job as a receptionist at a very big agency, a big corporate agency with a lot of A-list celebrities and very old school agents. They've been agents since the 60s, so very old school actors.
And who did they manage? Can you give us, because I always love it, because I love Hollywood. So who did they manage? Who was on their roster?
Well, one of the founders that had got this agency was Jack Nicholson. So a lot of well-established, Kelsey Grammer was there, and Ossie Davis, Ruby Dee, Paul Winfield, a lot of old school people that probably people don't know. I actually worked with my mentor was Betty McCart, and she was an agent there, and actually Juno Temple played her in the Offer on Paramount Plus, because she and Al Ruddy got The Godfather made, the original Godfather. And then after that film, she wanted to become an agent, and so she was there, and so she kind of took me under her wing and trained me up. She had like Tom Selleck and folks like that. I think that was one of her first clients, actually, from when she went from producer to agent. So a lot of great stories within this agency. They're very well known, old school. And I also worked with a guy called Hilly Elkins, and he had James Coburn right when he won the Oscar, and then Michael Madsen, the Talia Shire, Jason Schwartzman, folks like that whole family, the Coppola family.
That's
Yeah.
good family.
So so really good, strong actors, strong personalities, which I tend to gravitate to. And then within 2 years, I worked my ass off, and I got the corner office, and I was made a junior agent. They franchised me, made me a junior agent, and so I was handling all the independent films, independent, and studio films, and did really well. Then I got TV stuff, and that was it. Yeah.
But you started
Here I
off as
am.
like a secretary, and you were waiting because you knew this other person that had the office was really,
Yes.
really crappy. And you
Well, I
were
saw
waiting
that-
for this person to get fired, and you're like, when she does, I'll be right there. I'll be
Yeah.
waiting in the wings.
Yeah.
But you had to show your worth. You knew in your heart that you could do it, but you sometimes have to get in and then like build your bridge yourself. And sometimes it's just a waiting game.
I could see her, and she was the assistant to two of the partners, and the two partners, if you didn't know them, would come across as quite scary because they're aggressive on the phone. They're selling their talent. I mean, it can be a stressful job.
Yeah.
But I just suddenly, we got on very, very well. I love them both dearly. One of them unfortunately passed away pretty young. But I just love them so much. And I could see their assistant was just shit at her job. Bless her. She was so sweet, but she'd panic. And because you have that kind of job when you're assisting partners of a big firm like that, you have to multitask. Like, it's a lot of multitasking. You're doing 10 things at once. It's insane because everything moves so quickly. And that's one of my specialties. I'm really good at that. So I was kind of watching what she was doing. And then the partner came to me and goes, we need to fire her. Do you want to take the job? I'm like, absolutely.
So you didn't say, let me think about it. Let me talk to my husband. It was yes.
No, it's always me. No, I don't need to speak to my husband for permission. No.
Support maybe, but not permission. I want you guys to all understand that if you're trying to get into show business, you always ask for support. I just need your support. I've decided to go on this journey.
He'd have to support me either way because I was staying there, and I was working full time, and it was great. And I was there for a long time, many, many years. And then they trained me to be basically who I am today.
So permission is I think so many people use that as a scapegoat as to why they can't, I need to ask permission. I'm sorry, how old are you? No.
Maybe you were watching some Downton Abbey because they have to ask permission there in that day.
But that was, that was a while ago. Okay.
Well, some people do have to ask permission. It's true. I mean, from their loved ones. I don't know. It's different scenarios.
No.
Should we not go then?
Okay, so let's continue. Aren't you guys glad that I inserted some curse words before, Tanya? I was like warming the crowd up for you. Okay, let's keep going.
I heard you.
so-
I heard it.
I know. It happens. All right, so now you left that agency and you work now with Michelle and you guys run HRI. So can you talk about what a theatrical agent is and about SAG-AFTRA just a little bit, and then I'm gonna put you on the hot seat once you kind
Yeah.
of build the foundation.
Well, a theatrical agent we're state licensed and bonded by the state of California, and we're actually the same in New York. And we are SAG franchised, so we are franchised by the Screen Actors Guild. So I'm a legal representative that I'm allowed to negotiate studios for for your contracts and deal memos or whatever you're doing, when I'm licensed to legally negotiate for you. So what I do is I find talent. A lot of my talent does come from referrals from managers or even casting directors. And I found people in showcases also. And, I develop, if they haven't got anything on their resume, I'm going to develop them, make sure they're in class. They have to be training every week.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep interjecting, and I don't mean to cut you off, but did you say they have to be in class in order to
Yes.
get an agent? So I want
Yes.
everybody to type training. So for those of you that want real castings for major roles on TV and film, the ones that pay money, right, to live that lifestyle that you want to live, like the ideal, right? You have to be in class. So what if somebody had class back in the day, but not currently in class now?
No, because then I don't feel any passion from them. I feel they're not in this for the long haul. I don't think they're giving it 150%. I've had people come to me that said, "Oh, well, I did a lot of high school plays." No agent or manager cares about a high school play. What we care about, because that's also very different acting than TV film. What we care about is we want to make sure that you've got the correct TV film training, that when I sell you to a studio or network and then you go and do a show, that you're going to know what you're doing. You're going to be able to change up the script when they ask it. You can think quick on your feet because you've got that improv skill background. Cold reading when they give it to you the last minute, and they need to
reading. Okay.
Yeah, you need to, they'll send you back to your trainer and say, "Look, we've changed up the scene, come back in 20 minutes," and you have to have that memorized. Again, that's how they train you, and you need to understand.
You're looking to submit, like, are you guys ready? I'm going to tell you the secret as to what she's looking for. Are you ready? You must be an actor, like a real actor, not an impersonator.
Yes.
Like legit, because as an agent, you're not there training people on how to act. And I get this notion quite a bit. I don't know who started this vicious rumor, but I hear this a lot, and I'm going to debunk this now. But I hear a lot like, "Oh, if somebody really wants me, I should never pay for anything. Agents only make money when we make money." That's true, rocket scientist. But did you ever think in that little tiny brain of yours that, yeah, the agent can only submit you to castings that you qualify for, but you have to come to the table with everything done. You don't provide photos, you don't provide training, reels, especially now that this business has changed. And we're going to go over headshots and reels in just a bit. But if you like a talent, they have to come with everything done.
Everything. I'm a saleswoman.
Yeah.
So you're basically product for me, like obviously, lovely people, but I'm selling you as an actor. So when I'm selling you as an actor to the networks or studios, you need to bring your A game. You need to be ready. I will not take on anybody that hasn't been in class or hasn't trained as an actor. My reputation is on the line as well. It's not always about you. It's about my reputation as well. So I know the casting director that when they come to me and say, "Hey, we're struggling to find this role on Stranger Things. Who have you got for this role? Send me your 3 best people." I'm going to send my 3
got 110 people right now that would die at that shot.
I would get my 3 strong actors that are training. They go in class every single week. They're going to
do right by you.
They're going to do
submit. They have to land the job. Yeah.
And they're going to do an amazing tape, and I'm going to send that to casting. And if they book it, they're going to be available. I'm not going to have an actor, so to speak, who just can't afford class anymore. So I've not been in it for 6 months, and then they do a tape. I send the tape. That's unlikely, but if I do send the tape, then the booking comes in. They're like, "Oh, I don't know whether I can travel. I don't know whether I can take time out of work for that job." It's hard enough for me to get my actors an audition. For one guest star role on a show like NCIS, there are going to be about 5,000 to 6,000 submissions for that one role.
Okay,
so
stop. Everybody type 5,000 to 6,000 submissions for one role. And especially now, I always love it when people, oh, I love the fact that we're on Zoom. It's so easy. No. Easy. What comes up must go down. It is easier, yes, for anybody to live throughout the country and get submitted, but it's harder now because you're no longer competing with just the people in LA think about it. You're now competing against some kid living in Mississippi. Like that is your competition. So 5,000 to 6,000 submissions for one role.
Yep. So finally, if you get an audition, hopefully you will, because I have good relationships with these casting directors, and I do tend to get auditions for these shows. Well, I do get auditions for these shows.
But you can't get them without an agent, correct? Like the breakdowns you
No.
get. And again, can you talk a little bit about, and I hate to cut you off, but SAG-AFTRA is shutting down all the fake casting sites. Did you see that?
I did.
Okay.
That's good.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
So Actors Access is a site that I work out. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's a site that I work on, or we call it Breakdown Services. And because I'm state licensed, I'm allowed to receive those breakdowns. We have to show them our state license so they know that we're legit. And so the casting directors will put all of their breakdowns through that submission. Now, a breakdown is, it's Stranger Things, for instance. This is the next season. So it'll have, okay, this is producers, this is who's directing this episode, this is who's casting this episode. Normally it's the same casting director each season, but and then it'll list me down, okay, the guest star of the role, which is kind of like, you're the main storyline of that episode, but you're only going to be doing one episode, and it kind of goes down to maybe a smaller guest star, and then it'll go down to co-star, which is kind of a good role on the show for that one episode, but kind of a secondary character behind the main guest star lead. So that I'll see those roles, and then I will click on each role, read it, and then I'll put the actors in that I think is good for this role, and then I will submit their picture, resume, reel. If they don't,
we're going to break that down in just a bit for anybody here that's like, wait, what is she talking about? What is a reel? We'll break that down in a second. But all of these castings, how many of you guys have ever been on Facebook or Instagram and it says Cobra Kai, Stranger Things, Marvel? Oh, bullshit. Fake, not real. You cannot get access to those castings without an agent. An agent is the only one that can get breakdown. So if you're a freelance and you don't have an agent, you are not auditioning for major motion pictures or television shows. Do you guys all understand? If you understand that, type understood. And this is kind of like where the clickbait comes from, which is why SAG-AFTRA is squashing these companies, which praise Jesus on that one. It's like my Christmas miracle. But these companies, I'm so tired of the freaking lies. Oh my God, my kid is going to audition for Marvel. No, that's not how it works. Mm-hmm. Marvel has their own in-house casting department, Netflix. You can't get those breakdowns because you saw an ad on Instagram. So any of these casting websites that were charging money are bye-bye. Okay.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that it got easier for you, because now the competition is fierce and you have to have everything together. Okay. So why is it that only agents can get these breakdowns? Like,
agents,
Reginald Holmes just submit himself to be a star on Stranger Things. Why not? What's the politics behind it?
Agents and managers can get the breakdowns, but not all managers. They have to get like a referral from one of us to say, yep, they're a legitimate manager.
So there's a vetting process to even
so
get
it's a very
access.
big vetting process from the agents. We get, or even other casting directors will recommend them and blah, blah, blah. So it's a whole big vetting process. Actors, it would be hell if actors had the breakdown services. It would be my living nightmare, because not only, this whole town, everyone's an actor, a producer, a writer, something, Yeah. There was a fire down the road from my house, and he was a cute fireman. I'm like, oh, he'd be good for commercials. He's like, oh, I've already got an agent. You know what I mean? Only in LA, right? You see a fireman and he's already got an agent.
Like, they're not on my level. I know that.
Yeah.
But if they were, you want to be a firefighter still.
Yeah, I had my commercial head on. I'm like, he'd be great on the commercial side. So anyway, so that's LA. So to have it, you have to remember, one guest star role on a show like Netflix or Stranger Things are going to get 5,000 to 6,000 submissions. Those are from legit agents and legit managers. So can you only imagine how many submissions we would get? Tens of thousands. Us as agents wouldn't have a chance. And then the problem is, when you don't have an agent, plus the casting directors will go nuts. But and you need to have an agent, because when you do book one of these jobs, I have to negotiate that contract for you, so I have to make sure that you're protected. But yeah, there is no way that all the actors can get on breakdowns. Like, it would be insane. Because also, if my actors had breakdowns, they'd be calling me every day going, what about this role, what about this role, I wouldn't have time to sleep. I would literally just quit. I couldn't do it. The thought of it makes me ill, because it's too much. When you hire an agent, or when you take on an agent, you have to trust them. You have to trust that they're going to work hard for you, and you have to trust that they believe in you, that they're passionate about you, and they're going to do their job. That's why I make my 10% on your salary when you work. I get paid nothing, so I work for free until you guys book a job, and then when you book a job, I take 10% of your gross. So you have to trust in me that I'm doing my job, Right. And don't ever, another thing, if you are looking for an agent, there's something you should never do, is I always say, don't force an agent to take you on, because they'll just stick you on their books. If they do, and they'll do nothing for you. You want to find an agent or a manager who's really passionate about you. That's so important, because we all, as managers and agents, we all have to be really passionate about our clients, because then we do a really good job.
So when you sign a talent, and let's say, for an example, like you have an Apple TV casting, what do you submit over? Like, what does the actor have to come to the table with in order for you to be able to submit them to a real casting? Because I get a lot of people, and I'm going to just read a comment. Oh, I've been to these open calls and they ask for money. Well, no, that's not how the business works, but you do have to spend money to get into this business.
Yeah.
You do. There's no way to get around it. Like, you have to have your own headshots. You don't pay for headshots and then take it out of their earnings. You have to come to the table with great headshots, extraordinary headshots. Because I want you all to think about this. Like, if you were on Tinder right now or Facebook and you had 5,000 to 6,000 submissions, right, win a date, you would just be like, nope, just based on looks. You'd be so quick to be like, oh, hell no. But that's what a casting director does. They look at your headshot. So if your headshot isn't extraordinary, it's going to be costly for you to get a good headshot. But a headshot, even if you spent $700-800 on a headshot, Tanya, what kind of money could people earn as an actor? Like, I love when you give us the pay rates, and I know that it increased.
But my brains, because it increased 7%. I have the odd rates, but I'm going to give you the approximate. I need to write those down. It takes me a good month or so more to get into my head. So for an actor, let's go back to, I don't know, NCIS. Yeah, it's a 1-hour procedural show, right? CBS, and the guest star role. You're going to book the main guest star role for a 1-hour show. So if you book that role, they're going to buy you for 8 days. So a 1-hour show tends to shoot in an 8-day block. It might go over 1 or 2 days, but they buy you initially for the 8 days for 1 hour, and that's just over $10,000. So, which is great, and that's $1,000 commission for me, right? Then sometimes the next level down, they might buy you for a 1-day guest star, because they can only really buy you for 1 day or the full thing. So and that could range from $1,500 for the day to $3,000 for the day. And then we go down to co-star roles, and co-stars generally now, we used to be able to negotiate more back in the day, but they're kind of like stuck at the base scale rate for TV and film, for high budget TV film shows like Stranger Things and NCIS. And that is for 1 day. It's $1,201 for 1 day on a co-star role. Or they might buy you for 3 days, which is around $2,734, I believe, dollars for the 3 days. Or they might buy you for the week, which when they buy you weekly, it's for 5 days, generally Monday through Friday, and that's $4,169. And then, so they could buy you for 2 weeks. They might guarantee you for 2 weeks of work. And that, that's nice when they're buying you 2 weekly, and that's what, about 8,200. But ultimately I want my actors to, because I work on 10% commission. So my job is, when I find these developmental actors, I'm building their resume. So I'm building them into these, making sure they go into the room. So I need people, like you said, Ali, like with great headshots. That's my tool to sell you as an actor. I need a fabulous headshot. It needs to look like
great headshots. Don't just run out and try to that. Well, this photographer in Minneapolis does headshots. Oh, really? What actors have they worked with that booked a lot of work? Oh, they're they're professional. Well, my dog goes to PetSmart and gets professional photos every year with Santa. It's not going to help
That's so
you.
funny.
I mean, that's the truth. You need great headshots.
Yeah, we need
Yeah.
like a slightly better version of you. Obviously, you know how we take a photo, it's
Yeah.
few little touch ups. We all need a little touch up here and there, but don't go crazy with that. It has to be,
Yeah.
you know, LA, weirdly enough, is a very natural town. We want natural looking people. In, you know, and those headshots need to reflect that as well. So, you know, ladies, not too much makeup, big earrings, bangles, or just pats. You're fine.
Bangles, no Cartiers, no. Okay.
No, and if you, I mean, I wear glasses because I'm blind as anything, but if you don't wear
Yeah.
glasses, don't think, oh, I'm going to put some glasses on to look cute. No, we want what you look like. Yes, no hats, by the way, no hats. We want to see you, and we love it in natural light because it's just the background is better, and you guys do natural light. I've seen you guys, or
Our
however you do.
headshots are the best. I mean,
Your headshots are really
literally,
good.
we have the
Yeah,
former art director
they
of
were.
Vogue hiring photographers whose work lands talent. Mike Ryan, you know,
Yeah.
Ryan Murphy Productions and Spielberg. I mean, you need photographers that can yield results. But then the question is, okay, well, here's a good looking person, kind of like going to a bar. Oh, this person's attractive. And then they open up their mouth and you're like, shh. Like,
Yeah,
I
that
liked
happens a
you
lot.
until you started talking. That's where the real comes in. So back in the day, guys, I mean, this is before like pandemic. You would physically have to go to New York or LA to audition live and in person. How many of you guys would travel to LA or New York just for like a chance to audition? There's no guarantee you're auditioning. If you would travel, type I would travel. Because so many people like, oh, can't I do it from home? Well, you could, but that's the reason why people spend so much money living in New York or LA, because of proximity. There's a casting tonight at 9 o'clock. We get the email. You could be on set tomorrow morning. Oh, well, I can't do it. I've got kids. I've got work. I live in Oklahoma. Well, it sucks to be you. Why are you trying to get into show business? But now that we're on Zoom and casting directors are getting 5,000 to 6,000 submissions, what else do you submit, Tanya?
I submit a self-tape.
Okay,
Or-
so can you go over what a reel is?
I'm going to do like, yeah. So
Yeah,
if my
something-
actors have a, you're talking about the submission, correct?
Yeah.
So if
yeah.
my actors have a reel, a demo reel, I'm going to submit that. So that
What
a
is a
demo
reel?
reel, yeah, a demo reel is it's somebody's body of work, basically narrowed down to under 3 minutes.
So it shows
say
somebody's acting range.
it shows
so
their
again,
acting
like
range.
if
Yeah.
I look at
So-
Solange right now, oh, she's so cute. But then let's see if she can act. Oh, wow. I wouldn't have gotten this from her headshot. Look at that. I didn't know she had an accent. Look at that range. Now, do you provide reels or does the actor have to have a reel? And
You
how
have to
important is it for it to be good?
You have to provide reels.
Okay.
I first of all, I wouldn't know how to make one. I just, I'll send it, but it's too hard for me. No, I do not do the reel. So you need to find your bodies of work and put them into a reel and mix it together so it really shows your strong acting at the beginning.
So slice and dice the highlights
Yeah.
of you acting to show someone like, oh, I could do this.
Yeah, no.
But what if someone
montage.
has no work experience? Then what?
Well, hold on, but in the reel,
Yeah.
no montage. We don't want
No
any
montage.
montages in these reels. We want it to go right into your acting if you have this body of work, because that's what the casting director is going to be looking at. So make sure your first scene is really strong and shows different layers of your acting. And then, sorry, Ali, you said about self-tape.
Oh yeah. What if somebody's brand new?
If somebody's brand new, I obviously it comes down to your headshots. We've got to have great headshots to show these people who you are and who you're like, and this headshot needs to look like you. And then also the next thing that they're going to look at is your training. Like we went back before, the first, if you don't have anything on your resume, that the only thing they're going to look at is your training. Have you been trained? Are you hireable? Are you going to be able to handle the pressure on set? Will you know what you're doing? So it's really important to have all that training on your resume. No high school training. No one cares about that. It has to be legitimate training.
But if someone's kind of just starting, like we do reels, where you'll come out and you'll sit there and like people will memorize like a part of a script or do a slate where they introduce themselves. How important is that in the casting process for somebody who doesn't have a real work? You do
reels, or you do the self tapes?
Oh, the self tapes, yeah.
So the self tape is really important. Like if you don't have a body of work for the reel, I will ask for a self tape. So and normally that's how I sign somebody anyway initially when I've seen their self tape, because that's how they're going to present themselves as an actor, and I can see how real they are as an actor. And that's important. Can I sell this actor? Are they marketable? So the self tape, you will find like a monologue. I know you guys do that. It was fun.
Yeah.
I've done that with you. It's fun. You do the monologue. You find a monologue. It's generally no more than a minute long, and or a couple of minutes, whatever you prefer. And it needs to really showcase you as an actor. You really need to delve in you as an actor, who you really are. And I want to see something that shows different layers of you as an actor. You do not have to prove to us that you can cry. Nobody needs to see that you can cry on cue, because there's many other ways you can express that emotion as an actor. So we want to see that. Okay, that's really important. If you're a comedic actor and your strength is in comedy, and you think, oh, I'm going to try dramatic, no, not when you're auditioning in front of casting or folks like that. Stick to your strengths, stick to what you know. If you're really funny, that is amazing, because comedy can be very difficult to be able to hit the beats and the timing and all that kind of stuff. And if you make me laugh when I see it, then that's also a good thing. And I'm like, because I love comedy. So that's what you need to do. You need to find material that you can really connect to, and do not do material that we all know. Like don't do a scene from Friends or a monologue from Friends, or anything that's just
Notebook, Mean Girls.
No, lot of Notebook, and the Mean Girls big monologue. Or was that Legally Blonde?
Yeah.
You Fight the Truth, that one. I hear that so many times, because we're going to just compare you to the real actor. Our brain's going to go to that place. Or so, especially with Friends, I've gone back to Rachel and Ross, whatever scene they're doing. So you need to find material. It can be from a TV show, but from a scene or a film that you just really connect to, and you need to make it your own. If you want to take a spin on it, you can do that, but we need to feel that you're that character. And
So
it's not as easy as you think.
So when a casting director gets, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's not as easy as you think. That's why you have to have this training, and you're up against so many people. The competition is so fierce.
Well, you don't have to have the training if you're like comfortable where you are not booking real work. How many of you guys are not comfortable? Like you're like, I got to get out of here. I want to be on TV. I want to be on films. I want to buy my mom a new home. Because that's what she does. Yeah. Right. She gets to that level. Yeah.
Yeah. And also when we've done reels together, I've sat with the actor, which I love doing. And they saying, okay, they're doing their self-tape. So I've sat and watched them do their self-tape, and I'm like, no, you need to do this. And I give them very, very subtle changes. Yeah. Like it's just a small change that they didn't realize they were doing or didn't know how to do.
Because had they done it at home, they wouldn't know. Well, my mom said it was good. Oh, right. Is your mom a SAG after agent booking Spielberg? Just nope. Because what they want. Yeah.
So just these subtle changes on your initial tape that we send could ultimately give you a callback. So, that's why it's very important that these tapes, because some people are like, oh, my tape's amazing, watch my tape. And I'm looking at it going, oh,
who said the tape was amazing? You?
Oh, I've had a lot of people. No, not me. But some people are like, you've got to watch my reel. It's the best reel I've ever done. I look at it and I'm like, it's not. And I'll help them. I want to help them. Yeah. And so we change things up, and he's like, oh my God, I didn't realize this is so much better. And now we use that, so because, I'm like basically at the front gate trying to sell my actors. So I know kind of what sells, what doesn't sell, how you need to do it. I also need to make sure that the best material is going forward because it's coming from me. So casting directors will trust in me to come to me and say, give me your top 3 actors for this film. Who have you got? And I can deliver. So
and you're not going to submit somebody shitty because it's going to be a reflection of you.
Well, and also, why would I work with someone that doesn't want to train?
Yeah.
That is not committed to this 150%. I have to work for your ass for free. No, I will work for free because I believe in them and they believe in themselves, and they'll believe in me to do a good job, that we're in this together. We're a team, that they're going to work their butt off to do whatever it means. When I get you a self-tape audition, you're going to hand it to me quick, like in a good amount of time, so I can look at it. If you need any redirects, I can give that to you, and then we can get it to casting. And we work very, very fast getting all of this done. If I have to spend 1 or 2 days tracking you down to see if you're going to do the self-tape, or you get upset because I didn't like the self-tape, you take
or somebody responds, I'll get it to you in a couple of days.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if you heard me talking about the email I sent out, some people took like 6 days, and I was like, really?
No.
And I'm already done. I've moved on. Yeah.
And I also seen people that I'm like, okay, you've got a monologue prepared. They're like, yeah. And they're reading it to me on camera. And I'm like, well, how long have you had the monologue? She goes, oh, I've only had it 2 days. What?
You're an
should
actor.
be memorized within 2 days. You should be completely off book, because when you're reading a script off camera, it takes everything away. and you will never get a call back. And that to me shows that this actor's not in this 150% because they're not professional enough for me.
Yeah.
I need my actors to make my life easy as possible. My job is to get you an audition. That is my job. And I will get those auditions for my actors. But your job is to be in class, training, studying every week, get me things that I need right away so we can sell you as an actor. And then hopefully when you book those jobs, I will take care of you and take care of the contract. I'll walk you through it. This is what's going to happen, all that kind of stuff. I don't want drama. I don't want you to tell me if you're coming in from New York and the job's in LA, oh, I need to ask for time off work. I can't have any of that, because the only way I make money is from my actors, where it's 10%. You make 90%, I make 10%. So I have to book a lot of actors on a lot of jobs to pay my bills. So it's really important.
What if someone doesn't live in New York or LA, and let's say they like their headshot, they like their reel, but then now they get a callback, but they want it. I mean, now we're opening up the world again, which makes me happy, where Paramount or, somebody is going to, hey, I need you in California. Well, that's what happens when you don't live in LA. Now it's, oh, crap, I got to buy a plane ticket. Well, yeah, who pays for that? Do you pay for the talent?
I don't pay for anything. Why? No. Why? I'm not going to be out of pocket when I haven't made a penny off you. No. You have to pay your own plane tickets. So if you book a job here in LA, and it's what we call an LA local hire, meaning the production can only hire LA local people for their union job, and they love you and they want to hire you, and you live in Texas, you'd have to fly yourself to Texas. I mean, you'd have to fly yourself to LA.
It's like, what work is in Texas?
What?
No.
Yeah, you fly yourself to LA and put yourself up. That would be all on you. And then
you could write it off at the end of the year. You could write it off on your taxes. I want you all to type the word investment. So as an actor, in order to submit somebody, if there's even a red flag, and I get this quite a bit, like where people want to make a lot of money and they think I'm going to work for free training them and then book them on jobs. I'm like, God bless your little heart. But as a talent, they're responsible for their own headshots, their own training, their own reel. They need to know how to do a proper self-tape. You don't train them on any of that unless you're part of my company, because then we work together, because it's a winning formula. It's a blueprint. But then if they don't live in New York or LA, they have to pay for their own way to get there. Because if you even hear somebody, well, my husband doesn't want me to do this. I've got kids. I can't just up and leave. Well, then you're considered a liability and you're only looking for winners. Right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna have to convince somebody to do this as a career.
Oh, that's so expensive. Loser.
Then I'm moving
Winners.
on. I'm gonna find, because everybody's replaceable. Every actor is replaceable. I know it's a bad thing to say, but they are.
But it's the truth.
I don't have time for people that well, maybe I could do that. Oh, I need another day. Oh, I don't have time for any of that. I bust my balls trying to get these auditions. Remember we
balls.
said 5.
This is a new drinking game. Every time we say balls, we're all going to do a shot today.
Oh, I love that. Oh shit,
that's a good idea.
Drunk in this house. So yeah, you have to remember there's 5,000 to 6,000 submissions for one role on that show, and if you're going to give me excuses as to why you can't do it on time, or what happens if I have to come to it, I don't think I can do it. I'm not going to sit on the phone with you for an hour to explain everything. When my actors come and work with me, I'm not a big ogre. I'm going to help you along the way for the most part, but I don't have time to explain every single thing to you, because I have a lot of actors and I'm working for all those actors getting auditions. That is my job, to help get these auditions, help you get you seen by casting networks and studios, and then hopefully book the job. I don't have time to worry about how you're going to travel there or anything like that. I need it easy. I've got a client actually that lives in Atlanta, and he's a major recur on a big show out here, and I love him so much. He works all the time. And so, on Friday, they'll call me. Okay, we need him back. We need him in LA Sunday for wardrobe, and then he'll start shooting Monday. I'll call him, which I actually just did, and said, hey, you need to be in LA Sunday. He's like, done. I'm booking my flight now. Boom, out. I know that's done. Okay, great. I can confirm with casting. They'll send me the contract for approval. And now he's in LA. Yeah. He's doing his wardrobe today, and he starts shooting tomorrow. There was no, with 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more phone calls on when he should be here, what he should do. He had it set. He knew he was.
I like it when people go, "Can we do tomorrow? Tomorrow works better for me." No.
And those are the clients that I work with.
You work around our schedule, not the other way around. Yeah.
And those are the clients that are successful, the ones that do it every single time, that deliver every single time, and are in class consistently. Those are the successful actors. That's
And we
it.
do all
That's
this
the bottom
together,
line.
guys, at VIP Ignite. This is why we do it, because as you guys see, even Mark Christopher Lawrence from Chuck, or from Chuck, or Bobby Finaro from The Sopranos, or Monique Coleman from High School Musical, they're all part of VIP Ignite. So you're getting real training here. We do headshots together, but most of all, people like Tanya. I mean, she was the biggest names in the industry. She knows what casting directors want to see. And that's why even for us, and we're going to go over this later on today, even a self-tape, I mean, man, they see 5,000 to 6,000, headshots. You're not even guaranteed for them to see if you can actually act. You don't know, right? They may just see your headshot and be like, nope, nope, oh, maybe. And then when it comes time for you to actually act, maybe you can't. And then they're just deleting it. How much time do they give somebody to watch their tape? Like, are they watching the whole thing, or are we talking seconds?
Oh, when they've received the tape from the actor, they've got a link of about 50 tapes on there probably. So the casting director's at home, probably on their couch. They right, I'm going to go through the tapes. First 15, 30 seconds, you need to grab them. You need to grab their attention.
So
if they're like
15 to 30 seconds. So guns blaring, and I hate to use that example, but if you don't wow them in 15 to 30 seconds, imagine driving a car or looking at your TV, looking for something on TV. You don't feel bad if you're changing the station. You have no sympathy, right? It's your TV, it's your time. You want to watch or listen to what you want. So a casting director, they're giving you 15 to 30 seconds if you don't wow them. So that's why you're saying when you work with our talent, that tape is so important, because right away you're like, they're going this way and you're like, ding, let's change the trajectory path, because you know right away if they're doing it right or wrong now the gates, right?
Yeah.
And Stephen, it's okay if you don't have any of those things. That's why you're here. Because most likely, even if you did have those things, you're probably doing it wrong. And that's the truth. I mean, Tanya, have you ever seen somebody come to you that they just can't tape? Like,
oh
they just,
yeah, they can't tape. I've also had people that are great actors that still can't tape. They just don't come across as good actors. It's a technique that you have to really learn, because when you're doing that character on tape, we really have to feel that character, and that's hard. It's like watching a TV show. Then you start feeling things. You get sad when it's sad and things like that. So when you're doing that character, it's just you in a box like this, and you have to really pull us in when you're doing that scene or that monologue. We really have to feel it, and that's what's important when you're doing those audition tapes.
so if someone didn't live in LA and they wanted an agent, are agents doing like live open calls, or are they just kind of going through a vetting process like with us, where we interview thousands of people, only find the people that rise to the top, the winners, and then introduce them to you? Are you doing any type of, hey, come to my office, I'm doing
No.
a live meeting with up and coming talent looking for
No, I've never done an open call in my life, and I wouldn't, to be honest.
Okay, so you need companies like mine to separate the winners, and then like here they are in a silver platter, and then you pick from that if you like somebody.
If I
That's
like
the only way to
somebody,
get in front of you.
I'll
Or
only
any
take,
agent.
I'll take on somebody if they're really ready. When I've seen them audition,
Okay.
they have to be very, very ready for me to sell. I haven't got time to have somebody on my roster just sitting there for 6 months while they're trying to get ready. They need to be ready. Because again, I don't make any money when someone's sitting there doing nothing. I'm not working. You know what I mean? Whatever. Anyway, so they have to be really ready, and they're ready for me to sell. And it happens. But I'm always on the lookout for talent. I mean, in the grocery store, wherever, I'm always looking for somebody. And I definitely have found people in showcases. I found 2 in yours. So
You just
have
signed
to be
little
ready.
Natasha, 15
I
years
did.
old, guys. 15 years old, just got
love-
signed. Tanya.
I love her and Mum so much.
I know, Rubia. They're great. I think they're actually on the
Good
call right
people.
now.
Oh, hi. Yeah,
Um,
it's important as well that you're likable. When I work with somebody, you could be a great actor, but you have to be very likable, easy to work with. I'm too old for that shit. We work as a team. No arrogance, no ego.
No assholes. Hollywood has
No
no
assholes.
assholes.
And just, we're in this together, and I want to try and make the journey as good for you as possible. And I love, I have a lot of working actors. They are just regularly working actors that work their ass off to keep working, of course. But I really enjoy finding new talent. I still have that in my heart to do that. It kind of keeps me more grounded and appreciative and things like that. It's like just doing the job every day. So when I do find somebody new, I really enjoy developing them and building up their career, making that phone call when they book a job and you hear them screaming down the phone and they cry. And of course I cry because I'm a crier.
'Cause I don't think like
You know,
somebody like a
and
Tom
that's,
Cruise would be like, I did it. Like, it's just like,
yeah,
okay,
it's
cool. When do we
just so,
start? Yeah.
it's so lovely to hear, and that's what fills my heart, and that's why I continue always looking for new talent,
Yeah.
you know.
Now, where can we see your talent? Because we kind of went over like a little like blanket of some of the things that you book, but you also do voiceover work. You do a lot of
Yeah,
stuff. So
I do video games as well. I have the lead in a video game called Kratos, for God of War. I did God of War and then God of War Ragnarok, won many, many, many awards around the world, which was great fun. And I have like actors doing the Call of Duty games. I have another 2 actors right now. One's doing the lead in a new Sony game that I cannot tell you what it is, and I have another actor doing a big lead in another big game. But if I said the company, you know what it is. So, and
but do
then
they make money doing that? Like, do they get paid? Like, let's say it's the #1 game. Do they get paid for that, or if it becomes toys or games or shirts or
well,
like
video games are a buyout.
okay.
There's no residuals on video games, so everything's a buyout.
What does that mean?
Sometimes so a buyout means they're going to buy you for this day and you're not going to get any more money. So when the video game sells, you're not going to get residuals on that. So I like to negotiate one lump fee and a minimum amount of days. So sometimes the minimum you get is about $1,000 a day, but they might buy you for 40 days. And that's per day. And that's going to be sporadic over a year or 2 years. And that's the minimum guarantee. But you know, it tends to be a lot more than that to do if you're a lead in a video game. They might only buy you for 1 or 2 days. But
and not to interrupt,
fine.
but what do you like if somebody's never done video game? Do they need to have an extensive I mean, what do you submit for
No,
PlayStation or Xbox or
video games? And I work with them directly. Like I work with EA Games, 2K Games, Sony, all of the big gaming companies I work with directly. They are looking for actors. They want real actors. I mean, I can't play these video games. I'm absolutely rubbish. But if you watch them, they're very script driven. They're story driven. So they want real actors. So when my actors go in auditions for these games, they'll do their first. I'm sorry, my husband's here. I'm so sorry. When you have to audition for these video games, and I send it directly to the gaming company, and then if you get a call back, they will want to see you in person for a callback. They want you to go down to their stages because they want to be able to see how you move. Now, you don't have to have mocap experience. Now, mocap is motion capture. So if you've ever seen somebody doing a video game, they put dots all over your body. And that's kind of how they make the character, because you're doing the motion for the character.
cool. I would love
so
that.
sometimes they want people that are very great actors with great, athletic skills, great actors with good basketball skills, great actors who can also sing. Maybe they're going to use your voice on that video game, or in just any types of actor, but they're always looking for a specific look, a specific height to make sure it mixes with the other actor that you're going over. So it's a whole process. Like I have a game now at a very big gaming company that we booked a year ago, and she's only done 2 days because they had to push the storyboard back because they're redoing the story of the game. She's the lead in the game, and now they've just picked it back up and we're ready to go. So sometimes these can go on for 2 to 3 years. So and you imagine you're working for that money for each day. It can really add up. And I try, some of my clients
times 40 days.
But if you've got a resume and you blow them away, I can ask for more money, and that happens. But I can do that pretty well to get you a bigger guarantee, a bigger amount of money per day, things like that. So it's all negotiable.
Now, are you signing like a confidentiality agreement when you get this? Like, okay, so they can't even mention they're the new. Okay.
No.
Now, can they book other jobs during this contract?
Yes.
Okay.
You're non-exclusive. I'm not speaking for everybody, but for when I book my clients on a job, on a video game, we make it non-exclusive, which means that you can go and do other jobs. So like if I have a client that's doing a series regular on a show, when they're exclusive to that show, well, I guess we can talk about in a minute, they're exclusive to that show, they can go, the video game company will work around their schedule, because normally the video game will buy you for 8-hour day for motion capture, because that's a lot of technical work on stage, and then they'll tend to buy you for just 4 hours of VO each time, because that's quite strenuous doing voices for 4 hours straight, like over and over and over again, because otherwise someone will go insane. But so that's how we do it, and they always work around your schedule.
Okay. But
Yeah,
there's
so it's
one
nice. So
thing.
you can go
Yeah.
and do a series, you can go and do a film. My other clients working consistently, and then they come to me and they're like, hey, is so and so available on February 4th to do this? And I check back with her. She's like, no, she's not. She's actually booked a commercial on that day. Can we do it? And they're like, okay, let's do the 6th or 7th. So they'll always work around your schedule.
Now, do you have to be a member of SAG-AFTRA in order to book any of these roles, TV and film or video games?
Well, the only jobs that I work on are SAG-AFTRA, but I do take on people that are non-union. So I just essentially have you submit you on union jobs when you're non-union. We just don't say anything yet. And if they love you, they'll hire you. So then what they will do is they will what we call Taft-Hartley you, which means they'll sponsor you. The production company will sponsor you into the union. And then you're allowed to be on camera, like, you know, on a moving set in front of the camera because you've been cleared by the union, because you've been sponsored into the union. Doesn't cost you anything to do that. Then the second SAG job that you book, you're free and clear to go and do a SAG job, be in front of the camera. It's all good. Then when you get your third SAG job, you're what we call a must join. So
Yeah.
that's when you must join the union before you get in front of that camera, and that fee is like $3,000 to join.
Yeah.
And I know you're going to do the next bit because you're Rain Man.
But yeah.
You said that, not me, but
Well, I'm always like Rain Man. That's my job to know.
well,
a
you
million things about.
like you just like it's like a whole. You're amazing at it. So anyway, so then you do have to join the union, and you will not be allowed in front of the camera until you've paid those dues, those initial dues. SAG do have a payment plan for their actors because obviously some people don't have $3,000 up front to pay. But
Yeah.
sometimes, you know, if I know my clients booking a job that's going to hopefully pay more than $3,000, that will offset that initial fee. But then you do have to pay fees yearly because every SAG job that we book you on, they put money into your pension and your health.
Right.
So ultimately, once you start earning money, is it 27,000 now? They'll start paying your health insurance, which is one of the best insurances in the US. It's amazing. So that's always nice to have. And then they take money from your quarterly paycheck, depending on if you're a working actor. So there you go, Ali.
Yeah. So SAG guys, you can't just join SAG. It's not Netflix. You typically have to be on set numerous times. Now, for those of you up on websites, like you could book indie films, student films, web series, you could do like TikTok and YouTube, but that's not really going to put food on your plate. Like that's kind of like just busy work. And extra work, just so you know, is not constituted as real acting. It's kind of like,
No.
Here I am by the tree. You can't even put that on your resume. No extra work on your resume at all.
No.
Or modeling work. So we'll go over that later. But typically, like back in the day, you would have to be on set numerous times, like as an extra, and possibly earn what they call waivers or vouchers. It looks like a golden ticket. And you don't just go on set, oh, okay, where's my voucher? Like you had to be handpicked, like extraordinary. Sometimes it was negotiated prior to even, you'd swear I know what I'm talking about. Prior to you even showing up, like it was negotiated that you were even getting a SAG waiver. Now, when you earn 3 to 5 SAG vouchers or waivers, you were then eligible to join SAG. So for those of you that didn't have an agent that, you know, couldn't submit you to get what they call the Taft-Hartley, you had to do it on your own, which could take years. And this is one of the things that would drive me nuts when we first started our company. We'd have all these people in Philly, in New York, they'd come in and they would have like 3 pages of extra work. Like back in the day, it was like Boardwalk Empire, 30 Rock, you know, Blue Bloods. I mean, just literally every TV show that was based in New York. I'm like, oh, okay, so are you SAG? Well, no. Oh, because you're sitting up on like Backstage and 99 and Sport Talent. Because the only things that they had access to were just the background extra work, which is awesome. At least you're getting a chance to go on set and like you're for 3 years. That's cool. But like you have like literally you've been spinning your wheels. And we talked about it before. You're on a carousel just going around and round. You need to get those SAG vouchers or else you can't even move on. It's like a game. You can't move on to the next round. So when you finally are eligible to join SAG, you've earned those 3 to 5 waivers or vouchers from doing work. It is $3,000. It's a one-time initiation fee. You pay it one time. It's a $3,000 fee, and agents legally cannot buy that for you.
No.
You can't, it's illegal for an agent to ever pay for your union. As an actor, that's your responsibility. Kind of like, oh, I want to practice law. I want to be a real estate agent. Okay, great. You're going out, you're paying for that. It's 3,000, and I want to make sure the rates are correct. Yep. So it's 3,000 upfront plus the first year, which is $231.96. So when you first join, it's the 3,000 plus the 231.96, and then you actually pay out from your earnings. So every paycheck, it automatically gets deducted 1.575 for the first million. So obviously, if you're Will Smith, you're going to pay more. So the higher dollar amount, the higher goes in, which is why you're able to get the medical benefits. And that I saw this happening a lot during the pandemic, which made me cry. You had actors from like Days of Our Lives, all these big like actors that only know the health benefits, health and dental, because they were members of the union. But here's what you need to know. You have to be at a certain dollar amount every year to be able to literally be able to use the benefits. So if you're not booking anything and you're a member of SAG, you're going to lose your medical and your dental. And that happened during the pandemic. People couldn't even go to the doctor. They couldn't afford outright health insurance, because when you're a member of SAG after, you're doing all this amazing stuff and you're getting the perks that go with the union.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you're a member of the union, and a lot of people think, oh, well, if I'm a member, I automatically get an agent. No, my friends, there are currently 180,000 SAG members, and a lot of them live in New York. They went to Yale, they went to Juilliard. That is your competition. And I say this out of love, you know this, but I get a lot, oh, I'm looking for an agent. That's sweet. You have Yale graduates that paid 70 grand a year that literally busted their ass to even get accepted and then cover those expenses. They're now living in New York City, 4 grand a month, bartending, waiting on tables to be able to pay their bills. And you're brand new. Everybody owes you. They're going to sign you and pay for all your fees. That's sweet. Like delusional, entitled, never going to happen. Right?
No,
You can see why we get along.
no.
But it's the truth. If you've done nothing, you've invested nothing, you have no headshots, no training,
Yeah.
no reel, no agent is ever going to book you. You're a liability. Because when you get that script and you have to do a self-tape, and now all of a sudden you're getting sides and you're having to memorize 10 pages of dialogue and do a proper self-tape, lighting, microphone, like you better be able to kick butt. And that comes with training. Does that make sense? If that makes sense, type makes sense. Because a lot of people don't understand, like they're brand new. Oh, well, I was told I shouldn't ever spend money. From who? Who told you that? As an actor, you are paying for everything. And I like to play a game, and I'll play it real quick, called Scam or No Scam. You'll like it. But I always, oh, well, I paid for headshots. And that doesn't mean you're guaranteed work. You paid for headshots. Was I scammed? No, you got headshots. That's what you paid for. That's a marketing tool. Maybe you just sucked as an actor. Maybe you weren't even getting submitted out to the right projects. Paying for a headshot doesn't mean that the photographer took it. Well, I hate to say took advantage of you, but especially, post Weinstein and Epstein and all the other crazy Steens out there. But when you are looking to get into acting, you have to have proper marketing materials, and that's your responsibility. So then if you're getting submitted out and you can't act, well, shit, it's not your acting coach's fault, because they gave you the training that you paid for. So I get these kids, I went to Barbizon. You can't even put that on your resume. I went to John Casablancas. Again, not considered legitimate training. It's real training you need in order to get real work. And I want everybody to type that. Real training equals real work. And that costs money. Your acting coach is not responsible. Well, I'll pay him back when I make money. Your acting coach is there for one thing, to teach you how to act. It's your responsibility.
And
Even
I
like
love
these
to have-
kids that
oh,
go
sorry.
to the showcases, the IPOPs, the IMTAs, the walk up and down the runway like a herd of cattle. That's great. A lot of these companies are charging 10 grand and you're not even getting seen. So I really want you guys to understand, like, there is no entitlement just because you want an agent. And I'm going to ask you all right now, if there were a casting right now, how many of you are 100% ready to go, other than the ones I know? How many of you guys right now, you have a reel, you have headshots, you have training, you are 100% ready to go? How many of you say, I can get there with help, I can get there? See, a lot of people are saying I'm not. But yet you're typically the first one on the internet looking for speaking roles. Oh my God, Stranger Things. No, that's clickbait, honey. That's the fishing rod with the worm. They're looking for the gullibles. No legitimate casting is posted where it says Stranger Things. That is clicked. Those are the scams coming out to get you. You have to take risks if you want to gain, and getting an agent is, and I say this because I love you, but it's an honor to have you, because every single time we watch Stranger Things or Wednesday or All American or Outer Banks, I know your resume probably better than you do, but I tell my friends and family, I'm like, oh my God, Tanya manages that person. Oh, they're good. Well, of course, they're the effing best because she wouldn't take them on as a client.
Mm-mm.
And that's the
No.
truth. And that's why we get pissed when people take advantage of you. No more. If you have knowledge, you have power. No one is ever going to take advantage of you again. You have to work with legitimate people. But most of all, I need everybody, because I saw some of you guys in the peanut gallery typing and literally going back and forth with each other. Let me get this straight. You're looking for an agent, and yet you're asking questions to each other. Like, this is why you will fail. You have a huge agent right now, and you're not even paying attention to what we're discussing because you're asking advice from everybody else who needs help. Again, I drew this chart. Stop asking advice from people that have never done it. This is one of the best in the business. Sorry, I had to go on my little
Belly.
tirade.
I love
get
you.
tired of it.
I was in that whole thing. It was fabulous.
Thank
So
you.
good.
I'll be your, how about if I be your agent? Is that cool? I'll do it. I'll be
There
your
you go.
agent. Yeah, see, I'm now gonna start my own genre. I'm gonna represent agents. It's gonna be great. We're gonna start it now. Okay, let's go over Oscar noms very quickly. Are you okay with the Oscar nominations? Any shakeups for you?
I guess the Margot Robbie one shook people up.
And Greta, yeah, people are
but
pissed.
She's the exec producer, so she's on that list.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So what are your thoughts?
Greta, I'm upset about. Do you know what? And also
What?
with the Barbie shakeup, I only
Yeah.
saw half the film.
Okay.
And then I switched it off. Flowers.
I didn't even see it yet.
What's it called? Flowers of Killer Moon, Killers of Flower Moon, whatever. Love that film. So.
And
yeah,
what are you
about
watching right now on TV?
What am I
to you
watching?
is extraordinary acting right now? What are you watching?
Sofia Vergara in Griselda.
Oh, so good, right?
Oh my
It's
gosh.
So
So good.
So
Okay,
good.
so if you want an agent, you better, and I don't watch TV. You're gonna constantly get references like this. You have to know what's at least trending on Netflix, and we talk about this all the time in our trainings. You have to know what everybody else in Hollywood, the buzz. How are you going to break into I can't even talk. You can't even break into the business unless you know what everybody else who's winning is doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Did I leave anything out for you?
For me?
Yeah. Anything you want to cover that? Because I know Danine's here.
I know. We always know what happens when Danine comes on as well. What else? No, I think you've covered a lot today.
Well,
it's been.
I try.
I love you ladies so much. I love Mike and Ryan. Yeah, I think you have to want to do this. You have to really, like, this is not easy. It's a lot of hard work, and you have to remember that all those people that you see in these films or these TV shows, they all had hundreds of no's before they had that yes, but they kept going because they believed in themselves and they worked really, really hard. The girl on Wednesday, she's been getting close on jobs, and she's like, oh, what else can I do? I'm like, there's nothing else you can do, because she was training her butt off every week. She got coached on every audition that she had. She had a lot of fans in studios and networks, and finally she booked that job. So you could be the best there could be, but still not land that role. So you have to just keep going. You literally have to keep going and believe in yourself, training, and then those roles will come.
And the best
it's a business.
Overnight success.
There's no
I want
such
everybody
thing,
to type this.
No such thing as an overnight success. They just became famous overnight because of something that they've done, but they've worked their butts off to get there.
You get rewarded in public for kicking butt in private.
Yeah.
You don't have to go on, I'm working so hard. You know who's going to click like the other losers that don't know? Oh, that's great. You know what? You keep your mouth shut and you just get it done. Like, don't
they've had a lot of no's.
Yeah,
they've had so many no's
snowflakes.
Yeah. And a lot of hard days and sad days when they've lost jobs and things like that. And I get a lot of no's daily.
You had people that literally booked huge jobs. They went to the table read and then they got cut. Could you imagine telling your friends and oh my God, I booked Pete and Tyler Perry, and then you show up and you're like, what did I do? They just decided against you.
Yeah, that was for a series regular role as well. They went to the table read and they said, you know what, he's not right for the character, and they wanted to replace him.
Well, it's better than going and filming and then realizing the show didn't get
that's happened to me before. I've had a client that was playing a father role on a pilot of a show. They shot the pilot, and then the network said, we don't like him as the dad, we need to replace him. So after even shooting that pilot, they had to go find another actor to replace him and reshoot those scenes.
Because when you actually get these shows, you have a lot of people watching to see if you have chemistry. They have audiences that they hire to watch, and they're literally tearing you apart to make sure that like you're the perfect character.
Yeah,
It's
I
a
have a
niche
client.
market.
A client of mine has done now 3 callbacks. It's a very major feature film of a big franchise. You will all know what it is, but I'm not gonna.
But
I can't
can't
say
it.
And he's now got the final chemistry read on Monday, and the chemistry read basically is they could have cast another, you know, maybe the love interest or the mother or the father or the son or the daughter, or they're thinking about casting these people, so they'll kind of mix and match you and work with you and see which ones work well together on screen. And that's what a chemistry read is. So he's going back for a chemistry read on Monday.
And you're doing it on Zoom or is it live?
They will do it on Zoom. This one, sometimes it's live. It has been a few times. They're now asking people in person since after the strike, but this particular one is going to be on Zoom with literally the showrunners, the director, the producers. Everybody's going to be on the Zoom with him.
And I love when you're on those Zooms, because I was fangirling so hard, because you know I went to film school, but like one day you were on a Zoom with Tim Burton. I was like, no, how do you like? I'm just like, can I just come to your house? And
that was my client. Yeah, that was on there. I had to set it up with Alfred Goff and his partner and Tim Burton, and my client did it a chemistry read with Jenna Ortega. But I take a step back. I'm not in this.
I know.
With these folks, they'll be like, why is an agent on here? You know, because they tend to not like us too much because we're going to negotiate that deal. Although, you know, we know the producers and casting, but it's, you know, they don't like us when we go to set because we're going to go, this trailer's shit. You know, what are you going to, but, you know, so, you know, because I do like to go and do set visits with clients on shows. It just shows my support. Oh,
yeah.
Sorry,
fun.
I've lost you then.
No. How many of you guys, did you learn a lot today? Scale 1 to 10. How much did you learn? And sometimes if you guys know my mood, I mean, sometimes I'm nice, and sometimes I'm like, "Hey, enough with the BS. Let's
very
get
blunt.
down to it." Yeah,
You will say it as it is, and that's why I love you.
well, that's the only way to get shit done in this. But I mean, we deal. I've been to these companies before. I'm sorry. Have you been to my company? Then why are you even? Don't mention the past, because I'm only interested in your future. I don't care if you've been scammed. I don't care if you've been lied to, cheated on. I don't care. I care about, this is what I do, and this is where we're going, and these are the people that we work with. So if you want my help, great. And Michael's about to come on, Mikey, and we can't wait to see you in San Diego. Just come on.
I'm excited. Yeah.
So we'll text you the details, but you're gonna be working with our talent, and
I'm
you've signed some
excited.
of them lately, and that makes me so excited.
Yeah, one of them has he's reading for a lead in a film.
Did he tell us that, Deneen?
What? Hold on. I have Mike talking about, what did you say, Tanya?
He's reading for a lead in a film.
I'm gonna text his butt. He did not send me a text
Well,
message.
he's very busy training right now.
Okay, well, it takes 2 seconds to send me a text message, Tanya. 2 seconds. That's all? Oh my, okay.
Yeah. It's
That's
a nice
all-
film.
okay.
Wait, this is coming from a kid who was bagging groceries at Publix. His dad was ready to kick him out. He said, "No, I want to go to New York." And his dad said, "Is it even safe there?"
Yep.
Yeah. And now he lives in New York City.
He's a sweetheart, but he is very talented. Like, he's been working with you guys for a while, and he's ready. Because I've been watching him a couple of times, and the last time I saw him, I was like, I need to represent him. Like, he could book jobs and make money. So
he would have just kept bagging groceries and living at his parents' home. Do you guys understand that? So sometimes it takes a ball buster to kind of help them grow a pair of balls and then live out their dreams and get in front of the right people. But it's also a mindset thing. You have to want it. We can't want it more than you do.
That's exactly right. When I met him, and I could tell that he really wanted this, and he was really going to put in the work to do great things. So, and I'm like, well, then that's perfect, because I can sell you as an actor, and between us, we've got this down.
That's
so
awesome.
Yeah, he's a sweetheart too. Good person.
Total side note. Real quick side note. What did you think about the house in San Diego?
It's a little small.
You think we could do bigger?
It's huge. It's phenomenal. Oh my God. I showed my husband too. He's like, what are you staying there? I was like, I'm going to be by the fire pit, you know, having a cocktail. It is beautiful.
For those of you guys that don't know what we're talking about, I have it right here. It's a nice little pad. We're very excited. That's the
Humble
pool.
abode.
Okay.
Yeah,
It has 22 beds.
we're gonna be
It's
living with
VIP,
humility
go
for
big
a
or
week.
go home. So it has a pizza oven, which makes me, I mean, look at that.
And that makes me happy. A pizza oven. If anybody ever knows how to make
I know pizza and
I
wine.
don't.
I got this.
I know someone who makes real good pizza, Tanya. We got you.
Okay, good, because I want pizza in the
Movie
pizza oven if
theaters.
possible.
Who needs to
Awesome.
leave?
Awesome.
San Diego, we're coming for you, and it's going to
Yes,
be
we
great.
are.
Tanya, we have so many great talent that are coming.
Oh,
Some of which you've met
fabulous.
before, some of which that are brand new, and
Oh, good.
they're so excited. And you're going to be working with some of our talent. They're going to be getting headshots and reels. So you're actually going to be
Yeah.
working with them on their self tapes and
That'd be amazing.
Yeah, fun. We'll all have a great time. Yeah, and I love to help actors give them readjustments and just kind of see the difference, and then they can see the difference. It's just it
don't know if they don't
feels
know.
good to me that
Yeah.
helping them too. So
it's like
I
a
love
Monet sometimes. They're so far. How many of you guys have ever seen those pictures with like all the dots and you're like, I just don't see it, right? And you have to step back. That's Tanya. Tanya is watching from afar, and she's going to give you constructive criticism for those of you guys that are going to be working with Tanya out there. And that, how many of you guys would love to work with Tanya? Let's see. Type Tanya. Tanya. Starting your fan club. As your agent, I'm starting your fan club now.
Just as my agent. Perfect.
Of course,
Awesome.
of course. Yeah, I have a great roster. One. She kicks butt.
You
One and
only
done.
need one. If
Yeah,
you have
one
one
and
that
done.
gets money,
The
you're
alley
good.
payback blueprint. Yeah.
All right, my loves. Well, it's
Love you,
lovely
Tanya.
to see you ladies. Give Mike my love and Ryan too.
We
And
shall.
we'll speak soon.
Yes. Thank you so much, Tanya.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
How many of you have grown your knowledge today? Raise your physical hands. How many of you have grown your wisdom? Raise your physical hands. How many of you are just excited to be more inspired and now you can take this inspiration out to the world? Raise your hands.
Some
Awesome.
of you guys grew a pair of balls on that last one, right? Like, thank goodness I can ask the tough questions. I know some people really want to get into show business, but you can't ask the questions if you don't know the answer. I mean, you gotta,
Yeah.
this business it's a formula. There's definitely a
is.
blueprint. Yeah.
It is a formula. Speaking of formulas, how many of you guys are ready for your next formula for acting? Are you guys ready? How many of you know that there's a framework that you can follow
Yeah.
that all of the most famous actors have followed to get where you want to go? How many, if you know if that's true, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Awesome. All right. So let me introduce our next speaker, and then we're gonna just keep this ship sailing forward. Are you guys ready? If you're ready, let me see that you're ready. Bring me some energy. I know we just talked a lot. Show me some energy. Awesome. All right. So let me introduce our next speaker to you, and we are gonna keep this moving forward. So Michael Famkin is a visionary entrepreneur and investor who has founded and funded companies across entertainment, technology, and social impact sectors. As a Broadway investor and producer, he has been honored with over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. In 2013, he achieved the rare feat of winning the Tony for Best Play. Beyond Broadway, Michael is the founder of Truth Management, one of the fastest growing talent management firms in the USA. Through Truth Management, Michael has empowered models, actors, and musicians to unlock their potential and connect with top influencers in the entertainment industry. His firm has catapulted talent into major TV shows, films, and fashion shows domestically and worldwide. An innovator at heart, Michael has over a decade of experience pioneering new techniques in online marketing and brand building. He is regarded as an expert in leveraging digital platforms to build influence. In addition to his entertainment and business ventures, Michael has dedicated himself to social impact programs, including Operation Underground Railroad. Through strategic partnerships, his initiatives have helped rescue over 3,500 children from sex trafficking globally. Michael Famkin's unique synthesis of entrepreneurship, entertainment, marketing, and philanthropy make him a one-of-a-kind business leader. His ventures span industries, yet are united by his core vision of empowering people and ideas. Everyone, give it up for the one and the only Mr. Michael Famkin.
Hey guys, what's up? Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. That was great. Great day today. So got a lot of really cool speakers coming up. So I just have a couple things I'm going to go over with you guys. So let's keep this ball rolling and let's get my screen shared. All right, let's see. All right, can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, okay, good. All right, so first thing we'll do today, we'll talk about the Actor and Model Cookbook, the ultimate guide to creating a legacy as a professional actor or model by creating the secret recipe to long-lasting success. And we'll also talk about a little bit about creating a memorable personality. So obviously, for those of you that are brand new, we've been doing this now for over 18 years. We've been featured in Forbes, CBS Radio, Entrepreneur, Fox News, The Washington Post, Fortune. Alicia was just recently interviewed, going to be on Kevin Harrington's new show. That opportunity led now to her actually co-authoring a book with him later this year. So there's always, one of the things I know I spoke about this yesterday, for those of you who weren't here yesterday, we learned very early on by surrounding yourself with the right people is really what gets you to be successful. As you see, this whole weekend and the rest of the day today, you're meeting some incredible people very knowledgeable in the industry, have a lot of wisdom, a lot of experience and so forth. Obviously working with Alicia, for going on now 2 decades. She's a firecracker, right? You see, she knows her stuff. She's very successful at what she does. But most importantly, she really cares. She cares about the talent. She cares about people's success. The whole company is based upon results, getting people success, whether it's our agency or, working with people like Michael Urie, and all these incredible people. And, I know Deneen went over some of our success stories and so forth, but, that's like a driving force. That's like our why, right? There's, when you work really, really hard at something and you're hosting events, there's a lot of moving parts to it. And you want to see people be successful. It's an interesting concept when you help people become successful because your goal is to let them go, right? Your goal is to not keep them with you forever, right? Like if Apple loves having people buying new products consistently, but for us, our goal is always to get people signed to larger agencies, to get people out there working and so forth. So just like anything else, just like events, the acting, modeling industry, there are a lot of moving parts in becoming a great actor. Talent only gets you in the door. I'm very analytical, so I always love studying and reading. I know you guys got to do the 1357 thing. So this is actually my homework. I don't know if you guys can see that really well with my green screen. But look, I have like literally every book there is about the hero's journey. This is like my homework for like the next 2 weeks. So, the things that we tell you, these are things we are actually doing ourselves. So we're always learning, we're always growing, we're always trying to improve ourselves. We have a lot of really great things coming up in 2024, not only for the company, but for the talent, for our inner circle, some really huge announcements. I'll make one of them later today. But we have our upcoming San Diego event. We have a Hollywood event. We have an event in Las Vegas. We have our Rising Star Academy trip in the Bahamas. No, sorry, not the Bahamas, Cancun coming up this year. When you guys see, for those of you that are going to San Diego, I think we're doing a prep call. What day are we doing the prep call?
Probably Thursday.
I think Thursday we're doing the prep call for San Diego. When you guys see this, it's like, oh my God, San Diego is gonna be like one of the best, one of the really, really, really over the top. So definitely be excited. But let's get back on track here. So anyway, when you break things down, for those of you who read Finding Fame, know that I used to work in the restaurant industry. So I always like talking about cooking. So today we'll talk a little bit about apple pies and when you break things down, whether it's acting or modeling, it's just making things simpler, right? It's just like, how do you break something down into simpler components and then follow a recipe, right? You follow a framework. So just like an apple pie, right? You need to know your ingredients. You need to know how, the temperature that you're going to put the oven at. And, working in the restaurant industry, something as simple as even an apple pie or a certain recipes, depending upon where you're at in the United States, like elevation will affect things, especially with dough and so forth, the type of ovens that you use. So you can have like the exact same recipe, but if your oven is not the same brand oven or the same type of bricks, in the pizza business, it's bricks that the pies go on. It changes the texture of the pie. It may cook a little bit slower, a little bit different. So there's always has to be like little tweaks to it. That's why franchises are so successful, like a McDonald's or a Taco Bell or any of the types of franchises, because they're using the exact same recipes, but they're using the same exact equipment. They have everything down to like a framework. So just like following, examples of people who are successful, if you follow those frameworks, you can find that same success. These weekends, these boot camps are designed for that. They're designed to give you the foundation to be able to say, hey, I'm seeing the world a little bit differently. I'm able to ask better questions. I have a better understanding of how the industry works and so forth. Right. But let's just say, you wanted to go down the path of becoming an apple pie person, right? You have a great recipe and you want to go into the apple pie business. So let's talk a little bit about that. Obviously, you have to decide what type of apples you want, right? There's Red Delicious, Granny Smith, Honey Crisp, Golden Delicious, Pink Lady, right? Each one of them is going to give a different texture, different flavor, different level of sweetness to the pies. But you're like, you know what, Mike, I know what I'm doing here. Just like I don't need your help. I'm going to go on. I'm going to become an apple pie millionaire. And the point of this is a lot of people, it's the same way when they want to become an actor or model. They have the end destination in mind, which is great. That's what you want to shoot for, the end destination. But it's what are the steps that it takes to get there? And the only step you should ever really be concerned about is the next step, right? You should just be concerned about the next step. What is the next step I need to take? And then you go from there. A lot of times people get confused. They try to do too much all at once, and that's kind of what gets them confused. So by breaking things down, even as something as simple as getting into the apple pie business, you have to take the thought into it, right? If you're investing into a business, just like you're investing into your career, how much time are you willing to dedicate to that? And even if you started an apple pie business from home, there's time, right? You have to bake the pies, you have to make the pies. And, you can see here, just doing some simple math, right? If you're putting 4 pies in the oven, right, at 8 hours a day, it's 32 pies, but then you have your prep time. So you have to put in your labor, right? It's just like an actor or model, your rehearsal times and so forth, your ingredients, right? Your marketing materials, your training and so forth. But even in something as simple as an apple pie, you can see, well, if you were charging $7.50 per pie, that means you make $240, right, per day, minus your 20% is $192. Divide that by 12, because now you have to take in time, not only your cooking time, but your labor time. Comes out to about $16, less your overhead cost, right, wherever you're living, your rent, your mortgage, and so forth. So if you do the simple math on that, even though you want to become a millionaire, at that rate, it's going to take you 62,500 hours to become a millionaire, or technically 30 years, right? And remember, I told you guys yesterday, time is your most valuable asset. Money, you can always replace money. Money, you can always make more money. Even as a company, there's ups, there's downs, people go through that, but time is something that's irreplaceable. So I want you guys to understand that. Like, the one thing you take away from this weekend, when you can maximize your time, when you can learn information that took people decades and you can learn it in days, you're getting decades of information in days, right? Especially when we do events and so forth, and we're bringing, some really powerful people to sit down and to meet with you, and we're getting everything organized in a simple format for you to be able to follow. But obviously, going back to that, well, it's not a terrible life, right? Taking 30 years to become a millionaire, but it's probably not what you were meant for, right? Probably couldn't get that big yacht or that big house. You might have to get something a little bit smaller. And that's okay, but you should be able to live the life you were meant to be, right? There's not a single person on earth that couldn't become the greatest person when they overcome the obstacles that's holding them back, right? When they follow a plan, when they follow a recipe, it's proven over and over again. Right? And in every industry, not only in the modeling and acting industry. And even here, taking the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, right? It's a little bit outdated. I still have to update this, but it's still within the same range. You could see here, breaking down like people in the stage, television, radio, motion picture productions, and so forth. You can see like the average wage back in 2018 was $29.34 per month, right? Which means it would still take you 15 years. And that's like breaking down people like Brad Pitt, who's making, $19 million a movie, or Tom Cruise. That's like taking every single person involved in the industry, from payroll to the production assistants, to security, to lighting, to the directors and so forth. If you took all the people in the industry, totaled them up with the amount of income coming in, then divided it, that's what you would come up with. And even if you wanted to go a little bit, breaking it down even to further, you can see here, motion picture industry, it's 3138. Performing arts, 2440, right? Working on Broadway is a very competitive industry with very, very little results. You have to really love this industry when you work on Broadway. Now, there's long-term goals, right? You become a brand, you get involved. You see so many actors, they own tequila companies and wine companies, and they invest in restaurants and so forth. So there's very upside potential. But I just want you guys to see like the reality of the industry where it's at, like where it really is at, right? And you can see here kind of breaking down the different numbers. Writers actually do very well, right? Obviously, a lot of, when you're doing television, I know Brian O'Halloran talked a little bit about that, about, working as a writer and different avenues that you can get into. The great thing about working as an actor or model is you really want to have a love for the entire industry. Like you want to have a love for photography, you want to have a love for production, you want to have a love for writing. You really want to understand the entire industry. And it's something you're always going to grow, you're always going to learn, you're always going to, improve upon it. And as far as the acting and TV film industry, there's tons of work all over. When we do kind of like the Dream 100, we're going to be doing a longer weekend on that, breaking it down for you guys. But there's always so many opportunities. I know yesterday I went over IMDb and so forth, but you can just, Google like Film Board Montana, Film Board Colorado, and you can pull up like each state has their own film board, and you'll see a lot of productions that were done in that state. So there's all like legitimate ways to find where things are going on, castings and opportunities and so forth. Obviously, the West Coast is always going to be more. Louisiana is actually a great state. Texas, you can see there, dark green, a lot of filming going on there now. Atlanta, New York, but there's opportunities all over, local, regional work and so forth. So it's just really kind of, understanding how the industry breaks down. And at the end of the day, it's just like an apple pie, right? You can have a great apple pie, or you can have, not so great. Like, what type of career do you want? Like, if you're going to do something, you want to go all in, you want to have the best career, right? Because the more opportunities you have, the more of financial abundance you have, the more you can do, right? The more you can help your family, you can help others, you get involved in charities, you do all these things. And so many times people like underestimate, or they overestimate what they can do in a year, but they underestimate what they can do in a decade. And you see, for a lot of our talent, we've been doing this now for close to 2 decades. So we see the time that people put into it, and we see the results, right? So many people are 3 feet from gold and they quit. And you can't have that mindset. You have to have that mindset. I'm going to go all in. I'm going to do my best. I'm going to surround myself with the best people. I'm going to follow the plan. I'm going to follow the process. I'm going to take the advice from people who know what they're doing, and you'll see the results, right? When you put the effort in, you will see results, right? And I'm not trying to dissuade anybody here. You guys are like, oh, Mike, you were so motivational yesterday. What happened? No, I just want you guys to have the realities of the industry. I want to be really transparent. We're going to kind of go through how to fix this and really break this down for you guys. So if we stay along with the apple pie kind of concept, right? If you are, starting a business, right? There's a company called Goldbelly, and what they do is they handle a lot of things for bakers, right? So you can see here, they're a mail order company, right? And you can see the example that I pull up, right? You can see the Little Pie Company has been called the best mail order pie, right? It was started by Arnold Wilkinson. He was he was a Broadway actor and so forth, but he used to make these really cool pies. And he hired this company to help handle a lot of things for it. So I want you to see kind of like Goldbelly, like the components. There are so many components to the industry, like castings and agencies and managers and voiceover works and contracts. That's like a lot. 90% of that work is handled by your agent, right? That's why having an agent is so important. You see, like, Tanya, all the things that she's doing, getting people, on auditions and readings and so forth, and going back and forth. So there's all these things that are going on behind the scenes that you shouldn't have to worry about. Like, your concern should be just doing your auditions, like showing up for the audition, working on your monologues, doing what it is you do best, and letting somebody else do the rest of the work, right? That's just how life works. Like, you couldn't do a movie on your own, right? You don't have access to a production company, to the cameras, to the cinematographers, to the directors, the screenwriters. Like, you need a team, right? Even if you want to become a filmmaker, you need to hire a team. You need to hire the best people. You see all the time, like if you follow like George Lucas or Steven Spielberg through their careers, you see them using the same music composers, using the same cinematographers, like over and over again, because they find the best people and they will work with them for decades. And that's what your goal needs to be at the beginning. How do I become that person that an agency wants to sign, that an agency wants to work with? What are the tools, the resources I come to the table so somebody can run with that? And once you shift your mindset to that and focusing on that, your life will change in ways you can't ever possibly imagine. Even breaking down the components of the casting process, right? Most people think that somehow your agent's like somehow responsible for the castings. They're really not. How it works as a client, right? A client, let's just say, well, we'll just use Coca-Cola as an example. Coca-Cola says, hey, summertime's coming up. We want to have some new flavors, right? If you notice, they like a lot of places, if you go into like Five Guys, they have those new machines where you can like mix and match flavors. Those are actually run off of Wi-Fi. It's actually interesting what Coca-Cola did with that. What they did was they wanted to see the preferences of people, what kind of flavors they would mix So that it would help them in determining like what to come to market with, like what are like some ideas or flavors people are leaning towards. So let's just say Coca-Cola comes up with an idea for a flavor. Coca-Cola they make sugar water, right? That's their thing. Their thing is making Coca-Cola, franchising, distribution, getting the product out to market. So what they do is they're not an advertising agency. They go out and they hire an advertising agency and they say, okay, great. We have this new idea. We want you to come up with a concept for it. And, they'll go to 2 or 3 different advertising agencies and they'll each get the pitch Coca-Cola. Hey, if you watch Mad Men, Mad Men's a great show to kind of see how this works, right? They sit there and they come up with the ideas. Once Coca-Cola approves of the idea, the ad agency, their job's done. Now they pass that off to the production company. So let's just say Coca-Cola's idea was, for new lemon lime type of soda to compete with, 7-Up or to compete with, whatever. And, they're going to shoot it. They want to have some influencers. They want to do something like Mr. Beast does, where it's like a contest and so forth, right? They want to target that demographic market that follows Mr. Beast. They want to target a younger market they feel is moving away from soda, right? They, younger people recognize they've learned in school to not drink soda, to drink water, to have a more healthy lifestyle. So Coca-Cola wants to promote this as like a healthy alternative, pop or something, right? Like they have those new bubbly sodas and so forth. And they want to do something targeting Mr. Beast. So that's the idea. The production company, that's their job to make this come to life. So to build out the sets, to get to hire the casting company. So the production company, their job is to make the actual ad. Then they reach out to a casting agency. Now that's where a casting director comes into play. The casting director says, okay, great. What are the people you need, right? You need a Mr. Beast character. You need contestant. You need some kids. You want to have diversity. You want to have, different ages, different ethnicities and so forth. Whatever the breakdown is, that casting director now works with that. They then send that out to talent agencies, right? So now Ryan Colby or Tanya, she wakes up in the morning, she gets an email from, the casting director saying, hey, these are the people we need for this commercial, right? So then now they go to the talent agency, they now go to their roster, right? So now they say, okay, great, I have this person, but I don't have this person. So they'll also reach out to multiple agencies. So whoever's able to get them the person first wins. That's that simple, right? And then now the people are sent back up to the people are sent to the casting agency. It then goes to the casting director. They approve it. It goes to the production company. They say, okay, this looks great. And then maybe they might run it by, the powers to be at Coca-Cola. Hey, these are the people that we cast. They'll get a brief, a breakdown of all the different people that are going to be in the commercial. Coca-Cola signs off on it. And then it goes into production. Okay. All of this takes time, right? So a lot of times, for those of you who saw like on IMDb, you see the movies, you see the TV shows that are in pre-production, right? Pre-production means that the scripts are written, we're now going into production. Now we're starting the casting process. So like, a lot of times, you could be filming a movie and it doesn't come out to next year. Right now, if you're doing magazine ads you're doing are not summer ads, they're doing fall ads. These things are always like 90 days in advance, 6 months in advance. So there's a lot of time and effort that goes into this. There's a lot of components. You're featured in being the person going on the audition. Like you really have it the easiest, but you're under the most pressure, right? Because it's that pressure of rejection. Everyone else is just they're the ones picking and choosing. So I get that. So you always have to rise to the top. You have to be the person that has the charismatic personality. You have to be the person who responds to the emails the quickest. You have to be the person when somebody says, we need these headshots, or we need these snapshots, or we need these reels, you're able to submit them over quickly. That's why yesterday I went over making sure you have a Google Drive set up, making sure you have a system in place, because once the ball starts rolling, it becomes harder to get a system in place. Like you want to be pre-prepared. It's like preventive medicine, right? Eating healthy will hopefully keep you alive a lot longer than not, right? So again, you have to break things down into smaller components that you can manage and direct. So let's talk a little bit about SAG-AFTRA, right? If we want to create an actor, SAG-AFTRA stands for the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Advertising. They used to be 2 separate unions. Now they're one. In order to be able to book work, you have to work with a SAG-AFTRA franchised agent. So somebody like a Tanya, she's SAG-AFTRA franchise, which means she has certain responsibilities, right? She's able to pull the jobs that no one else is able to pull. She's able to submit for the better paying jobs, the union jobs, right? Union jobs are like when you see the movies, the Marvel movies, or you see, Top Gun or Stranger Things. Those are all union projects. Union, all it really means is there's a higher level budget. So if a budget usually can be under $2 million to produce a movie, which is sounds like a lot of money, but it's not for a movie. It's a very small budget. Those are what's called independent films. So to submit yourself out for independent films, you don't need to be in the union, but if you want to do union work, so you want to have like the higher payrolls, you want to have like, being featured in a major movie, you have to be in the union. And how you get into the union is you have to be on set. You have to do like background work. So let's talk a little bit about that. So first thing is you need to read and study, right? So that's easy. You guys are here right now. You're having the opportunity. For those of you who are part of our programs, you're meeting every week with Bobby and with our different coaches. You're coming out to the events and so forth, right? Number two, familiarize yourself with the industry. The industry is always changing. I'm going to be doing an advanced training for 2024 on AI, artificial intelligence. So you always need to be familiarizing yourself. SAG-AFTRA, they just came out of their contract negotiations. You should be on the SAG-AFTRA website, even if you're not in the union. What are the updates to the contracts? How do the contracts work now? What's changed with voiceover work? How are actors paid? How is artificial intelligence, playing into this? There's no reason to move right away. So many times I've seen people make the mistake where they jump in their car, they want to move to New York or LA, to Atlanta, to Louisiana. That's not really necessary. You see even yesterday, Mark Christopher Lawrence talked about the fact that, he was based in San Diego. When he was on the show, they he would drive up there, they put him in a hotel and so forth. So like, and that's, you're talking 10 plus years ago, so, production companies have budgets for that. There may become a time when you want to, right? You start working full time. You fall in love with Los Angeles. You fall in love with New York City. There'll be a right time to move, but there's no need to move right away. Everything can be done on Zoom. Everything is, as long as you're following the process. I'm going to be honest with you. They don't care where you live. As long as you're following the process and you're able to be there when requested, and you say, I'm going to be there at this time on this date, and you're there, you're fine. And that's, again, your manager, your agent's handling all that. So at the beginning, you'll get to audition and train locally or online, right? You'll work on your special skills. Special skills means, can you shoot a bow and arrow? How are you certified in firearm safety? Can you scuba dive? Do you know how to fly a helicopter, fly a plane? Do you know how to drive stick shift? If there was a scene where you had to be a basketball player, do you know how to shoot a basketball? Could you get it in the hoop? Do you know how to dribble, right? So really what's cool about acting is like, there's nothing you can't learn that couldn't be applied at some part, right? And even when you're seeing, breakdowns and so forth, you can start thinking about the character, right? What are the skills these characters have? Right. So it's like learning special skills is cool because that's what's cool about being an actor. You get to pretend to be somebody and you get to learn these skills, right? Whether it's martial arts or firearms or whatever it may be. Start working on your marketing, right? I'm doing a whole training on social media domination, really understanding the algorithms on social media. How are you branding yourself, your colors? What type of content are you putting out there? What type of headshots do you have? Are you leaning into your characters? Do you have a reel set up, right? I know Tanya just talked about the importance of reels. Those are so important. That's something, they've always been quasi important, but now, right now with SAG-AFTRA changing how everything works, I'm going to be honest with you, unless you're signed or you're working with somebody, like wannabe actors are going to find it really almost impossible to get into the industry. Unless you're on some type of trajectory where you're getting the right training, you have the right marketing materials, you're organized in a very good fashion, it's going to be almost impossible for somebody trying to just wing this on their own. Those days are over. I'm SAG-AFTRA, those days are literally over with on how the industry really works, especially with them now, the databases online, they're pretty much banned, right? You'll still see them advertising because they don't care. People are uneducated, so they'll keep paying for silly things like that. But those types of sites are going to be They're antiquated, right? It's like having a VCR, or, VHS. The world's changed, okay? You get used to rejection, right? That's just a part of it. Every no is one step closer to a yes, right? I always say, what could I have done better? How do I improve? And I'm going to be honest with you about improving, and we're always trying to improve here. Like, for those of you guys who've been following us for a long time, our goal is after every event, after everything we do, even after this boot camp, at the end of the boot camp, we have a team meeting and we say, what could we have done 1% better? Right? We're not looking to do 10% better. I'm not looking to do 100%. What can I do 1% better? Because if I can improve 1% each and every time, eventually I double, right? I double how good I'm doing something. And 1% is attainable. I say, well, I gotta do 100%. That's a lot, right? But 1%, oh, I can improve by 1%. Right. So these are all things like you gotta, you see the world a little bit differently. Ask better questions, you get better answers. Be patient, but be consistent, right? We talked yesterday about the difference between being, consistent versus insistent, right? But you have to be consistent. You don't give up on this, right? You push through. If things aren't happening as fast as they are, you have to ask yourself, what could I do better, right? Am I spending the 13 minutes and 57 seconds a day studying? Am I consistently showing up on time, working with the coaches? Am I coming out to the events? Am I sitting down with Ryan saying, hey, what could I do to improve my photos? Right? You got to say to yourself, what can I do to improve? The notes that you got over this weekend and for the rest of the day today, I know we have Bobby Finaro is going to be coming up next. Pay attention to what he's saying. Like, he gives some of the most phenomenal advice in the world. He's worked on set in multiple Academy Award-winning movies. He's on a first-name basis with Martin Scorsese, Denzel Washington, like some of the most amazing people. And he's had such an amazing career, right? I think he just turned 60 and he's still striving for more. He's always working. He's always doing something. Commercial, voiceover work for Grand Theft Auto. Like he's amazing. So the information he gives is so powerful. Use that information, right? People are dropping nuggets for you to use. And if you're stuck, raise your hand, ask a question. That's what we're here for. We're here to help you get through that. We want to see everyone be successful as they possibly can. Become the person an agent wants to sign, right? That's what this whole weekend is about. People always say, well, I want an agent. The better question is, how do I become the person an agency wants to work with, right? We talked yesterday about wanting to work with winners, not losers, right? You want to help winners win more. You want people who are going to be successful to help them to be more successful. You don't want somebody who's holding you back, holding you down, who's living in negative energy. There's no need for that. Life is too short, right? At the beginning, you'll do background work, right? So you'll be on, set for Spider-Man 4, Spider-Man swinging over the crowd, everybody's running and screaming. You're one of the people running and screaming, right? That's what gets you on set. While you're on set, pay attention. How does the director work? So, seeing consistency, right? Remember yesterday we talked about picking up the glass. Glass is half full. You're drinking out of it. Got to make sure that they refill it up. Otherwise, in the scene, it doesn't flow right. Same thing for a flow of a cigarette, right? We spoke about that yesterday. Brian spoke about that. Right. So being on set, pay attention. You're going to get what's called waivers. You need 3 to 5 of those, and then you get into the union, right? That's how you get into SAG-AFTRA. So everybody can get into the union, but you have to be on set first. You have to have an agent. They have to request you to get the waivers and so forth. You can't get it on your own. It's very difficult. For us, our average talent can get their waivers within 90 days. We've had talent get full waivers on their first day on set. Right. And a person who's trying to do this on their own, I believe the average is about 5 to 7 years, because waivers are they don't give those out to everybody. Like, when we book people, we'll say, hey, can you make sure this person gets a waiver? Once you get the waivers, and the waivers means that you just did a good job. You showed up on time, you weren't causing drama, you listened, you took directions well, you were professional, reliable, dedicated, and so forth. Then you get to join the union. Once you're in the union, that's how you'll get speaking roles. So that's how you get speaking roles. Unless you're doing independent films or student films, you will not get speaking roles in a SAG-AFTRA project without being in the union. It just doesn't work that way. So as soon as you see those fake ads running online, you're like, well, wait a second, that's not a SAG-AFTRA, that's a SAG-AFTRA project. I know right away they can't advertise that. I know that's fake. Like, I know that's just a bait and switch, right? It's no different than, all the other bait and switches that are out there online, unfortunately. So at the beginning, you'll do commercials, right? Liberty Mutual, you know, Nicorette Gum, CVS, McDonald's, Toyota, and so forth. Commercials can pay great. Commercials can pay anywhere from $7,500 to $75,000 for a commercial, right? Once you've done a few commercials, you'll start building up your reel. Then you'll start doing some small speaking parts. They're called usually like a guest role part. So maybe you'll be on, you know, a new episode of Blacklist or a new episode of a new show that's out and you're playing the best friend. You know, it's like maybe you're on 2 episodes or something like that. You know, when you're watching the shows, those characters that come and go, maybe you're the waiter in the restaurant in a movie, or you're playing, the bartender or the bus driver or whatever it may be, the mailman, right? So now you have like small speaking parts. Now you have a few lines in the movie and so forth. Next time you watch a movie, count how many extra characters there are that have lines, right? You have the 2 stars of the movie. Usually it's a male and a female, or could be 2 males or so forth. Maybe there's that third role, right? You know, the best friend or something. Count all the scenes that you see other people in the scene. They're in 1 scene, 2 scene, but they have a speaking line. That's somebody who's like 2 steps ahead of you. That's where they're at, right? Maybe 3 steps ahead of you. It's not that far of a distance, but it's just following the process. It's like baking a pie, right? From doing small speaking parts, eventually you'll land a pilot. So a pilot is a new show that's they're filming it, right? So when you see every season, all these different new shows that come out, right? Like they have, Power Book 3, Power Book 4, Power Book 2, Tommy, right? Force. Those were all pilots. Like the first episodes are considered pilots. Once you get a pilot, then from there it could turn into a major role. And then you just rinse and repeat. And, to use an example, like, Alicia's friend, Al Pacino, right? He's a decade long, right? Multiple decades long successful career. Well, guess what? He was the president of SAG-AFTRA at one point, right? He still reads and studies. He still familiarizes himself with the industry, right? He's updating himself what happened with the union, what's going on with AI, right? Obviously moving for him, he goes back and forth between LA and New York, but he's still auditioning. He's still reading for parts. Right? His agent, manager, still, they negotiate. It's at a different level. He still works on special skills, and he's still, on top, his manager's on top of his marketing. For you guys, just so you guys know, like I used to work with a magazine a long time ago for a short period, and we used to get like press releases and press kits all the time from major celebrities. Like they would send in, copies of their albums, folders, their headshots, their resumes. These packages would be like $200-300 for a package. And this is somebody who's like an A-list celebrity. So if an A-list celebrity is still aware of their marketing materials, then you as somebody who's brand new should be aware of that. And then, I'm talking, this is like 30 years ago. Today with social media, we spoke about yesterday, do you have a LinkedIn set up? If I had to reach out to you, like who's your manager, who's your agent, what is it that you're putting out there, right? So be aware of that, work on your special skills, right? Rejection is a part of it. Even Al Pacino will get turned down and so forth. Be patient, be consistent. So I want you guys to realize, like, even though I'm doing this very simple, it's like 100,000-foot overview. I just want you guys to realize, like, start thinking things differently, right? Start breaking things down into smaller components. I spoke about this yesterday. Same thing, Google Drive. Set up a Google Drive, right? They're free. First name, last name @gmail.com, or, Michael, actor resume @gmail.com, Francois, actor resume, right? Model resume, right? Doesn't matter. Make it something that makes sense. Don't be like, bootylicious69, hot girl @gmail.com. That's not going to get you the right. That's going to attract the wrong person into your life, right? Let's just leave it at that, right? But break up, Google Gmail, right? Comes with the free Google Drive. You access it from your phone. You can access it from your computer. I use it consistently all day long, right? You create folders, one for your resume, one for your headshots, one for your portfolio, one for ideas, right? And even if you don't have all of this yet, just still do the process. Even if you don't know what folders to create, just start. Just start getting organized with your life, right? The notes that you took today. We have talent on here, Daryl Radcliffe, like literally could probably write a book about the company and about the industry because she has taken detailed notes probably for 2+ years. Like she is like super fantastic at taking notes. And I know she's super organized because I see her success. She's consistently posting success stories. She's consistently pushing through. She's always following up. She's always on top of her social media and so forth. So many of our talent are like that. consistently. Like it makes my job easy because then I see what they're doing. I know it works and I get excited, right? So again, something as simple as setting up a Google Drive, getting organized. If you don't, if social media seems like it's overwhelming for you, and I totally get it, there's a company called Fiverr, right? It's Fiverr, Fiverr.com. You can go on there. You can hire a social media manager. This person will run your social media for $40. They'll do it for 3 days, right? But they'll do content creation, platform management, hashtags, captions, organic traffic, post scheduling. What's really cool, you can see this person's done over 1,000 jobs. Excuse me, guys. I have a 4.9 star review. But here's what I do. I like when I first was starting out, I used to do this all the time. So I'm teaching guys what stuff I did. I would hire them and I'd say, okay, great, you can handle my social media for 3 days. But you know what? Instead of you doing it, just show me what you're doing. I'd rather learn what you're doing so I can then do it. Right. And they're always cool with that. Like you jump on a Zoom call or they'll send you over a Loom video and so forth. So again, like there's like the world we live in, there's so much opportunity so inexpensively. All you just have to do is know where to look for it. Same thing for video editing, right? Having some really cool videos. You guys are going to see some really cool content coming out from Alicia and Deneen, like cinematographic, like I'm talking Martin Scorsese level video soon. But again, it's a process that we're learning, right? How to elevate things. But even for yourself, like, to have, simple videos put together. Yesterday I talked about, what was it? Captions, right? A software for free you can download, but you can also go on Fiverr, right? For $20, somebody will do color grading, sound design, mixing, motion graphics. Make yourself something really cool that's like you can pin to the very beginning of your Instagram, right? Very beginning, pin it there. Hey, my name's Michael. I'm an actor and a model. I just want to tell you a little bit about my story, and then pin that. Right now, every single person, a casting director, an agent, a client, when they're going to your Instagram, that's going to be the first thing they see. So they see this really nice professional video, right? That's done. $20, right? What else? Lead generation, right? People tell me all the time, I don't know where to find jobs. I don't, right? Here's a guy, $25, right? 5 stars, right? 146 reviews. Will go in and he will literally reach out to anybody you want. So he will go do the research for you. He'll go on LinkedIn, Facebook, right? So you can reach out to casting directors, ad agencies, magazines, promotional companies. He will pull first name, last name, name of company, title, their website, phone number, email, everything, and then the links where he got the information, okay? For $25, he will pull up 100 people for you. So now you can take that list of 100 people and you can start reaching out to them, right? You can go into ChatGPT, write me an email to reach out to casting directors, right? Hey, dear so-and-so, my name is such and such. I'm an aspiring model and actor. I'm represented by Truth Management. I'm represented by this agency. Here's a resume to my experience. Here's a link to my portfolio. Here's a link to my reel and so forth. So there's no excuse why. When you have the right tools and you have the right team in place, there's no excuse why you should be unstoppable, because this stuff here takes less than an hour. And just about the same time it takes to watch one episode of a show on Netflix. These are things that you could be doing and then having teams of people doing this for you. Because I'm going to tell you something, one day when you're worth $100 million and you're an A-list star, you're going to have a manager, you're going to have an agent, you're going to have a social media director, you're going to have a PR person, you're going to have somebody in charge of your voiceover works, your commercials, you're going to have somebody who's in charge of a personal assistant for your personal assistant. So even becoming success means that it becomes even more complicated. But if you don't create the systems now, you'll never reach that level of success, because that's what holds you back. Right? It's like we run a multi-million-dollar company. There's a big difference between running a company that's under $1 million, running a company that's 10 million, and running a company that's 100 million. Big difference. You cannot run a company the same way at 10 million that you'll run it at 100 million. It's the same thing for your business, but the same thing for your career, but there's foundational tools, resources, and systems that you need to put in place now, so that will help you grow. Right? And even if you're saying to yourself, Mike, this is overwhelming, I don't need this, right? No, you do. If you're thinking that, that means you do all the more, because Putting it in place is putting it out to the universe. You're moving forward, right? It's creating the systems. And let me tell you something, when you create systems and you start putting the thoughts, the processes, it's not magic. There's an energy in the universe that it starts attracting to you. I've seen it over and over and over again in our success stories, right? Again, plan your time wisely. Having a system, a recipe allows you to grow, do more in less time, and get to your destination faster, right? Understand the industry, right? There's film acting, screen, TV, theater, voiceover, commercial acting, extra, background, classical acting, modern acting, method acting, Lee Strasberg, Stella Adler, the Meisner technique, the Chekhov technique, practical aesthetics, acting technique. You saw yesterday, for those who were on the call with Brian O'Halloran, right? You saw the moment somebody started bringing up about, Strasberg, he started going into detail. He understood that forwards, backwards, up, down, left, and right. That's why he's successful. You can see, so you need, if you don't know all these different techniques, start learning them, right? Go to the library, go on Amazon. You can go on Google Books. A lot of these are now public domain. You can access them for free, right? At least have the understanding of what each of these different techniques are, right? To understand method acting. That's like something Daniel Day-Lewis practices, Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, and so forth, right? They also have a background in Lee Strasberg, right? Patrick Quagliano, he's the head of Stella Adler. Another great technique to understand, right? Understanding the emotions of the character and so forth, the inner turmoil of the character, right? It's cool to learn this. Like this, I'm not going to be honest. If you're getting excited, that means you're in the right room, right? It means you're in the right place, right? Learn time management, right? Deneen talked about this morning about, the circle of focus, right? Understand, people tell me all the time, I don't have enough time, right? I used to say that all the time. And then somebody once told me, wake up an hour early, go to bed an hour later, right? That's 14, what is that, 2 hours a day, 14 hours a week. It's like 50 something hours a month, right? It's like 600 hours a year. That's 12 weeks, 3 months, just found 3 months. And also be aware of the time that you're using, right? So many times I tell people all the time, well, write down, what do you do minute by minute? What do you do in the morning? Well, I wake up. Okay, great. What do you do when you wake up? All right, well, I brush my teeth. Okay, so you just wake up, jump out of bed, run into the bathroom, and brush your teeth. Well, no, I kind of lie in bed, I meditate, I check my email, right? Most people, they start checking their email, looking at their phone for text messages and so forth. Okay, great. So there was time there that you're using that you're not aware of. How long did it take you to brush your teeth? I know it's a silly exercise, but you will realize like how many minutes of your day you waste not doing anything, thinking about what I'm going to do for dinner. Look at people who are super successful, like Steve Jobs. He used to wear the same exact shirt every day. He used to wear that black collared shirt. And I always wondered, why did he wear that same shirt? Was it just because it was cool? Was it like his trademark, his brand? I wound up reading an article. The reason he did that was he realized that in the morning, he always would waste 5 minutes figuring out what to wear. So by just having the same exact shirt when he was going to the office, when he was running Apple, he saved 5 minutes a day. Like that's somebody whose worth was worth billions and billions and billions of dollars, changed the world. His concern was saving 5 minutes. That's how valuable time is. If you could motivate yourself and be focused and disciplined to manage your time, doesn't mean that you're not allowed to have that hour to goof off, to meditate, whatever. But figuring out how do I get that 14 minutes a day to study, to improve myself, whether it's something motivational, something positive. Your mind doesn't understand the difference between negative and positive. Your subconscious, whatever you tell it, it runs it with it. So when if you tell yourself, I'll never lose weight, your mind, okay, you're never going to lose weight. Got it. Right. So you have to feed your mind. Your mind is a muscle. You have to feed it and reinforce it and train it. Right? Because you have something that for 1 million years is designed to live in fear, right? Up until 1,000 years ago, it was dangerous kind of to be outside. A lion could get you, a bear could get you, right? There was actual physical dangers in the world. Your inner systems and designs are still tied to that, right? The world maybe it's still a little bit dangerous, but it's certainly not like what it was. So a lot of the things that are holding you back, these fears, and I know Deneen talked a little bit about that this morning, you need to realize that. You need to feed your mind with positive reinforcement consistently. And a great way to start that is to start understanding the amount of time you're investing into your day and how you can better spend it. Okay? being memorable, right? You can show up dressed as a clown. That makes yourself memorable, right? You see it all the time. Sometimes you have jokers in the comments, right? Jemima or Ali, bye, right? So grabbing attention, you have to do it in the right way, right? Yesterday I spoke about speaking into people's listen, right? The conversations you may have with your best friend are different than you have with your priest, are different than you have with your wife, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your significant other, are going to be different than you have in a professional environment. So you have to understand, like, you need to speak and leverage yourself to be as professional as possible to create a memorable personality, a personality that people want to work with. And a lot of times people don't realize this. Even myself, I'm always trying to focus on this myself, how I hold my hand, whether I'm sitting up, things like that, right? I grew up in Brooklyn, so I was always like, yeah, what's up? It's what you say that doesn't count, right? Introduce yourself to others, no matter who you are. Act like you're the host. Be the first to say hello. Make an extra effort to remember people's names, right? The sweetest sound to a person is their name, right? We got Bonnie on here and Linnell on here and so forth. I got Leah over here. Let's see who else I got on the call today. Steven's here. And Reginald, what's up, Reginald? High five, right? There we go. See? Right? It's cool, right? So, when talking to people, meeting people, use their name. Put that into practice. It's really powerful, right? Even when you, especially when you first meet somebody, use their name in a sentence, use their name, and always elevate other people. Always make the other person the hero of the story. That's very charismatic thing to do. I learned that from Bill Walsh, to always elevate the others in the room around you. That it elevates you, because now it puts you at the higher level of authority and you're like elevating others. It automatically elevates you. It's super powerful. But be aware, of how you're holding yourself, your body language. So many times people always sit cross-armed, and they don't even realize it, but it just gives off like a negative energy to other people. And you don't even realize it, right? It's like when you walk into a room, there's something about that person I don't like. And you're like, do you know them? Well, no, but I just know there's something about it. Okay. It was probably just something triggered, right? There was some memory you had in the past of something that just triggered it, right? In reality, and you get to know the person, turns out they're the greatest person ever. But that's when you allow yourself the opportunity to get to know them versus putting into your head. You understand that because I explained it to you. I understand that because I practice it. But a lot of people, casting directors, producers, directors, agents, your friends, people at parties, they don't understand this. Like the information we give you guys, most people aren't exposed to this. So I'm giving you information that most people don't realize. So that kind of helps you elevate yourself to become that charismatic personality, right? Eye contact is very important. Smiling, always be smiling. Concentrate on smiling a lot. Making eye contact. Putting your phone on silent. When you're out in LA, you will never see people taking their phones out. New York, people play with their phones a lot more. You'll notice that, like, again, regional thing, a lot different. But if you're the person who always doesn't play with your phone and you make the person that you're talking to the most important person in the room, like that's the only thing you're focusing on, it will help. They will remember you, right? And you got to be on it. You be transparent. You got to be sincere about it. You don't fake it and so forth, right? Make everyone feel important by paying full attention to him or her. When you talk to a person, make them feel like they're the only person in the room. Show others that you're enjoying your conversation with them. Don't yawn, look bored, have a case of roving eyes, show curiosity and interest in others. And, people say, well, Mike, but I'm tired. My God, it's a long day. Trust me, you have unlimited energy. You have unlimited energy. There's no way. It's what you say. It takes 1 second to give yourself, snap of a finger, to give yourself the energy that you need. You can always push 1 more %. Listen, right? You not only become more likable, but you really start to understand the person's wants, needs, and desires. Ask open-ended questions. Be attentive. Summarize. Okay, so what you were saying was this. Wow, that's so interesting. So, oh, wow, you love music. What type of music do you love? Right? And so forth. Reflect feelings, right? Understand when people, hey, you're looking a little bit down. Let's, what can we do? Switch that around and so forth, right? Ask probing questions. Probing questions are, why, oh, I saw that, you did that one show, that one movie, you got to be the casting director on it. Wow, that's really amazing that you were the casting director on that. What was it like? What was the most favorite person to work with on set, right? What was your most favorite scene that was shot? What was something you remember from set? If you had to give one piece of advice, right, what would it be? right? If you could create a legacy and there was something that you learned over your entire life, what would be that one thing that you could pass on to somebody? I love we do in radio interviews all the time, and I'm always meeting with business people. I always love asking them that question because it always throws them for a loop. Like, wow, okay, what would be the one best piece of advice I could give somebody? And again, I'm making it about them. I'm elevating them and asking their opinion. We talked about this yesterday, right? What's in it for me? Everybody's favorite radio station is about themselves. So the more you get people talking about themselves, the more they will actually like you, right? Think about every relationship you ever had. Every relationship you ever had, you were like, oh my God, so tell me more, right? You were so into them. You got that person talking, and next thing you know, you became a couple, right? Now, of course, it was a little bit different. There was a little bit of flirting going on and so forth, but it's the same thing. Getting the person to talk more about themselves. You don't even have to talk much about yourself. Person be like, I don't know, there was something about that dude. He was really cool, right? I don't even know anything about him, but he was awesome. Right? Like, yeah, we were talking about this and that. Like, they don't even realize the more you get them to talk about themselves, the more cooler and the more they think that you're great and you become memorable. Okay. And at the end of the day, go above and beyond, right? Be enthusiastic about things in life to others. There's no reason, no matter what the negativity could be, there's always something a lot worse that could happen to somebody. You're alive, you're living, you're having a great time, you're here this weekend. Look at what you have. Don't concentrate on what you don't have, right? Be enthusiastic, be upbeat, positive. People will gravitate to that. And let me tell you something. You attract what you put out. So if you're consistently negative, you consistently have low energy, it will attract those other people. And I see it at events all the time. I see like the people who are super positive are like always going to be most successful. They always find each other at the event. The people that are a little bit more insecure, they always will find each other at the events. And not just our events. I see this at every single event I've ever been to, every room I've been to. So I always try to be super positive, upbeat, and so forth, and, engage in conversation, ask people questions. And at the end of the day, keep your promises, keep your word, right? Always like under promise and over deliver is like what we like to call it. And even on something like this for a weekend, it's a free weekend that we do for you guys all the time. We always make sure to over deliver. We always try to bring in the best people. We always try to give the best content. We put our hearts and our energy into it. And that creates success, right? That creates people wanting to work with us. It creates the world that we are able to attract amazing people into it by putting that energy out there. So if you apply the same things to your life, and yes, are there people who won't appreciate it? And that's okay. It's no big deal. Like, you don't even have to worry about, but she didn't say thank you. No, it's okay. No big deal. That she's living in her world, he's living in his world. Great. I'm going to focus on the people that did say thank you. I'm going to focus on the people that appreciated being here, because those are the people I want to work with. And if you put that into your same life, you'll see, you'll attract the right casting directors, right? And it's just like anything else in life. There are some casting directors, some agents, they're not the best to work with, and they may be not the best to work with you, but they're the best to work with somebody else. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that, because you want to work with the people that are going to be the best for you. So success is neither magical nor mysterious. Success is the natural consequence of consistently applying fundamentals. That is a quote from Jim Rohn. He was actually Tony Robbins' mentor. He passed away. But if I ever could recommend somebody for you guys to follow on YouTube and watch some of his videos, read his books, phenomenal person to learn from. That's a picture of Mr. Nino's. You can see that's still in existence. So for those of you who read Finding Fame, that's an actual picture of the pizzeria. I was actually there, I think about a year and a half ago with Deneen. We had some really good pizza there. And to me, success is a framework, like a recipe. It can be duplicated and shared with the world. All right, guys. So I'm going to do now is I got to keep us on track. I'm going to go over another presentation with you guys, if I have your permission. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. So we have a lot of events coming up. And what I'm going to do with you guys, I'm going to go over, because I know a lot of people reach out and everyone's always excited. Oh my God, what's the next event? So today is one of the weekends where I get to go over the next event that we have that's open to the public. So we have some really cool events coming up in Hollywood and San Diego and Atlanta and Las Vegas. And I'm always trying to outdo what I've done in the past, like always like take it up another notch. So if I have your permission, I put something together. Obviously, we only have so much time that we can spend on the weekend here. I know we still have Ryan coming up and Bobby and so forth. But I know for a lot of you guys, you need the training, you need the marketing materials, you need the representation. So for those of you that are brand new, I put something together that encompasses all that. So if I have your permission, I will show you guys what I have. So I got a couple little different presentations to show you guys. So I'll show you the first one. So the next big event that's going to be open for everybody to be able to attend is going to be in New Orleans. So this is called the VIP Hollywood Blueprint New Orleans Southern Experience. If you've never been to New Orleans is a lot of fun. It's a big market for filming. It kind of shied away a little bit, but kind of after COVID, it started shifting. New Orleans at one point was almost as big as Hollywood. Like a lot of the Disney movies were filming there. And now it's kind of like it's shifting now with the textures, the colors, and so forth. So we're going to be doing a really super cool event. This will be our second time in New Orleans. The last time we were in New Orleans, I think was almost 3 years ago. It was actually during COVID that we did a huge event in New Orleans. So we didn't get to have the coolest event ever because of COVID. But now that COVID's so far in the past, I wanted to come back and revisit New Orleans, and I'm going to go with you guys through everything that's going to be a part of this. So next big event's going to be in New Orleans. It's called the Hollywood Blueprint. I'll explain all of that to you guys. We're kind of bringing Hollywood and New York to New Orleans. So this is something totally new that we're doing, and I'm really excited about it, like to share this because I've been like planning this for a while now, and I haven't been able to share this with like anybody outside of our team. So super cool. And it's going to be in August. So it's going to be in August of 2024. So August of 2024. So you guys can write that down. Okay. Oh, hold on. Let me see. Let me go back. Beginning. Got myself like backwards here. All right. So New Orleans. If you've never been to New Orleans, make sure you go on a diet before you get to New Orleans because the food in New Orleans is crazy. Okay. The beignets, the jambalaya, the poor boys, the food in New Orleans is an incredible experience. And there's so much good food in New Orleans. So make sure before you get to New Orleans, you go on a little bit of a diet. But what we're going to be doing in New Orleans is going to be what's called a storybook photo shoot. And we haven't done one of these in over a year. So now we do like normal shoots like for building portfolios and headshots. But what's really cool is a storybook photo shoot is something that's like really super special. We work with Ryan Colby, former art director of Vogue. So the theme of the shoot's going to be the 70s. So it's going to be like the colors and textures of the 70s because that's going to be like the trend for 2024. So it's very strong for feminine, right? So for females, they can lead into their femininity. For men, they can lead into their masculinity. You have the different colors, the textures, the paisleys, the oranges, and so forth. So this is kind of like a mood board. When you go through the whole process, so it doesn't mean you have to dress exactly like the 70s. Now you have the textures for it and the colorization because it'll go very well with the feeling and textures of New Orleans. And for those of you who follow fashion, denims are back in now and so forth. So it'll really be great for building a very strong book for anyone who's out there. So that's kind of cool. I usually don't share that ahead of time so we actually get to the shoot, but it's going to be like a 70s themed shoot in New Orleans, which is going to be a ton of fun to shoot. So again, New Orleans, if you've never been there, super historic city. The colors, the textures, the architecture, it's so much fun. So not only will you have the opportunity, and we like to make these like our shoots like kind of like 80% work, but also 20% fun. So being able to go out, being able to experience the food, the culture, the lifestyle, the jazz, the haunted streets and all that. Really great fun city to be in. So New Orleans, part of what we're doing is going to be a 4-look storybook photo shoot in New Orleans. So obviously you'll have a celebrity stylist, hair, makeup artist. Ryan's going to be overseeing that. And the importance of having a celebrity stylist, hair and makeup artist, celebrity photographer, it's getting the best person. Like I actually today, after we're done today, I'm shooting up to Orlando. I'm meeting with JJ Vladimir. He's one of our South Florida photographers. He shot numerous covers of Vogue. He's been good friends with Ryan. So I'm actually having to do a photo shoot for a book cover. So I'm actually going up there. The cool thing is like somebody like JJ, the reason, I'm going to be working with him, he's the best. Like his photos are just phenomenal. So the same thing, it's like, I don't have to think twice about who I'm working with, right? I pick up the phone, I call Ryan, he puts it together, everything's set. So it's the same thing. having the best photographer, even when you're brand new, the people we hire and the people that we have, we contract out for these. You're getting like their resume and you're getting like their knowledge and experience being handed off to you, right? It's like proximity of association. Like I can't tell you like how many times Tom have booked work, because what happens for social media, they're sharing their work. Like, so they're sharing those photos on their social media. And then all of a sudden a client reaches out to them. Oh, I saw that person you just worked with. Who are they? It's what agents do. It's just like, it's just how it works. So you want to build your career the right way at the beginning, working with the right people, because like working with the right photographers and early in your career makes or breaks a model, especially at high end. So we always will bring in like the best people. We realize everything we do, Ryan's, very strong part of the company. The relationships he has with these photographers, he's built over 40 years, right? Like, one of our photographers we work with in Miami, he shot over 40 covers of Vogue. And, a little bit of the backstory, he has an agent, right? He's not somebody you could hire. He's like 6 figures a day photographer. Well, 30 something years ago, he was like literally Ryan was, running the art production at Vogue. And this was somebody who was like working in the mailroom or something like that. And he was like an up and coming photographer, and like nobody would give him a shot. Like just nobody would give him even a chance. He was just, people are, they're just mean, right? And, you're working at Vogue, so they're a little bit snobby, but Ryan was never like that. So when he approached Ryan one day, Ryan actually gave him a shot, and he wound up getting him published. That one job would turn into eventually publishing 40 covers of Vogue. So now 40, 30 plus years later, when we need somebody like that, the relationship, the seed was planted 30 plus years ago. Like, I want you guys to understand that, like, the people we bring, especially for those of you who are brand new, like, we bring in the best people in the world, because at the end of the day, the images are going to be the star you're destined to be. Doing the right images with the right people makes all the difference. And I've seen people spend thousands and thousands of dollars on the wrong images, done wrong, not styled right, and so forth. And we always get like incredible sets. We always get, the best of everything, like $1 million sets and so forth, because at the end of the day, having the right photos, it's a part of your resume. Like, image is everything in this industry, and you want to shoot for greatness, right? So what's really cool about this is going to be a storybook photo shoot. So this is going to be something that's super magical. The photography that we'll create, they'll become iconic images that'll be associated with you for decades, right? Just like really incredible stuff. So again, making sure the right lighting, having setting up the right way. And again, age doesn't matter, right? Don't let the years define you. You define yourself. So for those of you who you have that mind block that age, I'll be honest with you, it's easier to book somebody who's over 50 than it is to book somebody under 20, because there's so less competition and there's so much more opportunity. Obviously, across the board, it evens out for us, but don't ever let age think that you're going to hold you back. And if you're brand new to the industry, that's great. That's what I want to work with. We prefer working with people who are brand new, because it's so much easier to develop them than somebody who's had like a lot of bad experiences and they're comparing everything to something else. Like, I've had, Ryan will tell you nightmare stories of people on set who like, I want to do my own makeup and so forth. Okay, great. Like, why? Like, you don't have the right makeup in your arsenal. You're going to overdo it. Like, there's a process to making sure that the photos are exactly not what you want for your grandmother or your auntie, but what's designed for casting directors, what's designed to get you work. There you can see Brandon Hunter, right? That's one of his very first photos. He shot that in Arizona, right? He's literally now going to be a star. Like, he's going to be on multiple covers of magazines. He's going to eventually transition into TV and film. He's going to be booking major roles. That's where he started, right? And he's had his ups and downs. When he first started, he kind of like backed out. He wanted to finish school. Then he was having issues with his relationship. His girlfriend was jealous of him going back and forth to New York, right? He overcame all that. And now he's fully in, right? Now he's booking work after job after job after job, right? And so forth. And, I'm not going to go into details with success stories and all that. You guys have access to Trello board, but my point is having the right photos and so forth is going to be very pivotal to your career. You know, all of our events are really fun, right? You also get access to the 21-day challenge. So for those of you that are brand new, we're going to be setting that up on a new system. Right now, we use a software, so you'll get a username and password, but we're doing something really cool. I can't go into too much details with it within the next 60 days. For those of you who are in the 21-day challenge and having access to all the software, we're doing something so cool that's going to like totally make it even cooler than it is. But the 21-day challenge is designed for people brand new. It gives you access. We've worked now with you know, coaches and you know, people, the Phantom of the Opera, the head of oh my God, the head of Banana Republic, the Gap casting, like major casting directors, producers, founder of Ford Models, senior director of Wilhelmina, IMG. We've taken all that content and we have like over 600 hours of content. It's almost like Netflix for like models and actors, and it's all content that we've invested in. We spent over $1 million procuring this content between covering the cost of the speakers and the filming and the time and all that. And what we used to have it, we used to give people access to it, and it would be like overwhelming. Like, I don't even know where to begin. So what we did is we created like a roadmap, like literally step 1 is you create a vision board. Step 2 is you start working on your monologue. So we created this 21-day challenge that covers everything there is to know about the modeling and acting industry and to get you up and running as fast as possible. And it's really strong because a lot of our talent that have completed this, they will be more knowledgeable on the industry than like a junior booker at like a major agency. Like they literally will, they can go toe to toe. They may not have the wisdom and experience like of a Tanya, but the conversation, they'll be on the same level. They can speak into that listen. So this is, I'm spending time on this because I'm so proud of this. Like Deneen and the whole team put a lot of effort into this. And I know for the people that are on here that have completed it, like we just consistently get like the highest remarks on this, because it's like your indoctrination and like your onboarding, right? It's like you're getting hired for a job. This is like your onboarding. You know, and again, you can see, you know, all the reviews and so forth. And then in addition to not only having the photos done, we're also going to have a private mastermind out there. We're actually going to be bringing in SAG-AFTRA franchised agents. One of them will be Tanya. We're also, of course, Ryan will be there, but we're going to be bringing in a surprise super agent from New York. So what's going to be really cool about this is you'll have the opportunity to not only get your photos done and so forth, training and all that. I'll go through everything, but this is going to be something we've never done before, where we're literally going to be bringing in some of our best coaches, speakers, agents, casting directors from both New York and from Hollywood to New Orleans. So it'll be a really great experience for everyone who's going to be there. We're also going to be doing like a little small book launch party and so forth. I'll talk about that in a moment. I know a lot of our talent, they've been waiting for this to be able to come out to New Orleans. We have some surprises for everybody who bought their copies of the books that'll be able to be out there. So that's going to be something really cool. Obviously, there's all kinds of trainings that come with this. You guys will have the opportunity to work with Ryan. He's going to prep you on everything from photos and styling and so forth, you know, having grace and so forth. I'm going to be doing a brand new training for social media domination. So it's going to be totally updated for 2024. It's going to be an entire weekend, 2 full days. It's going to be really good. I'm going to be bringing some special speakers on for this. I haven't done this in a while. We haven't done something like this in like a year. And then we're also going to be doing a separate weekend on artificial intelligence and really going deep into 2024. And again, bringing some really top people in those fields that'll be training you guys. So that'll be like a whole 2 like virtual weekends and so forth, in addition to everything else. So, you know, and our events are cool. For those of you brand new, you know, we always have celebrity photo shoots and private industry dinners, celebrity master classes. We have production meetings and production dinners. We'll always have, you know, something else going on. Sometimes, you know, in our main cities, Hollywood, New York, we do something special for our inner circles. We have after parties and meet and greets and auditions and fashion shows. So each of our events are always customized. So this kind of just gives you an overview. Obviously for New Orleans, it's going to be something special that we'll be doing there for all of that. And then for everybody who's brand new, they also, once you become a part of the company and you're going through the process, you get signed to become a part of Truth Management. So we will act as your mother agency, which means then you get to update all your social media to agent at Truth Management. So any of the nonsense monkey business people that are like constantly, you know, trying to slide into your DMs, they'll just get automatically referred over to us, and then we handle everything for you. So you don't even have to think twice about that. It's like, to me, like that's like so super valuable, because now it also gives you the placement when reaching out to clients, or we're reaching out to clients. You already have representation, which means that somebody trusts you. Somebody like trusts you, believes in you to lend their name and credibility, which is what helps elevate the talent so much more quickly. Like when you leverage this, it's like, let's be honest with you, it's like everyone's impressed. I work with Mark Victor Hansen, I work with Greg Reed, I work with Bill Walsh, I work with Russell Brunson, partners with Tony Robbins, right? Partners now with Brian Tracy. You know, we're working on a $20 million project with another major person in the entrepreneurial area. That credibility adds to our credibility, right? Having a #1 bestseller. So it's the same thing. Like we're leveraging all of that becomes a part of your leverage, right? And it's just the same way when we start leveraging your success story. Hey, this person was in Wolf of Wall Street. This person was in this movie. We're working with each other, right? To help leverage it. But we understand at the beginning, you don't have that, right? It's just like us. That was the biggest problem when we started 20 years ago, is like, we don't have any stories. We don't have anything to share. We had to like create this. We had to go out and bang on doors and meet with people. You know, I know Alicia shared a little bit of her background with you guys, or, you know, she shared, if you guys have been on her open call, she talks about that. She may not go into super detail. I know she touched upon it a little bit earlier that, you know, even the book doesn't go into how hard it really was, like the days where you wanted to quit and so forth. So this gives you like everything that the pain that we went through, you don't have to go through it. It gives you like a shortcut to get there, and you're able to leverage that. You're able to leverage the association to the celebrities, being on set with them, you know, having the opportunity to work with Brian, to work with Bobby and so forth. That becomes a part of your resume and part of your credibility. And it opens doors. Like at the end of the day, it opens doors. And I know there's nothing else there like this. Like there's not, I can't even say we have competition, because we don't. We're that far above anyone else out there that's even attempts to be in this genre. Right, so everything you're going to get. So I'm going to go through that with you guys. Let me just switch my screens here one more time. I just want to kind of give you guys like an overview, but then now I'll break everything down for you. All right. All right, let's see, make sure you guys can see my screen. Okay, good. Yep, there we go. All right, so this is the Hollywood Blueprint New Orleans Southern Experience. This is going to be super, super, super limited. I'm just going to go through this with you guys because I see I'm kind of I'm good. Okay, I want to make sure I don't go over onto Bobby's time at all. All right, but we'll do a Q&A with this afterwards, either which way. This is super limited because it is going to be a storybook photo shoot. So like, unlike a normal event where, you know, we can have 50, 60 people here, this is going to be limited to about 25 talent. That's it. So it's going to be a very, very small, intimate event. Okay, so again, New Orleans, this is going to be in August of 2024, right? So blink of an eye, it'll be here. And then there's a lot of prep work, and I'm going to go through everything. So what this includes, so you're going to get the 4-look storybook photo shoot, okay? Value of that's $29.97. Then in addition to that, obviously you have the celebrity stylist, hair, makeup artist, obviously price list, right? You're also going to get, now this is really cool. So this is a must-have for all our actors in 2024. You're also going to get a video reel shot and edited. So we're actually going to have Tanya Kleckner is going to be out there for this. So for those who want to have that opportunity to work with her, this is like a once in a lifetime opportunity, especially if you're brand new to be able to do this. So now we want to make sure that all of our talent are consistently on point. So not only are you going to get the storybook photo shoot, you know, the 70s style, you have the celebrity stylist hair and makeup, but you're actually going to get a video reel shot and edited. This is really cool. So we will work with you on this. It's not something you just show up like, Mike, there's all the cameras. What do I do? No. There's a whole preparation for this. This is like a whole preparation, getting you up to speed for your monologue and so forth. So this is like advanced, but by the time you get there, you will be ready for it. So don't anybody panic or pass out. We're really good at making sure we overcome nerves and so forth. You'll be working with Ryan and Tanya to help prepare you for this. Then in addition to that, right, to make sure not only will you have the photos for your portfolio, but we're also going to be doing actors' headshots. Okay, Ryan's going to go through, myself going to go through, Ali, Deneen, to make sure we're going to lean into the characters and roles that you can play. So we're going to maximize, like going through, are you geared for what types of roles you can play, and shooting these headshots around this. This is why this is going to be a very small, intimate group, because this is very specialized and very customized. It's going to be very, very high end. So now you're going to get the 4-look storybook photo shoot, celebrity stylist, hair and makeup artist. You're going to get your reel done, edited, everything set, cinematic feel to it, very high end, very professional, super, a lot of time, effort to go into it, to perfect it. You're also going to get the headshot. So everything you need, literally, to be up and running, to be able to approach any agency to get signed is right there and done at the highest possible level. But not only are you going to do all that, I take it further, okay? In addition to that, we're going to be doing a special virtual actors weekend. This is going to be all on commercial auditions and on-camera training. So it's going to be an entire weekend. It's going to be run by both Brian and Bobby. So Brian O'Halloran from Clerks, and then also Bobby Fernaro. And in addition to that, some other special guests. So this is something that we haven't done in a long time. So this is something we're going to be able to spend an entire weekend really nailing down commercial auditions and on-camera training and getting the certifications for that. So you're literally going to be getting like decades of knowledge in days on this. So this is in addition to coming out to the live event, being able to do this bonus virtual event. So like kind of like what we're doing here for 2 days, but we're giving you guys a lot of information very quickly. This is almost going to be very, very precise in a very flowy format. You'll get a workbook, you'll get your monologues, you'll get your sides. By the end of the weekend, you'll have this perfected, and it will be great because this will also tie in with shooting your reel. So now you're getting like that high-end Academy Award-winning background, Emmy Award-winning background coaches to get you the certification to help prepare for the video reel, on top of being able to work with Ryan and Tanya and myself. Like, do realize the people we're bringing to you here are people who are like the best at what they do. And these people are now dedicating those decades of their knowledge to you guys. So that's going to be really cool. This I'm super excited about. Like this one right here, the Virtual Actors Weekend, is going to be really something really, really good and beneficial. And it's going to make a huge impact on everybody who attends that. Then, of course, I'm going to be doing the social media domination and AI ChatGPT training. That's going to be specialized for 2024 and beyond. So we're going to be talking about where the technology is headed, going into advanced prompts. So prompts is how you get ChatGPT to respond, but we're also going to take it a step further. We're actually going to teach you guys how to create your own GPTs. That's going to be like the future where this is headed. So you're actually going to learn how to do this. By the end of the weekend, you'll actually be able to create your own GPTs that'll actually be on the ChatGPT store. So people will actually be able to use this. So because everyone on here has something you're an expert at. There's something that you're really good at. Like you're the best at something. Going to actually show you that. It's cool. It's like, it's really important to understand that and really understand where the technology is headed, because it's so rapidly going to impact every facet of your life. So to be at the forefront and understand it, even if you never utilize it from a business standpoint, it's still going to be a part of your life. And having the understanding adds a lot of credibility, believe it or not, when you're going to get auditions and interviewing, because a lot of people don't take the time to learn this. And then, of course, really understanding social media and so forth. Again, being able to utilize that to attract the right people in your life, to have yourself shown as being very elevated. You're going to get the full preparation training with the SAC franchise agent for the reel, of course. So again, making sure when we're out there filming that all of this is done. Of course, you're going to get access to the 21-day challenge and the 30 challenge. Reason I put a value of that is $49,997. To be honest with you, we spent $1 million. Like literally, not only will you get the 21-day challenge, the 30 and 30 challenge, but you're going to get access to all 600 hours of content. The 21-day challenge is your indoctrination. The 30 and 30 is then now broken down into how to book work, 30 jobs in 30 days. So it's kind of like step 2. In the program. And then the third one, which isn't listed here because we're finalizing, it's called Elevate. And that's going to be really cool. It's like some of the best motivational and mindset training and productivity training out there. Like people spend, I'm going to tell you guys, people spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to get the right mindset because they know it makes changes their whole life. Like, what would you pay to have like the best life ever? We're going to give you all of that. Plus, you're going to get all 600 hours of content for it. But there's a process. You go through a whole onboarding. So you go through an interview process. I'll talk about that in a moment. Then you go through an onboarding process. And so there's always going to be something for you to do, right? Always something for you to do. And then you're going to have a lot of live prep calls with Ryan for styling, posing, Q&A. So this isn't like an event where you just show up like, okay, I'm here. What do I do? No, you're going to do prep calls. So there's a lot of time invested in getting you ready for this is a life-changing experience, right? This is something we take this very seriously. So again, very customized, very small, intimate group that'll be a part of this. Then, of course, we have our live prep calls for the event. And when you're a part of the company, you'll have access to our Facebook groups. You'll have access to our private Facebook groups, our WhatsApp groups, and so forth. We have prep calls like coming up for San Diego and so forth. So even if you're not attending San Diego or Hollywood or Las Vegas, I always tell people to be on all the prep calls because you'll pick up a lot of tidbits of information. A lot of our talent, most of our, I say a lot, all of our talent, the people you'll meet at the events, the people that are going to be a part of your community, these are people that are going to be friends for decades of your life. Like I literally I can tell you every talent that ever came to any of our events from the very first event 18 years ago. I still talk to them. They're still friends. They're working in the industry. They're still friends with the other talent. Talent always getting Airbnbs together. You're going to have like a whole country of new friends that literally like will change your life. Like just recommendations for food and going out and just, just people who are on the same wavelength, speaking into your listen. And it's just like that natural attraction there for people to be surrounded. You saw Ali this morning talking about, Kaylee Clay, she's one of our OG, right? It's one of our original talent, getting married now, working full time in Los Angeles. I remember when she was a little girl, right? I remember when she was like, I think 17 or 18 years old. And now you see here, 10 plus years later, she's getting married. She has a whole life. She's working in the industry, so that's what's great about the community. We're not something one and done. We're something where we created a community and, and the people, are with us for years and years and years. Of course, you're going to get representation by Truth Management, priceless. Then we do a 10-week training. So you'll understand everything there is about the industry, running, how the agency runs, booking, understanding the software, understanding the calendars, you'll know more about how to run an agency and understanding what it takes to be at the best level than most of the people you'll ever work with. Like the training is incredible. And then I'm going to be doing something really cool. This is something brand new. And this is going to be something that for everybody who's on here, it's called Book Your First Paid Job Weekend. We're going to do a Dream 100 step-by-step. Okay. So we're literally going to go through a whole step-by-step. It's going to be a weekend online. And by the end of the weekend, you'll be able to start booking your first paid jobs. Okay. Literally. So this is something that's going to be really cool. Obviously everything all ties together, but something I'm really excited. I wanted to do this training for a long, long time, and I did little bits and pieces of it here and there. But this one's going to be like, if you love what I talk about all weekend, you're going to have my full attention for the whole weekend, just focused on getting you guys bookings and work and so forth. So not only you get the four look storybook photo shoot, celebrity stylist, hair, makeup artist, video reel shot and edited, the 4 actors headshots, virtual weekend for actors, commercial auditions, on-camera training with Bobby and with Brian, social media domination, AI chat GPT training. I bring in people that are worth multiple 7 figures, billionaires onto these training calls. For those of you guys know, during COVID, I brought some of the most amazing, powerful people on the planet. These are people that are just incredible that'll be a part of this. Obviously, the preparation training for this with the SAG franchised agent for the Real, having the opportunity to work one-on-one and very closely with Tanya, getting you prepared. And her whole goal is to find people to sign. Like you see, she doesn't play. Like you're getting like the best. I'm like giving you like Tom Brady, right? Like these are the people training you, working with you. 21-day challenge, 30 and 30 challenge, live prep calls with Ryan, styling, posing, the live prep calls for the event, representation by Truth. 10-week training for Truth, and then of course the Book Your First Paid Job Weekend, Dream 100 step by step. If you total all that up, you get a total of $76,970. And for a lot of you guys probably will faint that are brand new, and I get it, I totally understand. But what I want you to think about is don't worry about the price. Of course, we're going to do something special for you guys. That's obvious. But the point is like there's so many times I've invested millions of dollars into the company, into trainings and so forth. I can't even count the different things I've done. And I've had some incredible trainings. I work with some phenomenal people, but I've invested money into things that sometimes I didn't think the value was there, but there was something, that one golden nugget that made all the difference in my life. And I can tell you one thing, if you're working with some of the best people in the world, you're working with some of the most incredible trainers, some of the most incredible coaches, having the opportunity to live the life that other people don't live, if this made an impact, right? Even that booking that first paid job where you can say, hey, I'm a model, I'm an actor, understanding the industry. And if you could say, a year from now, 5 years from now, you're working in the industry, you paid off your parents' house, you're living the life that you wanted to live, right? You're making an impact in the world, right? We're about giving back and, working with Operation Underground Railroad. We freed over 3,500 kids from sex trafficking. We're going to be building schools in South America and around the world for arts and entertainment and being it's a blessed life to be able to do all these things. There is not a single investment I made in myself that I can't say helped me get where I wanted to be. And I don't look at the numbers, I look at the results. So I just want you to ask yourself, if you could live that life with it, you could 20 years from now, even, you could write a check out for $1 million to a charity, right? To live in Los Angeles, to be able to do this, would this number mean anything to you at that point, right? And obviously, no, of course not, right? So you're going to get all of this, not for 76,970. When I price these things, I always have to, we're doing something really cool. It's going to be a big event. When I first came up, I said, okay, well, 7,500, right? But I said, okay, well, I want to do something special. This is New Orleans. I haven't been here in 3 years. So I said, okay, great, $49.97, right? For all of that. And I said, well, can I do something else for our fast action takers? This is a small event. So it's $39.97, guys. Okay. Literally less than the cost of a photo shoot, less than the cost of a month's rent in New York. You're getting everything, my whole heart. And for the first 10 people that register, what I'm going to do is I'm doing something special in Tampa. I'm going to do this online for you guys for the first 10. I can't do it for everybody, but I will actually audit and be your social media manager for the first 10 people. So I will literally jump on a Zoom call with you. We'll go through all your social media. We'll go through everything. It's first 10 people. So you do have to schedule, right? It is an interview. Just you can't, oh my God, Mike, I just want to do this. And then the $1 million guarantee, I know for people who always knew, just to explain what that means. So I believe in what I preach. Like I over deliver. I'm willing to put my time, my effort into it, and I back my everything with my word. I guarantee things. That's how, when I deal with people, how I want things. I want to know I hire the best people. I'm getting the best people. I'm getting the best result. So the $1 million guarantee means this is called a no risk offer. What this means is invest in the program, become a part of it, go through the entire training, go through the entire program, come out to New Orleans, get the photos done, get the reel done, right? It's a 3-day event that will be out there. On the second day, by lunch, if you feel that at this point you didn't get $1 million worth of value, just come up to myself, come up to Alicia, Deneen, just say, hey, I didn't get $1 million worth of value, full refund, no questions asked. No, nobody will even give you a hard time. Zero. And people always say, well, Mike, that's crazy. Like, so people will get everything. They literally can go through the whole program, take, and then you'll still, all you got to do is say they didn't get $1 million and you just give them their money back. That, like, wouldn't people take advantage of you? And I'm like, yeah, somebody would. But this is how I see life. If I'm going to look at life worrying about those people, I'm going to have a miserable life, right? And I'd rather give the money back to that person to not have them in my life. Why would I want somebody who takes advantage in my life, right? Would you want that person in your life? So I'd rather have people feel comfortable and know that the system's designed that person's not for me. That's not my community. That's not somebody I want to work with on an ongoing basis. That's not somebody I'd want Tanya to be with, or Ryan, or Allie, or Deneen, or Brian, or Bobby, or any of the other people we're going to have. And we're going to have some incredible people in New Orleans. Like, this is going to blow. I can't tell you everything, but trust me on that. When I tell you guys, this is going to be an incredible experience. This is going to be an incredible experience. So what they're going to do is they'll drop the link for you guys. You do have to schedule. This is super, super limited. It's a very special, surprise event that we're doing. And like I said, this is going to be really cool. So again, this is everything you're going to get. 4-look storybook photo shoot, celebrity stylist, hair and makeup, video reels, shot and edited, 4 actors headshots, the virtual actors weekend, social media domination, AI chat GPT training, preparation training, SAG franchised agent, 21-day challenge, 30 and 30 challenge, plus the Elevate, which is coming out next, access to all 600 hours training, the live prep calls with Ryan for styling, posing, Q&A. And Ryan's super funny to be on the calls with. He's such a good person. Ryan's like such a good human. The live prep calls for the event, representation for truth management, the 10-week training, truth management, and then of course the special weekend, book your first paid job, Dream 100, step by step. You're going to get all of that, not $76,970, but for our fast action takers, only $39.97. And then for the first 10 people, they'll also get me to be their social media manager. We'll do a whole audit. We'll go through that. We'll have a ton of fun with that. I'm actually excited to do that for you guys because it drives me crazy sometimes when I go through people's social media and I'm like, oh, I want to tweak this and that. So, I would do it for everybody, but my time, unfortunately, my calendar is getting so tight, but I wanted to be able to do something special. And I figured if you're going to raise your hand first, then that's something like a special bonus on here. So that's everything on my slides, guys. They will go over this once more later today. I'm gonna turn this back over to Ms. Deneen. We will do a Q&A later, but I hope you guys learned a lot. I can't wait to see you guys in New Orleans. Can't wait to see you guys start the training, go through the process, and have the best life and the best success. You know, like I said, you know, don't worry about the finances. When there's a will, there's a way. You be resourceful. You'll always find the resources. All right, guys. With that thought, I will check you guys out later because I got a photo shoot to go to tonight, so I got a lot of work to do myself. All right, guys. Bye, everybody.
And the secret word, did we go over the secret word?
Wow. How awesome is that?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, there we go. Okay. How are you guys doing? Okay, secret word. Alicia, what should the secret word be?
Mardi Gras.
Mardi Gras. The secret word is Mardi Gras.
And I
Awesome.
just want to say this. So after we were on this call, I was talking to Tanya after this because she's coming out to San Diego and we were just discussing. And I was asking her about one of the new projects she's working on. Pays $65,000 an episode. It is an 8-episode Netflix show. So let's just do the math, shall we? $65,000 times it by 8. That's 520 grand. If all this program did was give you access to an agent who books that kind of work, gets to see you. We already went over the importance of self-tapes. There's 5,000 to 6,000 submissions. If that first 10 to 15 seconds doesn't kick ass, goodbye, good luck. You know what I mean? It's like, bye, Felicia. They won't even care. You're getting everything you need, dotted I's, crossed T's, everything you need in order to be successful. And literally, if all this did was book you one job, you're welcome. I mean, Deneen, I talk to people every day that go to Juilliard and Berkeley and Yale, and they're spending 70 grand a year. 70 grand a year just in school. Then they're moving to New York. Then they're moving to LA. And it's years upon years joining websites and paying for photos and taking more classes. And they're networking with other people like themselves. Boom. And I hate to use this example, but Tony Robbins says this all the time. And I know I heard Michael say it. So you cut a check for speed. Why are you going to reinvent the wheel? Well, I'm not sure. You want to be an actor. You already know in order to get an agent, you need to be what an agent wants. Everything you want is in this program. All you have to do is show up and put forth the work. If you're not going to put forth the work, don't schedule. Don't schedule. Don't schedule. And I see, you know, people commenting about the cost of the investment. We invest more in iPhones. This is something to take you out of your environment. And honestly, I don't even want to engage in those people because when the pain is great enough, there is no cost to live out your dreams. You will figure it out. You'll figure it out. But I only want people scheduling that are serious. If you're not serious, don't schedule. And I'll go through this some more in a bit, but only schedule if you're serious.
And I have some questions for people. Am I allowed to ask questions?
Yeah. Go ahead.
You told Tanya you were in a mood today. I'm in a mood right now.
She's like,
So I see
rare
people,
form.
how
Go
am I
ahead.
going to figure this out? Okay, here's my question for you. How are you not going to figure it out? How many of you are like, okay, you know what? This is what I want to do. How many of you here are serious that you want more success in 2024? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you want more success in 2024, type a 1. Thank you. Okay, great. I see a lot of you saying that you want more success. I saw someone also talking about being a social media influencer. Well, you want to grow your following on TikTok. That is awesome. I love that. Do you know what it takes to grow your social media following? Can I give you some hints? You have to have good on-camera presence. You have to be able to present yourself. You have to be able to speak well. You have to be able to script things out. Do you think, okay, so I'm a huge fan of Alex Earl. If you guys don't know her, then that's someone you should probably be following if you want to be a social media influencer. She literally scripts out every single day, everything that she does. Okay. I'm serious, but this is too much. Okay, let me ask you a question. Alicia asked you this question, but how much is it costing you not to do this? Okay, because I'm gonna share something with you. I wish I had my whiteboard behind me, but I don't. So let me ask you a question. If we could show you how to make $1 million, would that be worth it to you? Yes. How many of you here are making $1 million a year? Okay, yeah, we are. But if you're not making $1 million a year, let me ask you a question. No, you're not. Okay, and you know what? I understand that. So don't get frustrated. I'm not throwing stones at you, but I have a question for you. If you could learn how to double your income just by being a part of what we're doing, would that be worth it to you? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments.
Because it's really about
Yeah.
proximity.
It's about
I mean,
proximity
there's no
because
way you would ever be able to meet these people on your own. For those of you guys that want to be actors, I'm gonna just piggyback off of what you're saying. I want to see very quickly in the chats, how much money and how much time have you put into this so far? Type it. How much money and how much time have you put into this so far? Go ahead. Because I just answered an email, Deneen, from someone who said she was busy this weekend. So I emailed her, oh, what are you trying to get into? Acting. I said,
But
great. How long have you been doing this? She said 20 years.
yeah, well, and now she's going to keep doing what she always does. And that's okay, because you know
Yeah,
what?
it's
She made the choice not to be here,
She'll
and
do
everyone
another
here,
20 years. Yeah.
you guys are all here because this is the choice you've made, right? You guys are here because you want to be here, correct? Right? Yes, we went through all the steps you had to take. But let me ask you a question for you. Let me ask you guys a question. Do you know what your biggest expense in life is? Put it in the comments. What do you think your biggest expense in life is? Not living, regret. That's a huge expense. That's correct. My family, water, time, losing time. Hmm. All right. Like physical, what is your biggest expense? Like actual dollar amount, like what you put money into? Food. Okay. What if I told you that your biggest expense in life is not knowing how to make $1 million? Because you
Yeah.
know what? Again, I wish I had my whiteboard here, but imagine this. Okay, so the average person probably makes around what, like $60,000 a year. We'll just go with that, just because that's something understandable. Okay. So let me math. I'm gonna math here. Alicia's usually our mather, but that's my job right now. Okay, so $1 million. You see that? Oh, you guys can't see there. There's $1 million minus 60,000. Okay, so imagine now you guys are making 940,000. You're by not knowing how to make $1 million every year, you're losing $940,000. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a little more expensive than food and stuff like that? Food, housing, all of those things. This is what I want you to understand. Money is a renewable resource. You can always get more money. You can always make more money. There are ways to be resourceful. If you're watching this call right now, congratulate yourself, because you know what? You're in the top 1% of earners in the world. There are people in the world that, there are people in the world that don't have internet, that don't have electricity, that don't have running water. So if you have any of those things, get down on your knees tonight after this call and thank God that you live in the United States. Okay. But this is what I want, like, oh, I don't have the money. I don't have this. I don't have that. You know what? It's not that you lack resources. It's that you're not resourceful. You're not resourceful. I've been on calls with talent. Oh my God, I can't do this. Deneen, you don't understand. I can't do this. I'm like, okay, well, let me ask you a question. I'm going to ask this each and every one of you on this call right now. Okay, maybe you don't have it right now. Okay, I get it. But let me ask you a question. What type of phone do you have? What type of phone do you have? Or here's another question. Not even what type of phone do you have? What's your favorite show on Netflix? What's your favorite show on Netflix? The 100, Griselda. Yeah, right. Okay. How many of you have actually watched the whole? Okay, Griselda. That's a great one. That's the #1 show currently on Netflix. How many of you watched the whole thing? How many hours did you spend doing that? It's a trick question. I know the answer. Okay. But here's my question for you. So you spent all that time watching a TV show, which is great, very entertaining. I'm not,
Madge, I'm so proud of you. Fool me once, good show. Text me.
right? But here's the question I have for you. All those hours you spent watching a TV show that didn't put any money in your bank account, what could you have been doing? I heard Mike talking to you guys. You all have resources. There are things in you that you know how to do. Why are you not putting those out into the world to earn more money? Why are you not doing that? Or is it because you're comfortable? You're comfortable. Oh, your
How many of you
favorite
guys-
flavor of pain is lack.
Yeah, and one thing I kind of really want to say, you're the sum of the top 5 people that you associate yourself with. So I want everybody to understand this. If I show up this chart again, the reason why our company does very well is because we spend a lot of money to get in front of the right people. When we've won 6 Tony Awards, Mike and I invested over $1 million just in Broadway with no guarantees, just to have access to Sigourney Weaver and Tom Hanks and all these people that, Al Pacino. It was because we planted the seeds, right? So here's my question for everybody on this call. And again, I'm reading some of the, and I hate to say that, oh, I have no money. I don't, honestly, this isn't for you. And here's why. Because you already heard from Tanya, she's a huge SAG-AFTRA licensed agent. A talent is responsible for their own headshots. Well, shit, we're doing that for you. You need a self-tape or a reel. Damn, we're doing that for you too. You need training. Done, done, and done. What are you going to do? Try to go do this by yourself? Go get crappy headshots. Go try to do training with somebody. You're not getting an agent. That's not how it works. So everything she needs, well, I need headshots. Okay, I love your headshots,
Check.
but they're expensive. Why? Because they're done correctly. They're worthy of the investment. You want cheap photos? Go to JCPenney. Go to Glamour Shots. Go to PetSmart. Say, hey, I know you're taking a picture of my dog. I need some actors' headshots. Can you do them for me? Throw the guy $5, right? Throw the person, right? But if you're really trying to book $100,000 episodes, well, how many of you guys understand marketing materials? Super important. Headshots. If you understand headshots are so important, type headshots. Then it's now, oh, well, I like this person's headshot, but can they act? How many of you guys understand now having a proper self-tape? You need to have it in order to book $100,000 an episode. If you understand that, type self-tape. Now, you can go on YouTube, you can go on Google, you can take online courses, but are the self-tape traits that you're learning taught by legitimate, huge SAG-AFTRA licensed agents that have showrunners on Grey's Anatomy straight? No. These are the losers selling classes. Do you guys understand? That's all they do is sell classes. That's it.
Can I add something to you real quick to what you're saying?
Yeah.
There's a saying that I love and hate at the same time. Those who can do, those who can't teach. So do you want to learn from those who can, who are doing, or do you want to learn from those who can't, who aren't earning a living doing this?
But if you're really trying to do this, I encourage anybody to challenge me. I'm welcoming a challenge from anybody on this call. You can move to New York, $70,000 a year on Juilliard, then move to New York, $4,000 a month, then go get actors' headshots. You're still not getting face-to-face with an agent. Do you guys understand that? If you understand that, type understood, right? So if all this did was give you the proper headshots, real training with a SAG-AFTRA licensed agent, you had a kick-ass self-tape, you met the right people, you got real training that you need, taught by real people in the industry that are going to give you a step up from literally the entire competition. How is that not worth $3,990? I mean, and I'm not here to sell it to you. It's not for sale. So even if you have a Platinum American Express card, you actually have to go through an interview. No offense, for $4,000, I'm never going to risk what we built for $4,000. I'm not going to do it ever. It's not about the money for us. So how many of you guys have professional headshots right now? You're ready to go. How many of you guys have a reel right now? And I asked you all, are you guys ready to go? No, I'm not. But yet you're on fake websites trying to get castings to book major jobs. Now, I don't want to hear anything about not having money and meh, because those are the stories you tell yourself based on this. It's okay to be poor. It's okay to be challenged in life. You know how when the pain is great enough, you're going to do something about it. And that's the truth. That is absolutely the truth. If you're the sum of the top 5 people that you hang out with, this is why Mike and I invest 300, 400 grand a year. And this isn't me bragging. This is, you want to make $1 million? That's the kind of money that you spend in order to make $1 million. You don't just sit back, I'm going to make $1 million. Oh no, you're hiring the best to learn everything that you need to learn in order to make that kind of money.
Yep.
And we invest this kind of money and then we train you on things that we're learning. So how many of you guys are glad that we're spending that kind of money so you don't have to? Right? But that's what it's all about. You're getting in front of the right people. For those of you that want to be real actors, we already know you can't go on like the backstage. You can't go on the websites anymore. That's not how you get into show business. You got to have proper photos. You're going to chance it. Then you need training. You have to have it in order to get an agent, in order to get submitted out. Then you have to have a reel. Do you have a proper reel? So if you dot your I's and cross your T's and get everything you need taught by the world's best, we're talking about people that win Emmys and Academy Awards, and this is the best of the best of the best. You could even find somebody to train you how to do this for less than $300 to $500 an hour just to teach you the basics on a self-tape. I know my stuff, which is why we're in the predicament that we're in. Michael's the brains, I'm the mouth. We obviously see that. Michael's very analytical. But if you're trying to get into show business, I want to know a better way to do it. Get on a plane, move to LA, try to do what? Get face-to-face. There are no open calls. No one's going to hire you off of a website. Yeah, Mike is a genius. Thank God for Mike. So I got Bobby from The Sopranos calling me right now.
I just handled it.
Okay. That's a good call to get.
I
You're
know.
the star of a hit TV show calling your cell phone. How many of you guys want that problem? Right? Yeah, Mike is amazing. Enough about Mike. I'm just kidding. Mike is always amazing. But guys, you can't do this on your own. This is show business, 2 words. And I'm gonna put my cool desk up for a second. This is the Hollywood effect right here. You guys see that award that I'm holding? That's a Tony Award, right? We won that with Sigourney Weaver. You can't do that oh, you're so lucky. That's you. This is not luck. This is about putting yourself in with winners. That is all this company is about, putting yourself with winners, right? So for those of you guys that are really serious, I'm here to help you. For those of you that aren't, we're going to go over this some more after this next segment, but I'm only here to help the winners. For those of you guys that are constantly griping and moaning about your life, when it hurts bad enough, then you are the only one that has access to change it. If you understand that, type understood. Because that is the truth. When you're ready to do this and you're tired of living a mediocre life, listen, I know it's like, I have a 3-year-old, right? My mom just got out of the hospital. If you guys have been following my Instagram, my mom was in the ER the other day. I'm like trying to work. I'm working on a new show, working on the thing with Shark Tank. I'll be on that Zoom meeting. Of course, they don't want, oh, my mom's in the hospital. She's fine. Let's go. It is business all the time. My mom's doing great. Thanks for asking. She's doing awesome. It is business. We're only as good as our talent. So we have a very important call today. I mean, if you guys are really serious about doing this, you guys are going to get the link. You're going to schedule. But I only want people to schedule that are really serious. If you're not serious or you're just going to get on and I have to get a violin and play, you know, like a song, you know, because you're sad, or I don't want any Eeyore syndromes. This isn't, oh, woe is me. My life is so hard. I only want winners. So my question is, who's a winner? If you are a winner, type winner. If you're a winner, type winner. Because unless you're a winner, need not apply. Don't do it. So when I talk to you on the phone, or I talk to you on Zoom, or I talk to you anytime, I don't want to hear any excuses. If this is your dream, we're going to go 100%. If you're not in it 100%, no excuses. Okay. All right. Deneen, are you there?
I am. I'm handling a technology situation. So if you can just keep inspiring these people, that would be amazing.
I don't know if I'm necessarily inspiring. I
know. I'm just
if
fixing
you're
a
trying to get into
situation.
show business, how would you do it? Somebody tell me, as far as an investment, what steps would you take in order to try to get to this level? Somebody tell me. What steps would you take? Somebody, let's banter. Let's go. I found ways to make money. Sure, even OnlyFans, it's $40 a month. You can't even do OnlyFans for free. Not saying I tried, but I talked to a lot of people. You're touching my soul? Cool. But the only way to do this face-to-face, Ariel, I mean, how many of you guys know that there's some crazy people in this world, right? Casting directors will never hire off of a website. 1, you don't show up. 2, you're not professional. 3, they don't know your mental state. What are you going to show up packing heat? Like, they have no idea who you are. So if you are trying to get into show business, like Tanya said, she doesn't do open calls. She depends on companies like ours to like feel out the people. And again, I'm here to help, but I'm here to separate. And I hate to divide, but we obviously winners and losers. Yeah, fortune does favor the bold for sure. And there are so many amazing ways to make make extra money now. And I'm not here to give you a training on how to make extra money. If this is something that you're serious about, you'll find a way. You'll find a way. You'll find a way. The event is in August. I have a lot of people going to multiple events this year that we do. I mean, think about how cool it is to like meet real people in this industry. It's unheard of to be able to sit down and have conversations with these types of people. So for those of you guys that are really serious and you scheduled meetings, just so you know at the time of the interview, I'm going to ask you, what do you do for a living? How long have you been trying to get into this industry? I feel like a doctor. What hurts? What obstacles are you facing? What have you done about it? And I don't care if you're new, but I'm going to care, just like Tanya said, if I need you to get to LA financially, can you afford to do that? These are things I care about. Okay. So for those of you guys that are really serious, how many of you guys, let me see very quickly, and I'm going to see right here. How many of you guys want to go to New Orleans? No excuses. You want to go to New Orleans. If you want to, don't say me, type New Orleans. 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 Okay. Is there anybody here that doesn't feel that New Orleans will help them now that literally everything that you need is being done in New Orleans? And I mean, you see what we're doing in San Diego. Could you only imagine what we're going to do having real life experiences together in New Orleans? Cool. Let me ask you a question. I mean, Michael's value is like 76 grand, which is kind of humorous. But somebody tell me, what do you think it's worth to you to live out your dreams, to get a chance to work on this type of level? What is it worth to you? Everything. Priceless. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Cool. How many of you guys have watched television lately, or you've been anywhere and you like, even for me, Deneen, I was at Target this morning and I saw plus size models. How many of you guys have seen mannequins that are plus size now? They have a little bit of a tummy, right? And I'm like, oh my God, I'm not around. I had a baby. Like, I can't get rid of this. Like, I try, but I can't. How many of you guys, like, sometimes you see models and you're like, okay, I don't feel bad about myself now, right? Or you watch Netflix and you're like, I could do that. Like, I look just like this person or better. Like, why am I not on TV? Right? How many of you guys have ever been to Times Square and you see these billboards, or you go on Amazon, you're like, how the F did this person book this job? How do they do it? Right? So why not you? But you have to give it a go. You have to do it, right? All right, sorry, I'm done.
No, you're good. You're good. We're still working through our kinks. So if you can keep going for 2 more seconds, that would be
Yeah,
amazing.
if anybody who has a question, if you have a question, I'm just going to call on people. If you have a question, raise your Zoom hand. If you have a question, let's see who has a question. Hold on. Kingston. There you go. Ask to unmute. Go.
let's say hypothetically speaking, we get to a point where we're able to pay more than a certain, let's say over 25%. Is there a payment plan that we could possibly join to end up
Yes,
going to
at the time
more?
of the interview, you're either paying the $3,997 in full, or if you want to hold the ticket, you must be able to do a deposit at that time to hold a ticket. I'm all about payment plans. Most of my inner circle, most of my talent do payment plans, and I have no problems with payment plans.
So for everybody here, is there a deposit amount that you're looking
No,
for, or
Because I have 83 people on this call and nobody's been accepted other than my current talent. So this isn't like a Honda Civic, get it for a low 200 down. Like, it's not for sale. So if somebody came on my call and they said, listen, it's the beginning of the month, I really want to do this. We just finished Christmas. I'm doing my taxes. This is all I can afford. Why wouldn't I, in good faith, hold a deposit and put you on the right path? Did you read our book, Kingston?
yes, I got a chance to really dive into, well, I didn't get a chance to read the whole book. I read the first few chapters that was available to us, and I learned a lot from.
Yeah. So you know that, like, when Mike and I started, we had nothing. We maxed out credit. I think we started with like $2,000, not in cash. We had a Best Buy credit card and an IKEA credit card. Best Buy bought 2 laptops and a printer, which we shared. And then the IKEA credit card, we bought 2 desks that we put together and 2 horrible chairs that gave us the worst backaches ever. And we signed a month-to-month lease. And the reason why we couldn't afford the year lease was because we were scared to death to put our credit on there, because we're like, shit, if we can make it through the first month, we could do the second month. We gave ourselves 30 days.
So
6 Tony Awards later, open the stock exchange. We're Fox News music experts. You can't do that by thinking I only need a deposit. Figure if you get accepted, and I know you've been through our interviews before, you have to be able to show, just like Tanya said, if I needed you, I need headshots. They're your responsibility. Okay, well, now we're doing them correctly. I need a reel. Okay, we're doing those correctly. You need training. Oh, look at that. We're doing that. But she also said you have to be able to get to California if you need to. So this is why we have that vetting process to make sure you're a financial security, that you're not a liability. Okay.
And I'm going to add something else, Kingston. Mike and I have been talking about your energy. You've brought it both days. You better be talking to us. That's all I got to say.
Well, you've been trying to do this for a long time, if I know your name.
You do, yes.
These companies before paying for websites, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you're not booking real work. So the question for you is the pain big enough and strong enough for you to change it? Or do you like the pain? I mean, I don't know what you're into, but some people like the pain.
Oh, wait, what I've been through now, now I know what's legit and what's not legit. And from what you guys, how consistent you are, I get emails from you. I read it, and I'm like, wow, you know what? This is life changing. Maybe I need to be for real about this. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to keep paying something for a dead end. Keep going into these dead ends. And
we already know that the casting websites are getting shut down. So what other options do you have? Oh, I paid for photos. Cool. Where are you posting them? What are you doing about it? Yeah. How many of you guys think Kingston has a great look? He does. And you've been told that. And I'm not here to tout your ego, because I don't do that. Yes, but here's the thing. You have a great look. You have a great disposition, but nobody in this business cares. You're one of a billion. So you have to get in front of the right people. And everything you've done up until now, you've been on a lot of our calls. You're welcome. Because the knowledge that we're giving you is free. But now we can't want this more than you do. You have to take action.
Yep.
Because getting these calls, you're not going to get to work with Tanya. You're not.
Most definitely.
You're a liability until you're not. And that's the truth. So at the time of the interview, will we talk? Yeah. Just because we've spoken to you in the past doesn't mean you'll be right now. And that's the truth. It's not for sale. So well, he has a great look. So you could do it if you wanted to. Awesome. But the pain has to be strong.
And my desire for it is still there. And I mean, you're absolutely correct. You don't want to be in no situation where your client doesn't want this more than you. You know what I mean? So I'm inspired. I emailed you. I talked to you.
I know. I know.
I'm here. I'm ready.
Let's make it happen. I'm excited.
I know. Everybody's here to help. Everybody's here to help.
All right.
Awesome. Yeah, 2024. 2020, that wasn't our year. And Candace Rayford, I'm going to pull on Candace really quick.
Can we? What? We can pull her a little bit later, but our special guest has arrived.
Oh, good. Okay, so
All right,
later I'm going to
Kingston.
talk to Candace about what I told her the first time I spoke to her.
Yes,
And
we
it's
can,
gonna be
we'll do
awesome.
that. We'll definitely do that after our next guest. How's that
Good.
sound?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you,
Bye,
Kingston. Awesome. All right. Phew. I love technology. Zoom is amazing, but Zoom is giving me anxiety today, guys. But that's not what's important. The important thing is that our special guest is here. Are you guys ready to hear from our special guest? And we may be making an announcement about him in a little while too, but we'll talk
Ooh.
about that in a couple minutes. All right, so let me introduce our next guest to you. Hold on. Let's add him to we have so many VIP Ignites now. I'm not sure who's who. Okay, there we go. Add spotlight. Okay, there's our next guest. All right, so our next guest is Robert Finaro. He was born in Brooklyn, New York, to Anna, a deaconess, and Vincent Finaro, an interior decorator. His parents are both second-generation Italians. Finaro began acting professionally in New York theater with the European tour of A Streetcar Named Desire as Stanley with the late James Gandolfini, who played Mitch, where they became friends. Robert's breakthrough role was Eugene in David Chase's The Sopranos. From then on, he has been known for multiple TV and film roles, such as The Sinner, playing Ron Tonetti with Jessica Biel and Bill Pullman, Ray Donovan as Lieutenant Bricker with Quincy Tyler Bernstein. He was in HBO's Vinyl as Tony Del Greco, directed by Martin Scorsese. He was also in The Irishman as Johnny with Robert De Niro and American Gangster as McCann opposite Josh Brolin. He is forever thankful to his friend, James Gandolfini, for, as they say in show business, sending the elevator down. Everyone give it up for the one and only Mr. Bobby Finaro.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone. I see people I know, Solange, I see Reggie, I see Lois, I see Naj, I see Ela, I see Miss Ryan, everybody. Thank you very much. It's great to be here once again at VIP Ignite Connect Live.
That's
Hi,
true.
Allie. Hi, Allie. Hi,
Hey.
Allie. Hi, Allie.
How are you? So
Okay.
I was watching American Gangster the other day.
You were. Good
And,
for me. I'd get some nice residual on that.
I have you here.
Yes.
There's Russell Crowe, right?
Yes.
There you are. And then you're gonna walk up there.
Yes.
And Jeff and I were watching this the other day, and Jeff's like, wait, is that Bobby? I was like, you're not even, like, you're literally in like the movie. Not as an extra, but as a real character with some of the biggest names ever. And it always, like, literally, we were watching it. And he was like, Bobby? Yes, Bobby.
Yeah, they
Like,
gave me
you're
some
literally,
lines.
like, in
They
the
gave me some
entire
lines
movie.
once I got hired and everything. I did audition a scene, and then they gave me some lines in the film, which was great. Josh Brolin's a very generous man, and so he said, Bobby's got to say a few things to Ridley, and Ridley was cool with that. So it was a great experience.
Ridley. For everybody else, that's Ridley Scott, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you worked with Pacino, De Niro, Martin Scorsese,
Yes.
Denzel, Russell Crowe. Okay, guys, remember how I was talking about before how you would like to take yourself out of this environment and put you in another one? How many of you guys want to be in Bobby's network? Right? Like, you keep getting asked to be in these projects. This is a good network to have. Well, I'm excited to see you. Happy Sunday to you.
Happy Sunday to you too, Allie. It's great to be here. I see some new
Nice to see
faces. It's
you.
great.
And you recently got to go to New York City. And I mean, we love seeing you on Zoom, but I know Deneen and I were super excited to see you live and in person and give you the biggest hug ever. It's been a while.
Yes. It
Damn
was great to
pandemic.
see you and your family. And
Oh, I know. You got to meet my son.
yes, he's so cute.
He's 3 and he's awesome.
Yes, he's awesome.
So I don't want to take from this training
Hayden.
at all, but we were just going over the power of investment, getting to where it is that they want to go. And you also do voiceover work for Grand Theft Auto. I mean, you get to
Mhm.
do some really cool stuff. Have you invested a lot of time and money into your career to get where you are?
Oh yeah, I mean years and years of training, especially starting from HB Studio with Herbert Berghoff, Earl Hyman from the Earl
Yeah.
Hyman Show, from the Bill Cosby Show. Earl, I worked with Earl, a lot of great people, and then I graduated there to the group theater people, Bobby Lewis, which was just before I got the Streetcar, so it was great to be with
With
him.
James
before I got-
Gandolfini.
Yep, with Jimmy.
Oh, I didn't even
So the training with him, both Bobby, was great. I
mention.
mean, I worked
Yeah.
with Paul Savino and a play, The Rainmaker, with the KWKRP. Gary Sandy was in it. We understudied. And from there, so I knew I had the right stuff. I was being asked to, do these things. It's important that you get the signpost along the way. And I put a lot of investment. Back then, the investment in pictures was, well, it's the same now. I mean, in terms of the digital, you want to get good digital pictures that look like you.
Yeah.
But now everything is digital. You don't take your picture and do the rounds like we used to do. You just drop your picture off. Now you can send it. But you do want the picture to look, if you look, the best way to do that is to go to IMDb and look at look at people who are working and look at the picture they put up there, because the picture they put up there is getting them work. So that's what you got to really go. That's a good composite basically for your picture. I mean, you don't want a picture that's, you can't see your face or it's fuzzy or
Or
whatever.
Snapchat filters. Yeah.
Yes, filters terrible. You're right. That's right,
Oh.
Ali. Yeah. So
Even the AI headshots, don't do that, guys. They can tell the
No.
difference. Don't do that. Don't
No.
do that.
wonder where you look now, like how you look now in your location, because the director's going to put you in a location. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
and also with the Zoom, it's good to have the background. Like Ali has a natural background, Reggie has a natural background, and so does Lewis and some other people. But it's really good to have just a natural background as opposed to Brandy has one, like Miss Ryan Clapham. She should get a natural background, even if it's just like Philip has. It's important to have that natural background because you get kind of, when you move around, you're in and out of the image.
Yeah.
Never
I think
wanna
they
make
do
a
it
tape.
mainly
You never
for
wanna make
these
a tape
calls.
like that.
Yeah.
Huh? What, Ali?
They do the virtual background for like the boot camps to,
Yeah,
'cause
that's
they're part
okay.
of the company.
That's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. You didn't just say I want to be an actor and then go get an agent, then try to figure it out. When did you actually get an agent? Take us through like a little bit. Did you always know that you wanted to be an actor? And then kind of
Yeah, I mean, I always wanted to be an actor. The doors don't open up for you. It's a lot of hard work, especially trying to get an agent. I focus more on doing the work, and by doing the work and getting into plays, I got a big opportunity with James when he came looking for me to ask me if I wanted to audition. He couldn't promise me anything, but that's the important thing. It's important to have agents, and once I got on the show, then I had no problem. I didn't have any problem getting an agent. So it's all about leverage and fulcrum. But the main thing is important to stay connected to VIP Ignite, to you guys, but also look to do work, look to do short films, look to do independent little films. Even if you're doing background, you're learning the job on the job. You may not like it. You can move on from there. You do a play or something like that. Do the work, because you never know who you're going to work with. Look at me. I never really knew James was going to blow up like he did, and he did. So and he would tell you the same thing. Just work on the work and make that important, but not the end all. Because when Van Gogh was painting, he wasn't thinking how much money I'm going to get for the painting. He was thinking about the beauty of the painting itself. So that's what I would say to that. And by the way, I'll just say something about Kingston. If Kingston watches the film called Naiad, and that's about the swimmer, Naiad, it takes place in Florida. She's trapped from Cuba. It's a new film with Annette Bening. There is a character that looks exactly like you. So you are castable. Yes.
Kingston, you're probably leaving so much money on the table not booking real work.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm just saying that Kingston looks just like that guy. He could have been that part.
You could have been, but you
Yeah.
weren't. So when that paint is great enough and you're ready to do something, call me.
Reggie too.
Yeah. Go ahead, Reggie.
Go ahead,
Facial
Reg.
hair or without.
So
Facial hair.
that's it, Ali. And once I got on the show, it was easy to get an agent, get a manager. And
Once you got onto The Sopranos, did you have an agent prior to?
No, didn't have an
So
agent.
James Gandolfini got you the audition, which usually
Yes.
an agent would. So James Gandolfini said, "Listen, I'm kind of in the show." Were you a fan of the show before you auditioned?
Oh, yes. Yeah, of course. Yes. It was a great show. But, right then and there, I was making a living from Caroline's Comedy Club for my family. I was still in entertainment. I was a manager, but I really never thought that I would walk in one day and he'd be at the bar and he would give me an opportunity like that. But what must be said is that you make an impact in your work on others. So when others do get to a certain point, they can send the elevator down. For instance, if I was to get a film, I would look to you to try to cast some roles in the
I know
film,
some
and
people.
look to your actors or the actors in the workshop. So that's what I would do.
Yeah.
You got to start
But
somewhere.
Yeah, you got to start somewhere, but you're going to go to your network. I mean, this is 20 years of friendship, like in the network.
Yes.
So James Gandolfini, and again, I'm going to reiterate this. Typically, an agent would submit you out for a show like The Sopranos. It's a hit show. It's kind of like auditioning for Friends back then during the heyday. So the show's like a hit show, cult classic. I mean, raving reviews. Then all of a sudden you get to audition. And James said one important thing to you. And I'm going to quote you. He said, I'm going to get you the audition, but it's up to you to land the part. And he would
Absolutely said
never have
that.
recommended you unless you were good.
Yes, and he said he tried to get someone else on the show and it didn't work out. So, but he couldn't promise me anything. But he said, "I'll give you get a shot."
So how many of you guys understand that important lesson? Because I always get, can you guarantee work? Well, I can guarantee you're going to be able to sit in front of the biggest names, but can you guarantee me you're going to book the part? And that's why training is so important. If given a chance to audition today for a hit TV show, a major, I know you're constantly auditioning for stuff. I mean, would you put in a good word for somebody that you know could do this if you knew that they could act?
Sure, I would. Sure, I
See?
would.
What does that
I
work to you
certainly
guys?
would.
Somebody type it. What's it work to you? He's worked with some of the biggest names. What does that work to you? To have one of the stars from The Sopranos, The Irishman. He's worked with Marty Scorsese 2 times. What? How many times? 2?
2 times, yes. 2 times.
That's priceless.
Yeah, but yeah, I certainly would recommend and put in a good word. Do you know what I mean? For anyone.
Only for somebody who you knew could really do
Well,
this.
yes, absolutely. You know, as James said, you know, the thing is, and I'll tell everyone, don't be discouraged if you don't have so much experience, because you really could. Once you're cast in the role, that director or that producer and the director and the people around you, they want you to do good. They want you to do your best. You don't have to worry about losing the role. You can be comfortable, and you could learn on the job too. So you don't have to have that much experience to work in film and TV. But what you do need is the courage to keep going, and the courage to say, I screwed up. I
Forget
should not
about
did
it.
that. That's
It's not
the
the same when I
worst.
do it.
And
Yeah.
you do that, you screw up, and then, but you know what? The director say, cut, let's do another one. Bam, you let that one go and you do another one. You never let that get you down, because that's the way.
Don't
that's
hold
what
on
it's
to
about.
it. Okay.
That's right. Don't
So-
hold on to it. Yeah.
So take me through, I mean, New York City, you're there, you're going for the live auditions. This is pre-pandemic. Do you miss the live auditions, or do you like kind of the self-tapes?
I miss the live auditions, Ali, because you know you might be going into an office and the let's say Georgianne Walken from Sopranos,
Yeah, she's in
or
my
Sheila
phone.
Jaffe
Yeah.
from Sopranos. She can give you an adjustment, and that adjustment can mean so much on tape when the director sees it.
What
So
is an
there is
adjustment?
advantage, huh?
What is an adjustment?
An adjustment is, okay, please don't do it angry, but do it in as if do it as
Act
if
as if.
this is
Yeah.
your best friend and you're having fun with him. So you were being angry, but instead revenge is like an appetizer, cold dish served cold or something, whatever that saying is. You're
Yeah.
doing it nicely. You're killing it with kindness, kind of. So that's a note, you know. So instead of saying, I'm going to kill you, man, and you say, I'm going to kill you, which reads better. I'm going to kill you. That one you're going to remember, as opposed to, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. That simple as that. A little adjustment. The director sees it. He likes it. And that's what I miss.
So you miss, I mean, for Mike and I, when we were in New York and LA, we used to love when people came in, whether they went to Yale or Juilliard, or they were just brand new, fresh off the street. But sometimes personality plays a big part, even if you're brand new. And now
Yeah.
people don't get that equal opportunity to even get seen. What a lot of people don't understand, and we kind of went through this, is that a casting director will see 5,000 to 6,000 submittals. So you don't even know if they're watching you. You have no, it's
Yeah.
the honor system.
The talent pool has broadened because of the Zoom and the
Yeah,
self-tape.
I hate
So
Zoom. I mean, I like
something
Zoom
could
here.
something
Yeah.
could cast in Florida, and a California actor could do it because now we're connected by these self-tapes.
Yeah.
And I mean, I went in to see Robert De Niro for his new film Wise Guys with Barry Levinson, and for a nice role. I didn't get it, but that was really refreshing to go in and have Robert De Niro say, you know, work with him.
Was he there?
Yeah, he was in live in person, and we did. He's a great actor, really quiet, and
Yeah.
we had. I thought it was a great audition. When I walked out, I said, "Man, that guy's a good actor, man. He's such a good actor." But yeah, But
I
in Levinson,
can't
that was the
even
first time.
imagine getting called by Bobby De Niro to go in. And I mean,
Yeah.
you've had conversations with Russell Crowe and Denzel and all these like the big Brolin. I mean, can you impart some like give me something like Martin Scorsese? I mean, you know, I studied him in film school. Like I'm a complete geek. I'm geeking out right now. What type of advice do they give you when you're actually on set, or do they just let you do your own thing?
Well, what they do is they make you feel comfortable being there, Allie. It's not like do it my way or do it this way. They created an environment where you can do your best work. And that's the most important thing. There's no judgment. And sometimes in TV, Law and Orders, you get, do it this way. People get judgmental.
Well, Law and Order, it's every beat, every syllable,
Yeah.
every word. I mean, literally, you have somebody sitting there with a script, and there is no improv. There is no,
Yeah.
well, it's can't, not cannot. It's can't.
Right.
And you'll have to do it again.
Right.
But for
Yeah.
film, you have a little bit more leniency, right? They'll
You
bend a
learn-
little
yeah,
bit.
you learn to work within the parameters, but getting back to Marty,
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing is creating a fervent environment where there's no judgment and you can do your best. Like the last take that I did in The Irishman, that was the one he said, just do what you want to do, keep to the script, but say what you want to say, because he trusted me. He knew that he could trust me, that I had that inside me. Those lines, like you see the guy with the receding hairline, I made up that line, wasn't Steve Zalian. And Zalian's okay with this stuff and everything because Marty has that leeway. But the most important thing, even in TV, even with Sopranos, we had an environment that everyone was rooting for you to do well. And that's the most important thing. When you get in an environment that's kind of toxic, you're not going to do your best work, but you can't hit yourself over the head with it. You got to move on to the next job. Allie?
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. So for a show like Sopranos, when you finally got the audition and then you got the role, what happens next? When do you get the script? How do you sign confidentiality agreements? Like, what did you go through? Were you allowed to tell any of your friends or family that you booked it?
Yes, I could tell them, and you get a contract, you sign the contract, and then of
Yeah.
course, when you do get your script in the mail, special delivery.
They come to your house, right?
Up to your
like, somebody hand
FedEx
delivers it.
drops it off in the front stoop and they ring your
Yeah.
bell. I mean, it is confidential. You're not supposed to talk about it. Listen, put it this way. If you talk about it with people, you might not be on the set 2 weeks from now,
You may not be on the
Especially with
planet 2 weeks from
Sopranos.
now with those guys. Yeah.
especially with Sopranos. You imagine if I told them that James was being
No.
shot at the end of Members Only, would David
No.
would have happened to me? Bobby's not going to be hanging himself. He's going to be thrown off the top of a building.
I can't watch that episode. I can't
Yeah.
watch it. I
It's
won't.
tough for me too.
I know. I know. I won't watch it.
But it's good to be living another day and be talking to you, I must say.
So you get this script, and then how many pages did you have to memorize? Like, kind of walk me through it.
Oh yeah, I mean, there were, the one thing about film is that they set everything out in a production schedule. So
Yeah.
you might be working 1 or 2 days, but you want to be prepared for the 1 or 2 scenes. It's not unlike a play that you ladder up in a play. You got 4 weeks of rehearsal, and then you go up, and then
Yeah.
you got to learn that whole thing, that whole play, whole Shakespeare, Hamlet, or whatever. Or
There is no
Death of the
retake,
Salesman. There's
it's
more
live.
pressure in a play, huh?
I was saying there is no retake. There is no let's start from
No.
the beginning. It's live.
It's live. But the thing is that in television, you're not going to do everything successively. So you have time to learn your scenes. There was a lot of lines, but it was split up in time, Allie,
Was there ever a time that you memorized your lines? Because I mean, I know pages of dialogue. I can only imagine like memorizing everything. But did you ever go to set and then they just said, "Hey, we're gonna go ahead and do a rewrite," and you're like, "No, I just memorized all these lines." No. What would
Yes.
happen?
It happens a lot. It happens in television, it happens a lot. So it happens in film too. The only thing where
Yeah.
it doesn't happen is usually in plays. But that happens in rehearsal in plays. Like the writer changes it. The thing is, here's the thing, and this is for everybody. The person who changes the lines, he knows, and the director knows that you're learning it then and there, that you're not prepared with it. So you don't got to rack your brain over it. They move around you. You're the main event. They circle around the wagon train, so to say. You're not working for them. They're working for you in a way. They change the lines, and now you got to get it. Now, some people, it's going to take time. They'll say, go back to the set, learn it, but no pressure. If they're giving you pressure about learning the lines, then they're really shitheads, to tell you the truth, because you're learning it right then and there. But it does happen a lot. And the people around you're surrounded with, they want you to do good and know that you're going to have a little bit of a problem. It's a new script.
Now, what was, and I hate to fangirl over this, but I'm sure everybody on here wants to know, but what was was there friendship on set? Like, was everybody working together, or did everybody kind of just go off to their own trailers, or what was set like for you? Was it ever competitive?
Well, it does pay if you're on set. It does pay if you have a bunch of buddies like Sopranos to hang out with them at the crafty table and joke and have fun, because you're creating this relationship. Even with Josh Brolin, I made fast friends with him, with Josh, because we were partners. So it does help that off camera to relation. Now, if off camera you had a scene with your mother-in-law that you dislike her, it doesn't pay to be with her, hang out with her, have lunch at lunchtime there. So you want to kind of, what you do in life echoes in eternity. So what you do off camera, it echoes on camera. So if there are things off camera and that are on camera that are right, for instance, if you have Romeo and Juliet or any kind of love scene, it pays to kind of connect with that person in a way and talk with them, and because you want to have a rapport,
Yeah. What are some of the biggest life lessons that you learned, or I like to call it aha moments, that you wish somebody maybe told you about getting into acting, or you're also writing or producing or directing? You do a lot of cool stuff, but what are some things that you're just like, damn, I wish somebody told me this? Impart some wisdom.
I think it was learning the lines like perfectly, and then maybe on a take, not having them perfect and getting down on myself that I screwed that take up when it didn't really matter, because we would do another one. And I got on myself, and I think it affects the way you do it the following time by stressing out. There's a great book called The Art of Seeing by Aldous Huxley, called The Art of Seeing. Ophthalmologists don't like it because he trains you to see by relaxation, by not stressing, like trying to see when you try to see and you're squinting your eyes are not going to see at all. But if you relax them and you blink and you have light, you're going to see a lot better, right? So that's what I wish someone had told me. And then eventually someone did tell me, and I was more better for it. The person who told me this was Richard Bright, Al Neri from The Godfather. If anyone remembers his performance, he was Michael's right-hand guy. He became my mentor for about 3 years until he passed away, unfortunately. But anyway, it was great to be with him and to listen to his knowledge. And that was one of the biggest things I would say, to let it go, that take that I needed to, know. Now I'm important.
Now now we know. So that's kind of cool. So the wisdom that he imparted from The Godfather now went to you, and now you've sent it over to us. Everybody say thank you. That's a pretty cool lineage.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about my favorite subject, the unglamorous, glamorous life. What your friends think you do versus what a day in the life of an actual working actor is. Like, how often are you booking work? Is there downtime? What do you do between downtime?
Well,
because I'm sure
I'll tell you this. Yesterday I was at a restaurant, and everyone it was for a friend that passed away, and they had a little get together afterward and from the church, and there was a woman there sitting with us. It was a really large party, and very nice woman, and someone had said to her that I was an actor. So she said to me, "Oh, you're an actor. So what? Are you a background actor?" I didn't take any offense to that, but I mean, you just got to remember this, that no matter who you are, you're going to get a lot of negativity from the outside world. Like, they can't believe that dreams can come true, and they can. If you stick to it long enough and you go to the card table, it can be done. But that's
you actually have to sit down at the card table to be a winner.
Yes. So,
You
but
can't-
what
you
was
can't
that-
do it
what was the
from
first
the
question,
observation
Ally?
area.
I forgot, I kind of went off on a tangent. What was the
But
question?
somebody had said like somebody obviously she's never seen The Sopranos.
Right.
Is that- Yeah. All right. So what
Okay.
happened during the pandemic? I mean, how, and I always like to ask this, like, how were actors surviving? Like, were you doing voiceover work? I mean, literally New York was shut down. So how
Yeah,
crazy
it
was
was,
it?
we relied on Zooms and we did Zoom readings. One of the people I work with is Renegade Theater, Maureen Van Zant, Stevie Van Zant, Vinny Pastor, Big Pussy from the
Oh,
show.
Big Pussy. Yeah, I
Yeah.
love it.
So we
Hate
did
saying
a
the
lot
name,
of
but I love
readings.
him.
I mean,
Yeah.
you know, the pandemic was it changed things. It changed the course of our lives in a way, in terms of even people going to work. Commercial auditions, they're non-existent. Everything is online, you know, so.
Yeah. I'm working from
The
home.
pandemic was, you know, it had some positives also, you know, that you could be seen for maybe more things. But at the
Yeah.
same time, it took away that in-person thing that we were talking about before, Ally, you know, I mean, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, let's talk about SAG-AFTRA. So the strike is
Okay.
over. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about what the strike was about and the outcome?
The strike was about, of course, artificial intelligence, that they can use our images as a background actor or whatever, any actor, they can use the image and reuse it in perpetuity once they initially pay for it and not pay you any residuals. Now, with the residuals, that being said, okay, the actor studio was created because there's a lot of downtime between jobs. So as an actor, you want to continue to develop. You want to continue to come to VIP Ignite workshops with me, with other people, because you have an instrument, you got to play it, right? Now you could sit alone and you can look at TV and say, oh, I'm learning, but you're not going to be learning. You have to always constantly practice. So the studio was created for that. A lot of places they create because there's a lot of downtime. So we wanted to protect ourselves when it came to live streaming work, because initially they were paying us an initial amount of money, but then on the back end, it's those residuals that keep you going during the year. Let's say, for instance, if I work a Law and Order, and let's say I made $1,500 for that Law and Order, or I made $4,000. I make the $4,000 when they re-air it on CBS. Okay, I'll make almost that $4,000 again, and then it starts becoming less and less and less. Now that's great. American Gangsters, the same thing, they play on Paramount. But the live streaming platforms found a way to lowball, so to say, the actors and even the writers. The writers went on strike too, and not give us what we deserve on the back end. So now what they said is, we're going to give you more upfront and a little bit more on the back end. Not much more, but you know, so we made a deal that it kind of like balances, it balances out. And that was what the strike was about, Ally.
Yeah, they kind of did everybody pretty dirty, which is why people like held out. Think about it, guys. If you were on a hit show like Sopranos or White Lotus or This Is Us, for an example, and you've won multiple Emmys on these shows are big shows. When you signed your contract was between you and the cable network. Think about it. So then what happened was, when they ended, like HBO, when HBO Max, and then they went strictly to Max. So now your agreement that you had with HBO is kind of like null and void. They kind of chopped you off at your knees. And now you don't have the streaming network contract. So now like you're getting pennies on the dollar. And Mandy Moore, I was watching an episode of This Is Us, and then she was talking about it one day and she said, I'm getting pennies on the dollar, like literally making nothing. How can we survive?
Same thing with HBO started that in a way too, because they played HBO. The show has been so big in the pandemic. That's a great example, you're saying.
Yeah.
The show has been so big. If I was to tell you the residuals from the show itself are so minuscule, I mean, they're really so minuscule in the sense that what it would be like if it was on mainstream television or it's just not fair. But in a way, that's what they started, and they took it to another level with the live streaming. But the HBO residual really is minuscule. It really, truly is. We get it, but I'm talking $30. Whereas on a film, you might be getting, like 8,000 or, 4,000. it's just crazy. But HBO kind of started that too in a way. So, but the live stream platforms even took it to another level.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
and it's very discouraging because what happened was here are these big working actors. Now they're out of work because of the pandemic. Then they're out of work because of SAG-AFTRA, and they were counting on this money. They were getting literally religiously checks for years, and then all of a sudden crickets. And
Crickets.
that's mind-boggling to me.
Crickets.
Yeah, crickets. So you do so much. You TV, film, theater, directing, producing, writing. Do you have a favorite and why?
My favorite has to be acting. I love that the best. I mean, I'd love to, if I'm blessed with the opportunity to direct. I come from a family of directors, so that would be the end all. I mean, but it'd be a little bit like biblical. God would have to allow that to happen to do a major film, but you never know. If he blesses you to do that, it could happen. But I mean, acting is my favorite. It's playing the instrument, and of course, directing. And I'm an okay writer, but I'm not a full-fledged writer. I can adapt a few things and change lines and get a sound in my mind, but I can't do it full-fledged. I can't sit down, I'm going to write a script. It's not me,
Well, we have a writer from Netflix now working with us. And
That's awesome.
we give you access to that. Okay.
Yes.
So let's talk about you're now training some of our talent. What type of training are you doing in the class, and what are you seeing? What are some of the habits you're trying to break in them, or any misconceptions that you're having to kind of rework?
Well, it's not, the main thing about the workshop that we do, the coaching session, so to say, is to start from the beginning. And that means from a first reading, which
Take it
is
from
what
the
I
top.
learned, to a production talk, a concept talk about what you're doing, the concept talk about what you represent, trying to the actor to get that inside you. I mean, if you're playing Rocky, you want to go the distance, if that's the script. We discussed that. We discussed characteristic props, like with Rocky had that ball, right?
Yeah.
You don't used to do that ball thing, you know what I mean? So that's what we discussed. Maybe you can bring some of you guys to think about it. And then we get up on its feet, we will perform it, and we make adjustments on how you're playing it, what your intention is, because that's the most important thing. Emotion is a concomitant of intention. We all want things, and we get emotional when we don't get them. So that's what you got to remember. I don't want to go on stage to cry. I'm only crying because I'm not getting what I want here, or something's affecting me. And then a final farewell performance. So it's broken up into four parts. And that's what I basically like to teach. The biggest trap is for someone to get in front of me and have no book and memorize the line in the beginning, because you're kind of pigeonholing yourself on the way you're going to play it. You got it in your mind how you're doing it, and that's not what we want. We want verisimilitude, like it's from the first time. So once you learn the lines, you're going to try to forget them. I know that's crazy to say.
That's crazy.
But it becomes second nature. Because if I tried to do anything, Allie, and I've thought about it, is acting is a reflexive thing. Your mind, it's a reflex. It's almost like hypnotizing yourself into a situation. You're using the essence of yourself, but it's reflexive. How many of you have been asleep and maybe the window's shut, or someone's attacking you, and you kind of get away from me? You flail at the air, or you kick somebody off of you. Has that happened to any of you while you were dreaming? Yes or no? Yes, right? That is the essence of the training that I want to impart. I want it to be reflexive. So when you hear that person in front of you, you go for it, and it's a reflex. That's what I try to teach, Allie, or direct.
So now that you see these kids from like TikTok trying to become stars, what are your thoughts about people that just aren't really putting in the work, and they want the glitz and the glamour? Any advice or any?
Well, I mean, influencers, it's become a very big thing. I mean, it seems to be people are holding them in high esteem. I'm not a hater. I just think that there's a big difference between a TikTok personality and an actor, because once the lights, once the director says action, a lot of the TikTokers they're like, they close up. They don't know what they're doing. So they need a technique. So, I mean, I don't put it down, but at the same time, I think if only the stage was a tightrope, that the amateurs wouldn't dare try to walk across it because they would just fall to their demise in a way. And that's what we try to do with VIP Ignite, is to prepare everyone. The TikTok generation, it's you can't stop it. I mean, if the thing is, there's nothing to stop any of the actors to go on Instagram and to do a monologue. I think Zamira was saying, I want to show I want to see if I could, is it okay with you that I show my monologue? And I said to her, yes, Zamira, it's fine. Do you know any people that sang songs and people said, you know what, I like that actress? That's okay. You're being professional. You're a singer, you're an opera singer. You want to get up there and do, or you want to do a stage reading of something on live on Instagram. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no one right way, but do it correctly and use your common sense, and there's a craft to what we do, and it's not influencers or TikTok. I'm sorry. That's
Now, you audition for a lot of stuff and you do it from home. Can you walk us through your system for submitting self-tapes?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll usually use my my iPhone. This is a iPhone 13. I'll put it on a stand right here, right beyond the and then I'll have a person that's in the foreground. I do like to work with a person, whether it's a neighbor or an acting friend of mine. That's the greatest, to get an acting friend. And because the most important thing with the reading is that the person is not trying to act. He's just feeding you the lines, He's not trying to out-act you. And there's a lot of guys that try to do that. So it's not good to work with those people. And I'll do about 78 takes, Allie, and then I'll go through it afterward. And I'll pick one and I'll edit it and I'll send it out. But no, I'll do about, what the funny thing is, Allie, it's always the last three that I take. So I just skip over all the other ones and just go to the last three.
But are you doing a slate before you start? Are you looking
at
the camera? Tell me your system.
Yeah, a slate, Robert Finaro, Diane Prano, multimedia artist. Yes, you know what I'm saying? I'm reading for, yes, you do a slate. If they request a slate, you do a slate, yes. And that's a separate, then the great thing about technology is then you can take that slate and connect it to the video that you're sending out, to the file you're sending out. So it's all connected together. Sometimes they want it together, sometimes they want it separately. Who knows? It's a pain in the ass, to tell you the truth.
Yeah. Do you sometimes look back at like your acting career where back in the day you used to hustle, like walk through the city with your headshots, go in for these live auditions. Now you're like sitting around reading your script and then about to do a self-tape. And are you ever sometimes going, well, shit, now I'm the cinematographer. I do the lighting. I do my sound. I'm now editing. Like if I'm lucky to know how to check text messages.
I guess it goes with the territory now. You have to learn this technology in order to send out the self-tapes. I mean, the union negotiated a deal that if it's an independent film, they can't give us any more than 5 pages. Some films they've been giving us like 10 pages and demanding crazy demands on us. And also that some people don't have the capabilities of self-taping and they have to pay for it. And I think that some of the casting directors are going to have to pay for the self-tapes too, for some people, if they call for live self-tapes besides the Zoom self-tapes. So it's, it's all changing, but you do have to learn. So it's like I had to learn how to use a scanner. I had to learn how to use a printer. You just need to do it. You need to, get the technology and learn it, Allie. It's just the way things are, And
is that the background you use? Is that the
background? I use this plain background. This the background I use. I got a sheet up. People come in the house and say, what the hell is that? What kind of wallpaper is that? I said, yeah, it's my favorite wallpaper. It's Armani.
That's cool. Now somebody's asking, Kia Johnson, I'm sorry, when you say someone feeds you the lines, do you mean they're playing your colleague so you could play and learn your part?
No, well, you want to set up your camera in a certain place and you want to have that actor a little bit off camera so you're not looking into the camera. And then when the actors, I would say on the other end of this table's about 4 feet, the actor, the other person will be there, and I'll set them off to the side. And then I'll be looking in their direction, but you're not looking straight into the camera. So that person is feeding me the lines, and then I'm reacting to that person right there, just like this here, yes, yeah. And
It's
like
a
that.
dialogue.
Yes, it's a
Yeah,
dialogue.
so
Yes,
typically, like if you were for an audition and you did a monologue, that's one mono meaning one. But when you're doing, when you have a reader, all they're doing is it's like it's like a tennis match, like
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
throwing like, Robert, would you like to get dinner? I'm not the actor, but Robert's the actor and he's the one on camera. So then Robert's doing his line. And then like you could have your mom, your neighbor, some people like hire readers,
You want to get someone who just feeds you the lines and is consistent, because you got to bring it to the role, and you kind of have to endow that person what they're saying to you. You have to kind of react that if they're yelling at you, but they're really not yelling at you like they are yelling at you. You got to kind of know it's tricky, the audition process when you're using another reader, because they may not be giving you, if you don't have a good actor there that's giving you the lines, it could be a little tricky, but then you have to bring it. You have to bring it yourself. Allie, that's the main thing. You got to bring it yourself. You got to be prepared and bring yourself, have a plan. Then when you get in the office for the casting call, perhaps you make it to New York or wherever place, LA, you can make adjustments when you're then and there.
Now let's talk about adjustments. You went from theater to TV and film, but then you started doing voiceover work. I know it's like one and done with you. That's the only one you've done, right? Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah,
How'd that come about?
Well, that was just from Atlas Talent Agency that represented me. They when I was at the peak of The Sopranos, Grand Theft Auto was, that was going really well with them, and they wanted some wise guy voices. So they asked me to audition. Of course, it always helps when you're on the show The Sopranos, when they say, "Oh, this is the guy who's from The Sopranos," and the casting director reads, "Oh, say let's bring him in. I know his work. I've seen him on TV." So that definitely helps, Allie. Do you know what I mean? But I mean, the thing is, Allie, is Sopranos would shoot for like 4 or 5 months, and then what are you gonna do the other 4 or 5 months? You're looking for work. So if it's gonna be voiceover work, you want that person who's working for you to submit you for their lucrative contracts. Now, of course, it's changed a little bit with this AI stuff. I mean, but It is what it is. I haven't gone out for many. I guess they do it. They do a lot more voiceovers in Florida because of the Disney stuff. I mean, but I've never really been.
Come down. Yeah, come down. Come my way.
Yeah.
Bring your amazing tomato sauce. Okay, so here's my question for you. When you did Grand Theft Auto, did they kind of like mock up the face based on what you look like? Were you in there like with like
Yeah,
the
they
blue
did.
dots? Did you have to do the blue dot thing?
I did the dots. I did all
That's so fun. I would have totally
Yeah.
gone with you on that.
I looked with the leotard dot. Yeah. But nobody was allowed to take any pictures.
I would have totally Instagrammed that whole. How many of you guys would have watched that?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm with the dots, hello, hitting a guy.
It would've
But
been-
I mean, it was what it was. It was definitely a learning curve for me. I wish you'd do it a lot more. I would do it a lot more, but just the business has changed. It's still out there, but it's still out there. They're still hiring actors, but a little bit less now with the AI.
Can you talk a little bit about the different acting techniques and which one is your preference and why?
I like, I'm more or less from the school of somewhat Bobby Lewis, who I work with from the group theater, who created the Actor Studio with Cheryl Crawford and Lee Strasberg. I like his way. And then and his way was that 4-step program that we talked about, that emotion comes from intention. And then I do lean towards Sanford Meisner's technique that acting is reacting. When I worked with Win Hammond from the American Plays Theater, who produced multiple plays for great playwrights. Dustin Hoffman got his first start there. Christopher Walken got his first start there. A lot of great actors from that era got their start with the American Plays Theater with Win Hammond. And he came from Sandy's school of acting, which was reacting, but reading the play, having a first reading, and then working on it behind the scenes, and then reacting and bringing what you can bring to the role. You know, so those two techniques, Bobby Lewis and Sandy Meisner's technique are probably, of course, I do like David Mamet's book, True or False, because it kind of cuts to the chase of acting and it gives you, but David worked with Sandy Meisner. So you know what I mean? It was reacting for him too, you know.
Were you ever in a situation where tensions were high, you had a method actor, like just literally in the zone, even when they called cut, that this person just stayed in their character? Was there ever a situation where people used different acting techniques and it conflicted, or?
Well, James was kind of like that, what you're talking about. He would walk
Okay.
around, Gandolfini would walk around in the mood that he was going to play, or he'd stay away from everybody. He would walk in the role, so to say. And that's a good technique. You kind of, he would do nights without sleep. The next day he'd have scenes that he had a little short temper. Well, you do those scenes with the short temper when you don't get any sleep, they're a lot more realistic.
Join us tomorrow after our boot camp. You'll see me working.
No, he would do crazy things like that to get you stop at nothing to get the right. You know, I heard there's been so many stories about directors bringing in sparklers to surprise actors, you know, as they come in.
Michael Pumpkin tried that on a
Yeah,
boot
like
camp.
sparklers, and the actor walks in, there's sparklers, and they get a reaction from the actor. That's what this business is about too, also. You know, it's a lie that tells the truth. As long as you get good results, that's all that matters. They don't know nothing. You never tell them your secrets, you know.
I love that.
You know,
How
some
many of you
people
guys are
can't-
loving this?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tremendous. So what is on the horizon for you?
Well, we have Critical Acclaim. It's an independent
Yep.
film that I worked on. That should be coming out at the festivals, and then they're going to release it probably on live stream. It's a pretty good film. I think it's really
Pretty good? You're in it. So
We'll
it's
see. We'll see about that. So I got that going, and of course my own person. Try to keep sharp myself with the VIP Ignite, teaching the coaching, doing these talks. It always keeps you sharp when you're talking about the work. And trying to put together some plays, perhaps some plays in the future in New York City, and create another workshop, perhaps. But when things open up a little even more,
Yeah. How
and
many
of
of you
course,
guys
be as
would love-
committed to for acting for jobs, which is not happening so much now, but it'll happen.
Yeah. How many of you guys would love to add Bobby to your resume? Scale 1 to 10. Come on, show him some love. How much would that help you, even if in your local market, getting access to somebody in New York City, again, who's worked with some of the biggest names? Now, again, we talk about this all the time. Take you out of your environment, put you in this one. Look at Bobby's network. Tremendous. It's always an honor to see you and to have you. And I know Deneen is hopping back on and just.
Yes, I am. Hold on.
Oh.
Can I add a question to your question? Piggyback on your question?
It's a new drinking game. Yes, go.
Shot. Okay, so
That's New Orleans, but
it'll be awesome to have Bobby on your resume working with him on Zoom. How many of you now, after listening to him, would love the opportunity to work with him in person in New Orleans? Yeah,
easy.
baby.
Hello, Stevie
Hello.
Ray Vaughan, baby. Cold shot, baby.
Take it easy,
Cold
let's do
shot,
it.
baby.
Jambalaya.
The blues. Sandman.
Get some hurricanes, talk some acting. It'll be
Sandman.
amazing.
Oh my
Muddy
goodness.
Waters.
That's gonna be
Awesome.
so fun.
That's going to be awesome. I'm really looking forward to that, Denise.
We are too.
Yes,
Yay!
absolutely.
Well,
Awesome.
we love you. What's
Love
on the
you
menu
too,
for
Ally.
tonight? I know Sundays you do a dinner. What are you doing tonight?
Did you make
Are you
it?
making-
I had a little bit of a cold, so I made some nice chicken soup for myself. I had it.
Oh,
It was very good.
I always like to know what's on the menu.
There you go.
I still say we need to do a cooking show where we talk about making dishes and then inspirations and who
Let's
you-
do it.
I know,
let's do
I'm
it.
ready.
we can
I'm
kick
ready
it off
too.
in New Orleans.
Yes, we're doing
Oh,
Look at Denise coming in with the ideas.
Big
Uh-huh.
Mama sauce
Guy
down in
Colby
New
will play
Orleans,
bartender.
Denise.
Lord
It's
help
gonna be
us.
amazing.
Yes.
We'll all have to sign NDAs. It's gonna be great. Well, Bobby,
Yeah.
we love you so much.
Love
Thank
you
you so
too.
much.
Thank you, Allie. Thank you, Deneen.
You're welcome,
Bye-bye,
Bobby. Have an
everybody. I'll see you
amazing
in the next
day.
coaching session. All right.
Yes.
Ciao.
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 It's just not the same when we say it.
I know. Well, yeah, it's not.
No, but it's fun.
Awesome.
All right. Are you ready? You want me
I'm
to-
ready. Are you ready? That's
I'm
the
always ready.
question.
What?
We have to answer any questions. We have to do a Q. We have Mr.
Yeah.
Colby waiting in the wings.
Oh, Lord help us.
But
Lord help us
before-
if we are not on time. You know,
Yes,
it's a
he's
very
been
tight
blowing
schedule.
up my phone now for like 15. Are you ready? I'm like, your time is at 5:30, sir. I appreciate you like you being militant about this, but
All right.
Yeah, so let's go over New Orleans again. I'm gonna have you do that, and then yeah, we'll answer some questions.
Let's do it.
Let's do
I'm gonna
this.
open up our slideshow. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
The Hollywood Blueprint, New Orleans Southern Experience. Now, guys, if you've never been to New Orleans, I'm gonna tell you right now, if you're doing the photo shoot, please, I do not want to find you on Bourbon Street because I know from your social media, I will track you down. Especially for those of you, we already talked about it. When the paint is great enough, you're 3 feet from gold. Like these headshots, these photos, working with these types of people, getting this type of training, don't mess it up by going somewhere fun. Promise me. Everybody type I promise. Right? So this photo shoot, I mean, if you've never been to New Orleans, my mom actually grew up just outside of New Orleans. She was a farmer's daughter picking cotton at the age of 3. So I think about my sweet little boy. I couldn't even imagine him. He gets pissed when Chick-fil-A is closed on Sundays. But you know, growing up, I went to New Orleans quite a bit. And how many of you guys have ever been to Cafe Du Monde with the beignets and the cafe au laits and the jambalaya and the gumbo and muffaladas? I'm just getting hungry just thinking about the rice and beans. And hashtag no carb left behind when you're at New Orleans. Everything is fried and delicious with hot sauce. But we'll continue. So when you go out, obviously you're going to get a 4-look storybook photo shoot. And these storybook photo shoots are super amazing. They're not our normal type of photo shoots. These photo shoots, it's almost like a dream sequence every time we do them. They're always like they're you 2.0, and these photo shoots are going to be unbelievable. These are the types of photos that, how many of you guys have ever watched the Kardashians, right? And you see them like framing these beautiful pictures. These photos, I know that we've done these in the past. We've done them in deserts. We've done them in New York City. We've done them in South Beach. But these storybook photo shoots is unlike any other photo shoot that we do. And you guys are going to absolutely love them. Again, these are the types of photos that you're going to want to frame and put them all over your house. But you're also going to get celebrity stylist hair and makeup. And I find that when, again, telling, you know, are trying to get acting, at times they're running out, they're hiring photographers based on what they want to see, or you're working with a photographer giving you what they want to see. You're not getting the, you know, nail in the head what casting directors want to see. And that's why, you know, celebrity hairstylists, makeup artists, we're not leaving room for error. Okay, this is literally like a Super Bowl. When you're going out there, your hair, your makeup, your styling, everything is created from top to bottom. You're also going to get the video reel shot and edited. This is a must-have for all actors. We went over this for those of you that are trying to get, oh, I want to star in a movie or a TV show. Well, what happens when there's a casting and you have nothing? You have nothing ready. And you're like, oh, really? Just like we tell all of our models, like, go get a passport. Why? Because right now we're submitting overseas. So they're not ever going to wait 6 months for you to get your shit together. We know this. So with the video reel shot and edited, this is a $2,997 value. Honestly, I've spoken to so many actors that have tried to do this on their own just to save a couple of bucks. And I'm like, oh, are you booking work? No. Oh, gee, I wonder why. Because they don't have the blueprint. And we were kind of talking with Bobby about the adjustment, or Tanya just kind of tweaking. It is so important to have access to real people to help you. You're also going to get the 4 actors headshots. Just so you know, modeling pictures are not the same as actors headshots. So if you do have a pre-existing like modeling portfolio, they're completely different than actors headshots, completely different. So kind of like if you play soccer, you play basketball, those are not the types of shoes that you would walk around Disney World in. Could you imagine walking around with soccer cleats around Disney? There would be no way. So you're going to get actors headshots. So they're completely different. So for like a storybook photo shoot for modeling, actors headshot. So again, when there's a casting for modeling, you got to have photos. When there's a casting for acting, you need photos plus also your reel. You're also going to get the virtual actors weekend, commercial auditions, and on-camera training. Tanya went over the importance of on-camera training. This is everything that you need, commercial auditions and on-camera training, to add to your resume. How many of you guys love that? If you love that, scale 1 to 10, how much do you love that? You're also going to get social media domination and AI chat GPT training. Guys, chat GPT, I mean, this is so helpful, especially when you're trying to create a monologue. We see people all the time, Deneen, we're like, you need to write this on your own. And people aren't able to do that. So yeah, maybe you need just a little bit of help. Thank goodness for technology, but you have to know how to use it. So the social media domination, and Michael's going to go over this. I mean, we see a lot of people trying to get into this industry, and I've had the situation, and so is Ryan, where Disney or Netflix or somebody will go through your social media and they won't book you based on what you're posting. And that is 100% truth, because they don't want any affiliation. So you've got to make sure that when you are doing this, again, what you're posting matters. Even things that you're clicking like on matters, right? Do you guys know that? So you have to make sure that you're reading. If your friends are posting something, I mean, right now, I mean, we see that quite a bit, and we're not going to get political here, but you know, things that happened, you know, in Gaza, like there's people hitting like and getting fired and making stances. Like, you have to be so careful about everything you're doing these days on social media. And we're going to go over, like, yeah, you have to stay neutral always. We're going to go over everything that you need to do, and also how to increase visibility and make sure you're using everything, because you have access to these tools. But again, a lot of people don't know how to use them. You're also going to get preparation training with SAG after a franchise agent for your reel. That, I mean, honestly, she doesn't do these trainings. She'll do them for us because she loves us. But over the years, she said, man, I love some of your talent. They have such great personalities, but I just can't submit them. And I said, well, why not? They have great actors' headshots. I know, and they're in class. I know, but they need better reels. Oh, shit. Especially now, think about it. As much as we love Zoom, you're not physically in New York, you're not physically in LA. Think about it. Back then, this Zoom wouldn't even happen. You would have to fly to one. I mean, when Mike and I first opened our offices in New York City and Philly, people would travel in from New Zealand, from Mississippi, from California, just by chance to even audition for us. How many of you guys are so glad that we're on Zoom, right? But when Zoom happened, then the competition is the entire world, right? It's the entire world. So you need to know how to do a proper reel, and this access is life-changing. I mean, literally, she said it's gotten people callbacks, and that's the most important thing. Whether or not you have a lot of experience or training, you need to have a headshot and a reel. We went over this. You're also going to get the 21-day challenge and 30 and 30 challenge. This is a $49,000 value, $49,997. And for those of you that may be like, what is she smoking? 49 grand? Yes. Mindset training. Mike and I invest in Tony Robbins. We work with the guy from Shark Tank, Kevin Harrington. We invest a lot of money to even learn these tactics. A lot of companies, again, kind of like playing golf. How many of you guys have ever played golf or had memberships at golf courses? People don't spend money just to play golf. They spend money to have proximity. A lot of times when people have these big memberships, it's just to be seen. You know, real business is done on the golf course. And I really want to say this, like the 21-day challenge, you know, as much as I loved Carla on here, she was talking about, you know, her boyfriend isn't supportive and he's like talking down to her and, you know, kind of mental abuse, but also she allows it. And I hate to sound like that, but she's allowing that to happen. And to even express it on here, that's not okay. Not for our agency. So bye to Carla. But sometimes it's mindset training. Sometimes you just need, you know, a recalibration. How many of you guys need a recalibration? Anybody? I know I have a TV that I'm lucky if I know how to use the Netflix, the Hulu, the Amazon, and Lord help me if it says no internet. I'm like, Jeff! Or, you know, I'm calling Michael or Deneen on FaceTime and I'm trying to see the routers and my palms are getting sweaty and they're like, you need to reboot. I'm like, what? No, right? And I'm like literally screaming for help. But sometimes you just need a recalibration. A lot of this stuff, you already know, you have it within you, but sometimes you hear it again, you're like, oh, I should be using that. That's kind of what the 21-day challenge is. You don't have to do it in 21 days. Honestly, I've had people that, you know, we're still waiting. They've been signed to us for a year or for a couple of months. Should you do it in 21 days? Yeah. Put your money where your mouth is. You want success? Well, let's get to it. It's about accountability. You're going to learn about the casting process, what agents do, what managers do, SAG-AFTRA mindset, how to find local castings in your network. So even before you go to New Orleans or any photo shoot that you're working on with us or any experience, how many of you guys, and Michael kind of like preluded to this, like there are amazing websites you could go to, like, you know, yourstatefilm.org. And you could be finding local opportunities. Again, you're not going to get speaking roles in TV and film without an agent, but at least give you the opportunity to get on set. Maybe there's an indie film, something kind of rolling through your area. I know for me, Brad Pitt, which I couldn't even believe, he was in a couple of counties over at a farmer's market shooting for his new movie that he's working on. And I was like, damn, I should have been on the website. I would have happily drove over there. So sometimes there are things going on in your neck of the woods. And I guarantee you, if you only learned how to use these sources, and again, this is kind of like to eliminate like those websites out there that literally are getting shut down. And also the 30 and 30 challenge. And we kind of talked about this today with like the vision boards and kind of like, you know, where is it that you're going on this journey? The top 30 people that you want to work with. And it's real. How many of you guys, if I can ask you to kind of just, and you don't have to do this now, number like the top people you want to work with, casting directors, producers, agents. How many of you guys are like, oh, that's easy, right? That's easy. I know Reginald could do that. I know Kingston could do that. But some of you are so brand new that even if given an opportunity, you'd be like, who? Martin Scorsese, what? Martin, what? So let's continue. And again, that's a $49,000 value because we're kind of clearing the forest and getting you recalibrated for success. Live prep calls with the one and the only, the diva, VIP Ignite, Ryan Colby himself for styling, posing, and Q&A. Again, please don't ask friends and family about modeling or what an agent does, what a casting director does. Why wouldn't you go directly to the source? Well, a lot of people don't have access to the former art director of Vogue who books Fashion Week, worldwide campaigns, commercial shoots, has actors right now starring in movies, television shows. How many of you guys are ready to get real advice from top people? Because that's kind of what it's about, right? Getting real advice, even styling and posing and Q&A. I'm going to tell you right now, one of our good friends that we met through Ryan is Phil Sullivan from Top Model. And he says, when these big clothing brands like J. Crew or The Gap, Banana Republic, when they pay a model to go out there, you have to know the poses. This isn't like, for me, I'm a former cheerleader. I'd be like, right? Like, I don't know how to pose. I'm not a model. I've never been a model. Do I go on set all the time? Yeah, because I love it. But to get that type of advice on what brands are looking for, when you're, how many of you guys have ever noticed when somebody's wearing a trench coat, somebody's wearing a belt, somebody's wearing a watch, there are certain things that they do, right? Other people, and remember this, and Ryan will back me on this, the clothing or the watch or the ear, that's the star. You're only the model. Do you guys understand that? You're the model. So this is priceless. And I know it's valued at $997. Ryan, I think it's worth millions just to be able to work with you, but who am I? Let's keep going. Live prep calls for the event. I mean, if you're going to go to an event where you're going to get photos done and get to, I mean, SAG-AFTRA licensed agent, and you guys have already heard that she's giving people like valuable advice and she's working with them. And then some of them, she's even signing, you're going to get preparation. Now, we need to make sure that by the time you go to New Orleans, you're ready. Now, you may think you're ready, but how many of you guys are like, damn, I got to get to work, right? Even if you've been to events before, you're like, I really want to do well. Because that's what this is all about. You want to do well. You want to protect that investment. You want to protect your future. Your future should mean everything to you. This is your dream. You're that representation by Truth Management. That's priceless. So again, in order to work with real brands to get submitted out for real castings, you can't do that on your own. So, you know, things that you can do on your own. There's a little local designer, a wedding show, back to school. You know, that's cute. You do that if you want to do that. But if you're looking to do Fashion Week, you want to work, you know, with major brands, you want to be featured in billboards, you have to have an agent. So a lot of times these things kind of trickle down to Truth Management. We're a mother agency. You're not paying to get signed. But if we sign you, we have to make sure, well, what are we going to use? We can't use these, right? And if you have shitty photos, you're going to get shitty results. We would never submit you out with photos that are subpar. If that makes sense, type that makes sense. Because if we're working with a casting director who books Fashion Week or Oscar de la Renta or Gucci or Givenchy or any of these amazing designers, even Nike, Urban Outfitters, Anthropologie, and you have crappy photos, what does that say about us? It's a reflection. It's a mirror. Oh, look at who they're signing. They'll just take anybody. Okay. And it makes sense. That's why you have to have representation. And this is a mother agency. It is it's non-exclusive, but so many people, and again, we'll talk about this real quick with Ryan when he comes on, or he is on now, but they kind of like shoot themselves in the foot working with horrible showcases or doing these like fake photo shoots. They're doing things that aren't authorized by the company. And God forbid we were submitting them out for like a real campaign for Kylie Cosmetics or Sephora, or, and then all of a sudden they go on their Facebook, they're like, what the hell is this? I don't want any affiliation. So even with Truth Management, you're on a path to greatness, and we have to make sure we stay on track, right? Because that's the most important thing. Stay on track. You're also going to get 10-week Truth Management training. This is imperative. If you want to be a real model, did you know, like, you're not a stripper. They don't make it rain with money when you get there. Like, you're going to have to, get there, pay for parking, call out sick to work. There are certain things that you're going to be able to write off on your taxes. You know this. I have a way with words, this. But there's a lot that goes involved, and you can't just show up going, well, I'm new and my husband doesn't want me to be here. Okay, you are now a liability. Shut your mouth. Not only will I never book you, but that casting director that hired us to book you will never use us again. Like, irreparable damages. So we have to go through this. How many of you guys are ready to start training the right way? Because this is honestly your Super Bowl. You want to book real work. Well, you have to know the ins and outs and what not to do when you're on set, right? If you get a chance to go on set, oh, but Will Smith, can I do an in stuff for? No, you can't. There are rules. Okay, there are rules, and you can't mess them up, because for you, you'll go back to your life. You'll go back living your lives. Oh, that VIP Ignite, they were so mean. You got on set and you messed it up for yourself. So we've learned over the years, especially with social media and everybody has a following and fans, we've learned that there are certain things that you should not be doing, and we're going to go over them in 10 weeks. Okay. And also red flags. We don't ever want anybody in danger. We don't ever want anybody, you guys know about the news. We got to protect people. And the best way to do that is with knowledge and training. Book your first paid job weekend, Dream 100 step by step. Priceless. Oh my God, I'm so excited about this. The Dream 100 step by step. Guys, it's priceless. You guys know this. You have all these dreams. Some of you guys, you hit your head to the pillow and you have all these big ideas. Guess what happens the next day? Absolutely nothing. You're all talk, right? By having an end destination, knowing you're going to be meeting real people, knowing you're going to get real photos, knowing you're going to be working with a huge agent. How many of you guys are up for the challenge for that? Because this is only for select people. We have to know that you are up for the challenge. This is not about a credit card. So total value of this entire program, $76,970. I can tell you right now, that's 1 year at Yale. That's the truth. Actually, when I went to college, I have a double degree in TV and film and communications. There was no sitting down with a SAG after a licensed agent and getting photos done, and also actors' headshots, and getting everything you needed. Literally think about it. If there was a modeling casting right now, do you have photos? Check. Do you actually know how to do all this and know about poses and get real advice? Check, check. Okay, well, what about acting? Are you ready to go? You have actors' headshots? Oh, shit, I do. Do you have training? Because we already know how important that is. Yes. Do you have a reel? Yep. How many of you guys see nail in the head? This is exactly what you need. So the value of this is $76,970. And again, Tanya, right now, $65,000 an episode. That should be you. Again, for every single person on this call, we were offering it at $7,500. How many of you guys see the value in $7,500? Right? $7,500. That is tremendous value. Tremendous value. For everybody on this call, today only $4,997. And for our fast action takers, you get it for $1,000 off. I mean, think about it, $3,997. Now, for those of you guys still on the fence, I'm gonna tell you right now, schedule now. This is it. But we have $1 million guarantee. And when Michael first told me this, And I know he can explain it to you any way he wants. I'll give you my take. Everybody grows some thick skin on this one. But if our company was all about the money, we would just take anyone. You wouldn't even have, like, you wouldn't even need an interview. I'd be like, here's a link, pay. How do you want to pay for that? Right? Go online. I encourage you all to look at Chanel handbags, right? You can go online right now and buy a Chanel handbag, 10 grand. And 8,500 because you're purchasing a good and then you go home with it. But for us, because I mean, nobody wants to be with a company where we just accept everybody. And I kind of want to say this. If we picked everybody, we'd be a scam. We wouldn't even be in business. We wouldn't be able to produce Broadway, open the stock exchange. We wouldn't be able to do anything. Why? Because nobody legitimate would ever want to work with our talent because of the fact we just chose anyone, right? It's not about the money. But I find that when I tell people no, I don't think we're only looking for winners. Oh, you're so mean. Why would we risk this for $3,997 for you to go and ruin the integrity that the company built over 20 years? As you guys know, we're working with a gentleman from Shark Tank. We were handpicked to be on Fox. That's a pretty big feat. I cannot have it for $3,997, one person to ruin the integrity of our company. Now, if you go out to the event and you don't feel like you've received $1 million worth of services and knowledge, I don't even know how to use a checkbook anymore. I do everything on like Zelle and bill pay. But Michael will sit there with a checkbook. He'll say, how do you spell your name? Here you go. Get out. And honestly, what I could tell you as a business, are we losing money? No. And here's why. Because our values matter to us. We like to be able to sleep at night. That I believe in karma. I believe the good things happen to our company because we put it out there. But if we ever accepted anybody who shouldn't be going to the event and had the audacity to say that, shame on us for even accepting you into our program. Get out and don't let the door hit you on the way out. Do not use my name. Do not tag me. You are done. If you understand that, type understood. Because that's the truth. If I give you a refund and you want to come up to my face and be like, I've had the head writer for Saturday Night Live. We've had Academy Award winners. We've had some of the biggest names in the industry at the event. No one's ever come up to me and asked me for a refund, but we offer this just in case there's one. I don't feel like I got $1 million worth. Oh, okay, you got photos done. We've had photographers that work with Rolling Stone and Maxim and Vogue. You're right. They just worked with Naomi Campbell and Rihanna. You're right. Not worth $1 million. They're worth like a bajillion. Oh, you got Ryan Colby. Again, I'm going to tout his ego. He's really good at what he does. He's probably one of the best in the world, which is why he's worked with Vogue and runs his agent successfully. We have casting directors, agents, producers that love our company and love what we do because they know that what we do matters, and they know every single person you're going to meet at the event, they know that they're serious. Does that help you guys for anybody on here? Right? And it holds you accountable. Like I know over the years when I've done stuff, I know Ryan, we've been to Fashion Week before and I get all the free stuff. And I'm like, I'm never going to use this shit. What am I going to do? Now, if I spend money on it, I'm going to use it. Right? You don't ever use the free shit. So you're going to literally cover your own investments to get out of the situation that you're in. And if all this did was give you access to one of the biggest agents in the world, whether it's Ryan or Tanya, getting to go to New Orleans, get to live out this dream that you've had, if that's not worth $3,997, and by the way, this event isn't until August, so you have January, February, March, April, May, June, July. You have 7 months to get your shit together. I don't expect everybody on this call, oh, here you go, here's $4,000. But I need to know that you are responsible, reliable enough, and you're not a liability to say, hey, if I get chosen, this is what I can afford as a deposit, and I'm going to work a payment plan before I attend the event. Do not schedule if financially this is undoable for you, because I will never risk this or anything I've ever done, or Michael or Janine. We will never risk our credibility for someone. Oh, my husband doesn't want me to do this. My boyfriend, I don't have credit cards. Well, then don't come here, because this is literally getting you face to face in front of the biggest people in the world. And that's it. That's all I have to say. So I know Ryan's on, but
Ryan's trying to get on. We're working on that. It's Tech Day here at VIP Ignite.
It is Tech Day, but for everybody on here, I really want to make sure that you guys understand it's for $3,997. I mean, you couldn't even afford 1 month's rent in New York City for that amount. Nevertheless, get real photos done, training, actor's headshot, a real. I mean, this is life changing. But remember, I talked about pain points. How many of you guys feel the pain and you're like, shit, I know that God put me on this earth, and I hate to even sound like that, but I want to do some really big shit. You had these dreams when you were little, and sometimes life gets in the way. Oh man, bills. Oh man, kids. Oh man, relationships. But Deneen alluded to this before. I get to have children. I get to be in a relationship. I get to go to a job. I get to pay rent, right? I want to make sure that every single person that's going to do this is really serious about doing this. No excuses. If your excuses outweigh your dreams, that is a huge problem. So at the time of the interview, guys, you're on a 16-hour boot camp. At the time of the interview, you're either going to get accepted or rejected. If you get rejected, ask us why. We have no problems telling you. But we will also be expecting a credit card to hold this deposit if you want to do it. Okay. So for those of you that really want to do it, be ready. You are scheduling with intent to go to New Orleans. If you're not serious about this, cancel your interview now. And that's the truth. I only want to work with people, Deneen. No excuses. So financially, you don't have a job, you don't have savings. How are you going to do this? Don't schedule. Don't schedule if you go and you meet an agent and they want you to go back. Oh, I can't do that. Okay, well then don't do this. I just need one chance. Stephen, your one chance is you take it on yourself. We're going to be there with or without you. So.
So before we bring Ryan Colby on, does anyone have any questions
Questions
that we can answer? We have like probably 5 minutes before he figures out how to get on Zoom today.
Now, just so you guys know, we do have a private Facebook community. So if you are chosen to go to New Orleans, make friends with everybody. I mean, our company very much is a family atmosphere. You want to make friends with everybody. You want to feel comfortable. You're not going to New Orleans alone. We're all going to be there. A lot of times you guys are able to find roommates, Airbnbs, partner up with each other. Don't just go out there and, oh, I'm going to get my own room. Okay, cool. You go ahead and do that. I'd much rather go with a group. And I want you guys to understand, like, we're the fearless rebels. I mean, we call ourselves fearless rebels for a reason. You guys are going to have a life-changing experience for those of you guys that go. Life-changing. Life-changing.
Yeah. Yeah. So does anyone have any questions before we bring Ryan on?
Is Ryan on now?
No, we're still working
Okay,
on
wait,
it.
I want to call on Candace.
Okay, Candace Rayford.
Asked to unmute.
I'm here.
Okay,
I was
true or
talking to
false?
Miss Alicia.
Hello.
Mine.
Hello. Okay, so true or false? When you first interviewed with us years ago, what did I tell you?
Well, I don't remember what you said word for word, but I know that you guys have just been there with me every step of the way through all of my
when I first
fears
interviewed
and
you,
everything.
I said, get your shit together, get your life together and come back.
Oh,
And you
yeah.
did.
We both agreed on that.
Yeah. 'Cause you were-
Because I was in a situation too with the prior agency, and I wasn't even sure if I was going to be able to take coaching classes with you guys because I was
Yeah.
still on a contract with them. But
And
they
were
weren't
they booking you
talking
work?
to me or anything, like not sending me any kind of updates or responding to any of my emails or my phone calls or anything really. So
you came on our call. Did I scare you when you first came on?
you didn't necessarily scare me. I actually thought you were spam for a while until we actually had our phone call. And then I knew you were legit, just, hearing you speak and everything. And Debbie was doing the interviews and she was really skeptical about the music because she was telling me, oh, everyone's a musician and this, and you really got to have it. And I'm like, well, I play all these instruments, and, she had me play some things. And then she was like, okay. And
Yeah.
then I really
She
just
got her
needed to
master's in
get
music.
everything
She was like going to
together.
school to get her doctorate. Yeah. So, I mean, you were in a crazy life situation.
Oh
You
yeah, a lot
really
of
wanted
crazy
to
life
do this.
situations. And I was in college, for audio
Yep.
engineering and science and humanities. And then my school got shut down
And you have
federally.
kids.
And I have kids. And I was really banking on the income, being a veteran, the post 9/11, and then my disability as well. So, and the work work study that's all done through the VA, but the school wasn't getting me paid because they were too busy stealing from us. So literally the school shut down and I had no money coming in. But I still
And it
found
was
a way to
also
make
very
Zoom calls.
dangerous where you were. Do you want to
Yeah.
talk a little bit about
moved-
your home life?
I was living in City Heights, and there's always gunshots there, and just constant chaos.
I think one
constant
day somebody was
chaos.
shot, like in your neighborhood, and you
Yeah,
said, "I
in
gotta
my
get out."
alley.
Yeah.
In my alley, and then across the street from the store that I was working at, it was a high-speed chase. So, and it just so happened that Ian convinced me to call in from work and
That day.
tell them that I was sick, and then all of a sudden someone was shot. So yeah, but
And-
I've always found a way to make my dreams happen. Like ever since I was a kid, you couldn't tell me what I wasn't gonna do. I'm gonna be in charge of what I am and am not gonna do. And even when I was away from you guys, I told you, like, I just really have to.
And you would send us emails letting us know you were alive and what was happening and that you were pushing the rock up the hill. And it wasn't
Absolutely.
always
I just
glorious,
wouldn't go into
sometimes setbacks.
details, because like you said, we don't want to know all that, as long as we know that you're getting yourself together and you're still like, you still have that
Fine.
light in your eye.
Yeah.
And then you just figure it out. And that's what I did. I mean, I'm not telling you guys what to do. I'm just telling you, be creative, because you never know. Like, you never know what happens when you're creative. And I
There
figured
are
it out.
ways. There are ways to talk about your very first event in Atlanta real quick.
Oh yeah, I
So
got
we had
booked
one
on
of the-
spot.
She got booked for a Jessica Biel show. Jessica Biel, who's married to Justin Timberlake. Jessica Biel, the head of casting. We had Stranger Things. We had the biggest casting directors live. Not to mention the head stunt coordinator for Fear of the Walking Dead and The Walking Dead. How many of you guys were at that training? I know Christine Harding was there. We did stunt training. We had these firearm trains. They weren't real. They were like rubber guns. But how many of you guys would love to add stunt training from the head stunt coordinator of The Walking Dead? Now you were there, but there was a casting director there, and you said like, oh, I didn't know if I should wear my hair natural, but your hair was natural that day. And you were unsure. Thank God you wore your hair natural that day, because that got you the booking. You know that?
Yeah, well, actually, I wasn't sure that. Am I allowed to say her name? Like, can
No.
I say her name? Okay.
No, because
Well,
everybody here would start.
I
Googling
wasn't
her and try to
sure.
submit their stuff, and she.
I
won't do
wasn't sure that she was actually like serious because of the comment. It was like, oh, if I could book you on spot now, I would. And so when we got to network, I just casually brought it up. I'm like, hey, I'm gonna be here for a few days. Like, I'm not trying to insult your intelligence, but I mean, if you were serious, then I'm here. And later on that night, we were signing paperwork. And
I
everything.
remember you called me.
Yeah,
You were
I was
like,
gonna say she called
"Janine,
you. Yeah.
Janine, I have a problem. I have a problem. Like, what's your
Yeah.
problem? You're like, I have to be on set tomorrow. I can't be at my photo shoot. I was like, go on set. We'll figure out your
Oh, you mean the photos
later."
that can help book you work? You've already booked work. Go,
Like,
Yeah,
you
but
that's not
even
even a
before that, I
question.
was working to be, or even before I got the chance to be a part of Inner Circle, I was already making connections with the coaches just because of how I am as a person and what I'm already doing. So it's
Mhm.
like my work was already speaking for myself, and like my motivation and just my energy. As Galinsky likes to say, he always says that he really appreciates my energy, and I was being memorable and putting in the work before they even had to ask
Yep.
anything.
And now you're working with 50 Cent's acting coach, Robert Galinsky.
Yes, yes.
That's huge.
And that is
on your new
like
project.
mind blown.
Mind blown. And you also got to hang out with Key Shockley from Public Enemy, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yes.
I mean, when it comes time to having a circle, and again, let's go back to like your very first Zoom call with us. Think about your circle then,
Mhm.
right? And then to date, January 28th, 2024 at 5:37 East Coast time. I know you're on the West Coast right now, so 2:37 your time. Who's in your circle now that is giving you these tremendous opportunities? Think about
Well, you
Top
and
five.
Deneen,
Oh, yeah,
especially.
and
I
Michael.
mean, you guys are default. So you,
Yeah.
Mike, and Deneen
We
are
don't count.
default.
I mean, we count, but
But
give us
the
top
next
five.
five would be Galinsky, Bobby Funaro,
From Sopranos.
yes, from Sopranos, Alicia Joy Powell,
Orange is the New
um,
Black. She
yep.
starred in Judas and the Black Messiah, Oscar award. Yeah, keep
yep,
going.
Antoinette Stratton,
Who was Terrence Howard's
And
manager.
the last
Yeah.
one's gonna be really hard because like I feel like all of the coaches have definitely just poured into me. But Jam Murphy would have to be number
Wilhelmina
5
model.
because the messages that I sent to Neen, I have no idea because I feel like I'm not Wilhelmina model material. You know, I'm just me, but the universe, God, you know, hey, I'm just the clay. We're gonna mold me.
Okay,
But you
well,
had to
here
get
for it
in front of the
all.
right people. That is the hardest part. You
Exactly.
had it with,
When-
it's almost like, you know, you had it within you the whole time. You
When
just
you-
had to get in front of the right people. You have a light. We all see it. You
when
had
you first started working with us, you only wanted to do music.
Absolutely.
That you were like, yeah,
I think
okay,
we
I'll
actually
try
were
this stuff.
yelling
And
at
now
each
look
other
at
because
you.
that's all I would say is I don't really care about anything else but music. And now, hey, I'm open for everything. It's all
I
the
know, you
same.
it's absolutely amazing. It's like just okay, I think I'm allowed to get a little teary-eyed now. Like just seeing your growth and like everything you've gone through, Candace, and the fact that you're still standing here. Like, and people don't even know, like we haven't even given them like the tip of the iceberg of your story, but the fact that you have gone through so much shit.
Mhm.
Yes, it's the end of the day. I'm allowed to curse now. And you're still here. Like that's a testament because you know what? Everyone on this call has an excuse. Oh my God, X, Y, Z. You've gone through them times a million, and here you are in Inner Circle, signed by one of the biggest agents. You were on set with Disney this week. Not only that, now Wilhelmina Models is interested in you. So for anyone who's listening to this right now, if you have an excuse, do me a favor. This is what I want you to do. I want you to grab your excuse. I want you to go like this. I want you to throw it out because I'm done with excuses. You have no excuses. The only excuse you have is yourself.
That's
And
true.
Candace, you know what? You freaking rose and rose and rose. And every time you get knocked down, you rise again and you rise again and higher and higher and higher. And I am so flipping proud of you.
Oh, here comes
And
the tears. 3.
I'm
Two,
not crying. You know
one.
why I'm not crying? I have a long drive ahead of me in a little while, but I'm not crying because you know what? This is like Mama Bear. Like, you know what? What did I tell you the first time I ever spoke to you?
I'm a world changer,
And
whether I
you
want
know
to be
what?
or not.
Yeah, you were like, oh, okay. And now here you are. So if you're on the fence about going to New Orleans, I don't know why you're sitting on a fence. The fence is poking you in the tuchus. There's no reason for you to be on the fence because you know what? Why not you? Why not you? Candace, like, I know Jamie Block, no one cries alone to VIP Ignite. That's the truth. But Candace, you're a testament to overcoming. You're a testament to sticking to it. You're a testament to knowing who you are and why you're doing this. And your kids are going to grow up and they're going to be like, whoa, like they are so lucky to have you as the role model. And every person on this call is lucky to have Candace as your role model. Because you know what? She's amazing and she's gone through so much garbage. None
And
of you
she
can
also
top
made
her
a comment,
story.
Deneen, that maybe my story, which is her story, will help inspire somebody else or help them see that the world isn't such a crazy place. And there really are great people out there that do want to help. I
Yep.
mean, we can't do it for you, but we built it in. It's up to you to walk through those doors. And if anything, you kicked down those doors. We were so, and you did
Yeah,
like,
that's
all
what I
right.
said. I said like you can't be too focused on what you're going through because then you won't see the things that are happening for you or that are
Exactly.
about to
Life is
happen.
always happening for you. It's not happening to you. And once everyone on this call gets that and knows that, that's when your life is going to change. And that is something you've embodied. And here you are doing amazing things. And Candace, if I could, I'd hop on a plane right now to California and hug the crap out of you, but I have to wait. I have to wait a couple weeks to hug the crap out of you, but you better watch out in San Diego.
Hugs are coming. Also,
I'm
Hugs
ready.
are coming.
Yeah.
I'm ready. I'm just glad I got to impress Ryan. He thought that my little performance was cute. And honestly, that's all that mattered to me right in that moment was that Ryan
You're
had a
done
smile
now.
on his face.
Well, what Ryan says matters. We know.
Hey, you're amazing. Are you talking about your cello playing in New York?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Telling
good.
you. Yeah, so hard work pays off. Yes, it does, Stephen. Hard work pays off.
Oh, and even
Very
that was
important.
a journey in itself. Remember, because we didn't plan that. Mike just said, "Hey, it would be cool if you performed at our event," and I'm like, "Oh, okay. I don't have a cello or
Yeah, he's
any
like-
of my things to
he
make
thought
that
you brought-
happen."
He thought you brought a cello with you. I'm like, why would you bring a cello across the country? But here you showed up. You made it happen. And
Yeah, I
that's
found one.
what winners do. And we're looking to work with winners. If you're a winner on this call and you're listening to this, type winner in the comments because we're looking for more winners to work with. If you're a loser, don't type. But if you're a winner, type winner in the comments.
Losers need not apply. Now, guys, when we hang up this call, this link will be deactivated. So we only want people that want to take action. Okay. So let's post the link one more time. How many of you guys scheduled? How many of you guys not yet? Because I'm going through here. There's a lot of people that did schedule. Some of you guys have been on the call now for 16 hours. And I'm wondering,
And
this is where
also-
the buck stops. I mean, this is where the road ends for you. What are we going to do with all the knowledge? Yeah. I mean, we can't help you anymore. We did a free call. What is it? that
Candace, thank you. We're going to take you off the hot
Thank
seat.
you, Candace.
Also, Inner Circle, just so you know, if you want to go to New Orleans, we also need you to schedule, just to put that out there for you too. Okay, so if anyone on this call, anyone who hears the sound of my voice, aside from Alicia and Mike, if you want to go to New Orleans, you have to schedule to go to New Orleans, okay? Awesome. All right, well, speaking of overcoming obstacles and odds, you guys have no idea what it's been like getting guest speakers
What is
on.
going on today?
I'm not going to discuss it right now. I am going to have a discussion with my tech person, however,
Oh,
who is not on this call.
okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. So this has been amazing. Let's talk about where we've been. And I know I have Ryan Colby sitting in the wings and he's like, will you stop talking, Deneen? I'm here. I can see you, Mr. Colby. I could totally see you. Okay. So let's talk about where we've been. And then I want you guys to get ready to be evaluated. So let me tell you how you get evaluated for Model Garage. We have some really strict rules. Your camera has to be on and you can't be going like this. You can't be going pick me. So stop that. Don't do that. But your camera must be on. So camera's on. Ready? Okay. So let's talk about where we've been. Let's talk about, and then I'll introduce Ryan Colby to you. So today, let's just talk about today. Today we learned about focus. How many of you are even more focused now? How many of you are going to write a get to do list for tomorrow? I get to talk to Deneen and Alicia. That's going to be amazing. Yeah, it's going to be cool. So you're going to write your get to do list. We talked about the hero's journey. How many of you are ready to be the hero of your own journey? Like Candace is. Candace has overcome odds and she's the hero of her own journey. And you know what? There are people in her life that don't get it. But you know what? She brought the elixir back. She's showing them, hey, you know what? I can do this. How many of you here are in the community that Candace's elixir is bringing you forward? Type me in the comments. I want you guys to think about that. She wasn't expecting that. She doesn't know a lot of you. But you know what? You're going to get to know her over the next couple of months, next couple of years. We talked about the who are they at their core challenge. How many of you now are like so much more intrigued by Leah and by Solange because you heard their stories? How many of you now feel like Alicia and I are even more approachable now that you know our stories, our why? No one, okay. Alicia doesn't want to be approachable, but like she says about Ryan Colby, like there's a tough exterior, but at her core, she wants you to be successful. I was like, yes, that's where you go like this. Then we had Alicia put Tanya Kleckner on the hot seat. Holy moly. How many people wouldn't have thought to ask the questions Alicia asked? How many of you are grateful that you have someone in your corner who's willing to ask those questions so your knowledge can go up, so your wisdom can go up, so you can be even more inspiring because now you can have a conversation with people that you couldn't have had before. We had Michael with Actors Cookbook. How many of you are going to get apple pie tonight? I'm getting apple pie either tonight or tomorrow. I know. But how many of you also now have a roadmap for success? I mean, he literally showed you how to set up your Google Drive to start getting organized. I expect everyone on this call, your organization skills better be on their A game because I heard that. Then we had the opportunity to talk about going to New Orleans. And I mean, literally everything that you need is going to be in New Orleans. You're going to have your reel. You're going to have your actors' headshots. You're going to get the training. You're going to learn about the industry. Before you even get to New Orleans, you're going to be an expert. Then we're going to take that knowledge. We're going to elevate it so you can have more knowledge, more experience, so you can be inspiring, so you can have that wisdom. We heard from Bobby Finaro. How many of you were inspired by Bobby Finaro? How many of you want to be like Bobby? How many of you want to be to the point where your knowledge is at such a level that people are calling you to ask you to inspire others? How many of you that should be your goal? Once you reach a certain level of success, you should be sending the elevator down, just like James Gandolfini did for Bobby. And now you're going to have the opportunity to be evaluated by Ryan Colby. And let me tell you a little bit about Ryan Colby. Everyone thinks they know him. And I know you guys have heard his bio before, a lot of you, but I want you to really listen to the man that's about to evaluate you. Okay. He's been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career when he was 12 years old, has almost 4 decades of experience of wisdom in the industry. His first gig was for the United Colors of Benetton. How many remember that? I remember that. I didn't know him then, obviously, but that's pretty cool, right? Iconic. When he was 15 years old, he opened the Emmanuel Ungaro show in Milan, Italy. He opened a show for a huge designer when he was 15 years old. He's art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. How many of you would love to be on Vogue? Raise your hands. How many of you would love to? Yes, men can raise, you guys can raise your hands too. Who wants to be on the cover of a major magazine? Raise your hand. Now I got you all covered. He has run his agency successfully for over 13 years. Through good times and bad times, he's never wavered, and he keeps pushing forward. In 1 year, he had 72 covers. His talent runs 72 covers of magazines in 1 year. That's, I think, 56 weeks in a year. That's more. There were weeks where there was more than 1 cover. Pretty cool, right? He styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars. You're going to have the opportunity to have him style you in New Orleans. He has placed talent for campaigns for top luxury brands in the world. How many of you would love to represent top luxury brands? Do you think you're going to have a better chance if you're working with someone like Ryan Colby? Heck yes. Everyone give it up for the one and only Mr. Ryan Colby. And you can even unmute yourself today, Ryan.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Good, how are you? Welcome to co-hosting.
Lovely. The technical difficulties.
But you're here, and that's all that matters.
Very 1999.
Well, you know, some days you win, some days you have to push through, and today's a push through day.
What
That's
are you
fine.
wearing today? Who are you wearing? I'm like E-News
It's
now.
an old tracksuit. It's a very, like, I'm retired in Boca tracksuit.
Did you say Boca?
Boca. It's a tracksuit. It's like 9 colors, and yeah, it's just a tracksuit.
Okay. All right. Well, I just like to know. Okay. How many of you guys are
It's
glad
not from
Ryan's
anywhere. I
getting
got it from a thrift shop in LA like last year, like Buffalo Exchange, I think.
Oh, okay. And you're heading to LA?
Yeah, I'm going to LA tomorrow. Yes.
Oh, okay, cool.
Tomorrow morning.
All right, so we've had a lot of fun over the last 2 days. I'm sure you're looking at everybody going, oh my God, are they okay? What did they go through? Man, the stories. But this is the end of the day. So this is Survivor. This is the Hunger Games. These people all made it through till 10 minutes to 6. So we're doing all right. So we're going to play Model Garage again. I'm going to call on some people that honestly, that have a good look. I mean, first impressions are everything to us, and just people that I want to take off of mute and pull your picture up. And I want Ryan. We need you to be as blunt as possible, because how many of you guys love the bluntness?
I always am. I always tell people in a nice way.
You're just wearing colorful colors, so I had to make sure that you knew that we're still, Okay, so let's do it. Winner, chicken dinner. Christopher Fuentes. Hey, Chris. Okay, hold on. Add a spotlight. There you go. Unmute. introduce yourself.
Hello, my name's Christopher Fuentes. I'm 22 years old from Houston, Texas.
Okay. And how tall are you?
I am 5'9".
Okay, go ahead, Ryan.
5'9". Okay. Well, first you have a good commercial look. My only notes for shooting, if you're gonna schedule an appointment with Ali or Deneen or whoever to shoot, the one notes I would give in order to start getting you work is we need to lay off the eyebrows. Leave them alone. Let them grow in. There's nothing wrong with that. Do not touch them, tweeze them, play with them. And the hair color needs to be a little more uniform and thinned out. The curliness is great. It's just a little heavy, but it could be thinned out and it'll be great. And maybe even a little longer, to be honest, like grow out a little bit, but then thin it out once it's grown out. So it's nice and bouncy, but not so heavy on top and short on the sides. That's harder to shoot and it just looks weird on camera sometimes. It's better to be a little more even and bouncy and thinned out so it moves better. And one color or maybe a little bit of highlights is fine, but it's looking like there's a little too many highlights there. But it's great texture. It'll definitely grow out nicely. It just needs to be maintained a little bit. And at 5'9", you're great for commercial work, great for television. You look young. You look, you could be between 16 and 25. So that's a good range of ages for you could do high school jobs, but you could also do college jobs. So that's a good thing. Houston has several cool new agencies that have opened up in the past 2 to 3 years. Texas overall has a few agencies that have opened up in a few years that are doing really good jobs, actually. And I just placed Ben with one of my models, Ben, with an agency in Houston because they do a lot of commercial work for like hotels, pizza parlors, shoe stores, car garages, like really, really simple jobs, but they pay nicely. They pay, $1,000 a day, $800 a day. And he's in Texas a fair amount, so he might as well be doing something while he's there. So I just placed him there around Christmas time, and they're going to start working with him soon. So there's really cute jobs there. It's not high fashion. There's no glamour there, but it's a job and it's money, and it gets your feet wet. Get your feet wet to be in front of a camera, to deal with a reoccurring client, which is important. Having clients book you again and again and again is called reoccurring. And it gets you just acclimated to the industry and like where you're like, okay, I really like this. I want more. I want better. I want stronger, which means it leads you to New York or LA or Atlanta. But starting in a market like a Houston or a Chicago or a Seattle is perfectly fine. There's not much to do there, but there's enough to do that gets you going. As far as your clothing for a shoot, I would definitely keep it very young. You look very young. I would definitely go high schoolish. I would go denim. I would go polo. I would go jean jacket. I would go V-necks, t-shirts, greens, orange, pinks, purples. I would keep it really bright and fun. I would go cool sneakers. I would add something like skateboards if you can do it. Scooter, not scooter, but those stupid things those things for your feet, the floor scooters, the dangerous ones that you shouldn't be using, but they look cute in a photo. I would do, basketball, football. I would just have you holding something that looked sporty and young and fun. So I would go that route. I would definitely go the athletic route and make, smile. Can you do you have braces? Can you smile? Do you have braces? No, you don't have braces. Okay. So I'd have you do
his teeth
smiles.
are really good. So good.
Yeah, no, his teeth is good. His teeth are good. So I would have you do smiles. I would have you do fun movement is what I would probably call it if I was going to describe it. So I would keep it as young as possible, between 16 and college age. And maybe if you did a second shoot, maybe I would, up it, maybe put more formal clothing on you, a nice pair of pants, a button up, a nice cardigan. I would,
Zara.
I would do both. So, yeah, but pretty good look. You just need a little maintenance.
Thank you so
Chris,
much.
making $800 to $1,000 a day, is that like what you're doing now?
Absolutely not. That would be amazing.
Yeah, Houston has a really cool job. I became friends with this guy who opened up an agency during the pandemic in Houston, which, whatever, he decided to do this. And it's actually been successful, and he now opened a second office in Nashville, and he's opening a third in Dallas by this summer to the end of the year. And he loves Ben, he loves locals.
Yeah.
People who are physically sitting in the town.
Yeah.
And he's really good. He's really nice, and he's very personable, and we've been talking, and yeah.
All right. Chris, you're scheduled to come to one of our events, right?
I was, but it got canceled
Okay.
due to like financial issues.
Okay. Well, you need to figure it back out.
Absolutely, I do.
Yeah.
I need to
Especially now
get-
that there's real opportunities in your neck of the woods. You gotta figure it out if it's something that you want to do.
Absolutely.
If the pain is strong enough, you're gonna do something about it. Now that you know you have a good luck, now that you know there is opportunities, but we gotta start the ball, right?
Right.
We gotta start pushing the rock up the hill because you do have a good luck.
Absolutely.
Okay. So did you schedule a meeting with us?
I need to right now, actually.
Okay, you need to. Okay. All right. Let me ask you a question. How long have you been trying to get into this industry?
Well, like the past year, I've been really getting into it because for a long time I was very unmotivated. I felt like there was no work here in Texas. There was nothing. I didn't know where to look. Basically, I was a deer in headlights. So especially with these like seminars and things, it's opened my eyes, and it's given me the reassurance that I need to be able to put myself in rooms and situations that I know that I can be.
Yeah. Did Candace's story help you? Did you?
Absolutely. Very reassuring.
Candace?
What? Hello?
Oh, I thought that was my name.
Alicia's frozen,
I'm sorry.
but she
Yeah,
was
too.
just, she was
That's
just,
okay. Yeah, so I mean, Texas isn't the forefront of fashion or photography by any stretch of the imagination, but there is enough to do there where you can get your feet wet nicely. And New York agencies pay attention to that because secondary markets, although not glamorous like New York or LA, they do pay attention to it because it shows that you have perseverance and that you tried, even though it's not super fruitful, you tried. And people like that because that shows that you're just not here for the glamour, you're here for the work. And when you start in small markets like Texas or Chicago or stuff, agencies like that, they like to see that you made an effort in a smaller market before you showed up on our doorstep looking a fool. They like to see that you tried. So
Okay. I'm gonna call on our next person. Very smile. Hello, everyone. How are you? Man, I see so many faces that I know here. Let's see. I'm gonna go here. Tiana Elias. Hello, Tiana. I'm gonna add a spotlight to you. I'm gonna take you off mute. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Hi, I am Tiana Elias. I'm 24 years old. I'm 5'11", and I'm from Harvey, Illinois.
5'11".
Harvey, Illinois. Okay, Harvey, Illinois. And how far is that from Chicago?
Roughly 25-30 minutes, depending on traffic.
Okay, so that's
local. Okay.
Like Brooklyn. That's like Brooklyn is to Manhattan. So, or like Newark is to Manhattan. Okay, good. So that's pretty close. Have you tried Chicago agencies?
I have. I've
What did they say?
tried Ford
What did they say?
model. I'm sorry.
What did they say overall?
I haven't heard anything back, but it was worth
Was it
a try.
recent?
I'm sorry.
Was it recent?
Yes, it was.
Oh, it was recent. Okay. And what is your dress size?
My dress size is a large.
I need a number, like 10, 12, 14.
Like 14.
14. Okay, so that's a good plus size model size because 12 to 18 is a good you know, those numbers are good for plus size. And at 5'11", if you're proportioned, that is a great height for plus size girls. The famous plus size girls that you see on the runways are 5'9" to 5'11". Ashley Graham, Paloma, Precious, all of these girls are 5'9", 5'10", 5'11". And they just happen to be, you know, size 14, 16, 18, you know, so that's good. You're at a good starting point. You have good skin, you look younger. Can you turn your head to the side? What's going on with his hair? Let me see. And to the other side? Okay. I mean, for now, it's fine. It doesn't bother me too much. It's a little non-commercial, but I would definitely look into just a simpler style for shooting so you could just really get in those doors to start getting noticed and work. And at 5'11", if you're 5'11" flat and a real 14, there's a big market for that right now. I don't know so much what's going on in Chicago as far as the plus size market, but in New York, I with the right photos, you would definitely get an agency. It wouldn't really be that difficult. You would just need the right imagery. I don't know what kind of photos you have. Maybe the Chicago agencies didn't feel you had the imagery for it. Because here's the thing about smaller markets, and that even goes back to the guy I spoke to before you, is they don't have the access to really build you and make great imagery for you. So if you come ready, they are thrilled. They're like, oh my God, we don't have to do anything but send this person out. Great, let's go. But if they have to do all the work from the ground up, they may be less likely to do it because they don't really have the access. You may not have the money for it because it's not going to be free. And it's just a lot of work on their end, and it's not New York or LA. When you're in New York or LA, you have 80, 100 photographers a week banging down your door. So to get someone developed really doesn't take any effort. It's really easy. But when you're in Chicago or Dallas or whatever, you don't really have that many photographers banging down your door as far as agency wise. So therefore, it's harder to develop someone. So if I don't know what your images look like, but if they weren't strong enough, that could be a reason you didn't hear back from the agencies, because they may like you. They may be like, you know, she's actually a good candidate, but we don't have the 6 months to put into her. We have these other girls and guys to deal with, and we don't have the 6 months. You come in there ready with imagery, then they have no excuse, you know? Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Do you have professional photos? Have you gotten them done?
I have not had any professional photos done.
Oh, well, then there's your reason right
That's
there.
your answer.
You're
You could be booking work all day. Another one, work all day.
Unfortunately, they don't.
When I went to Ford, they didn't require me to have professional photos. They were taking my photos there.
Yeah, no. They will not require you to have them, but you have to come in there and wow them so much that they want to collectively sit around for 3 to 6 months and develop you. I'm not saying you're not wowable and you're not a pretty girl, because you are, but when they have 20 other girls sitting right behind them that look like you and they're working, you become, you know, do we have the time? No, we don't. She's pretty, but now we have to test her for the next 6 months. We don't have that kind of time. So that's why. I mean, they don't require you to come in with anything. You can walk into Ford, you can walk into Elite, you can walk into DNA, you can walk into any agency you want. And if you've got it and they love you, they will take you in 2 seconds flat without even blinking an eyelash. But you've got to be that girl or that guy. If you're not, you got to come in there a little bit ready so you can give them a little easier way to go. Meaning, okay, she's got a couple shoots. We like half of them. We can start with that and get her going. You don't have that, but with VIP, you can get that. So therefore, the next time in 6 months, 3 months, 4 months, whenever you walk into their agency and Chicago agency, you've got the material. There's no reason for them to take you.
Right.
Did you schedule?
Yes, I appreciate that.
Okay.
So, but you have a good look, and you can definitely work. If you're really 5'11" and a 14, those are there's literally jackpot numbers, you know.
Thank you.
And what
especially if you're proportioned. Do you know what your hips are? Like the actual number?
I believe a 40.
Okay, that's perfect for a size. That's perfect. For a plus size, it should be, 38 to 44. That's perfect.
And Tiana, I don't have you on my list as scheduled. Did you schedule a meeting with us?
I did not, but I do have the link copied. So I'm
Okay.
gonna
As soon as this
schedule.
call is done, the link goes bye-bye. We only want to, just like working with an agent, yes or no. So you do need to
Okay.
schedule now if this is something you want to do, because it is
Yes.
almost filled up. Okay, but you have a
Okay.
great luck, and are you excited now? Because here's the thing, it's almost
I
like getting broken up
am.
with via text message. You're like, what did I do? It's just like quiet. But at least you have Ryan Colby telling, well, they didn't require photos. It doesn't matter. It's kind of like going in for a job interview. Oh, well, do you have training in computer? Well, no, they're not going, sometimes they're just not going to tell you. I mean, here is one of the biggest agents in the world.
Yeah, they're not going to tell you because that's discriminatory. They're not going to say, yeah, we really wish you came in here with photos. They're never going to say that because at the end of the day, it's not true because they have taken girls and guys with no photos. I've done it. I've taken plenty of guys that have never seen a camera a day in their life. But I knew that they could do it, so I took that chance. 90% of the time it works. 10% of the time I was wrong. But that's called life. That's what you get when you run a business. Sometimes you make decisions that don't work. But do I require photos to join me? No. But would I like you to have them? Yes, because I don't want to work. I hate working.
What a great motivational speech. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you for your TED Talk.
We're just not all as pretty as you are. Okay, continue. Okay. But Tiana, don't take a chance on your career. How old are you?
I'm 24.
And that's a great age because you're mature enough to be a woman, but you're not a kid. Like you're not gonna go out to the prom and miss your and leave your phone somewhere. Like you have the maturity of a
Not
woman.
saying that's ever happened before.
You're not. You have to mature. So that's a good age, especially for plus size, because you appeal to so many girls that are your size. Between college age to working woman age, and they love that because you appeal to a lot of girls that are your size, and that industry is booming so much that that age is perfect. It's different for high fashion models when you got to be like 16, 17, 18, but plus size models and more classic, even male models, they do like you to be 23 and over because you have life experience. You're not a kid. You're taking this seriously, or so they hope. And it's just easier to sell you,
Well, I appreciate all the advice. I'm definitely gonna take it all in.
Okay.
All right. Type in the notes when you schedule, just so I know that I could tell him that you scheduled.
Okay.
All right, let's see. We're gonna do one more. Let's see here. Hello, everyone. Everybody's smiling. Everybody's happy. Hi, Roxanne. Nice to see you. Let me see. Let me get to page 2. I'm trying not to pick anybody that I picked last time. Philip Patton. Hi, Philip. I'm gonna add you to Spotlight.
How are we doing, everybody?
Hi, Philip.
Okay, go ahead.
How you doing, Mr. Ryan Colby? My name's Philip Patton. I'm from Leominster, Massachusetts. I am 5'5". I don't have my headshots yet. I scheduled them today.
How old are you?
I am 28 years old.
28 and 5'5". And how far is that town from Boston?
About an hour.
Okay. And have you ever modeled professionally or taken photos?
I have never modeled professionally, but I've been in 2 SCAD theses down in Georgia.
What?
They were like final projects for
for the school SCAD.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I
That's
understand.
all the experience that I have on screen.
Okay, I understand.
But
okay, cute. Yeah, you have a nice commercial look. It's very what's the word? You could cross lots of races and lots of ethnicities. So that's a good thing. You could be Middle Eastern, you could be Black, you could be Israeli, you could be Greek, you could be Puerto Rican, there's a lot of things that you could look like. So that's a good thing. As far as look wise, I would trim the hair a little bit. I would keep it. I like the high top look. It's just a little too high. And I would also thin out the beard underneath because it's a little too heavy, and it's making you look. It can make you look shorter because you're only 5'5" and you don't want to look any smaller than you are. So you don't want anything too heavy here, dark wise, and your hair's dark, so you want to thin it out. The beard is good actually; it grows in nicely, but I would definitely not have it that long and heavy. Yeah, it grows in nicely. That's good, but it's just a little too heavy. It's too much hair.
And what would you dress him in?
Oh, I would for sure dress him in like, I would keep it as conservative as possible. I wouldn't do suiting like traditional suiting, but I would do trendier, younger suiting. I would do blazers with button-ups with no tie. I would do really cool, like, colors like maroons and the purples that they're coming out with these suits and the silvers. I would keep it like, and like a young sports agent, a young book agent, a young lawyer. I would keep it that kind of look where you're like the trendy guy that has a nice car and you're climbing the corporate ladder, that kind of look.
And how tall is Ben, Rye? How tall is Ben?
Ben is 5'6.5", 5'7".
Okay. And he books a ton of work. So you've taken models that are 5'5", right?
5'5". Actors, yeah. 5'5" for print is a little much, but it can be done. It can be done when you put the time in. Here's the thing with modeling, and I hate to say it, and I'm sure I'm gonna get
you can say it's the end of the day.
Pelted with tomatoes, but here's the thing with modeling and why Ben was successful. If Ben was only coming into the city a couple times a season, he would never work. The reason why he works is he put the time in, he stayed here, and he waited. There were 4, 5, 6 days in a row where he did absolutely nothing because nobody was asking for him. He is small, and he didn't have the imagery. But once you do one amazing shoot, then you do 2, then you do 4, then you do 8. And then people start looking at you funny and the side eye, and they're like, this kid is short, but let's give him a chance. And that's how he climbed the ladder over the past 2 years. People think Ben just fell out of the ceiling and started working. He's been here for 2.5 years.
And now he's up for a lead role in a major.
Now he's working. Now he's doing really good jobs. We're going to LA. He's got 2 jobs on February 2nd and 3rd that are going to pay 3 months of rent for him. 2 jobs, one on the 2nd, one on the 3rd. So
it's like dad. Like his kid lives in Texas, and he goes to New York like a fisherman.
Yeah. Amelia's birthday is today. He's at the birthday party. I did a FaceTime like 2 hours ago. She's turning 6 today, so he's running around with her with cake and 20 other 6-year-olds. He's ready to.
Are you worried he's going to eat the cake? That's what we all want to know. Is he allowed to have cake?
He can have the cake, okay. but it's only in the past 8-9 months that he's really caught on. The first 1.5 years, I mean, yes, he did some jobs, but they were far and few between, because he is small. And when you put him up against the other models, he's 3 to 4 inches shorter than them. And that is concerning to clients. They don't like that. They're not really into it. But if you put the time in, sometimes they will just give you that pass because you've got the imagery, you've got an agent pushing you, you're here, you're local-ish, you're available to work pretty much at all times. So eventually, sometimes they'll cave and they'll give you the chance. So, and luckily that happened with him. And also it's because of me, not to pat myself on the shoulder, but it's because of me, because I push him. And granted, no one's coming to me being like, oh my God, we love to have 5, 6.5 models. Like, that doesn't happen. I have to kind of cram him down their throats, and eventually they get into it or they don't, and a lot of photographers and clients didn't get into it. Guess what? Now that he's done his 13th cover this year, now here they come calling. It's the same boy I pushed last year,
He's open door for guys like me, I guess.
Yeah, it's the same guy. He hasn't grown. He's 30 years old. He hasn't grown. It's not like he's 16. He's the same height he was last year. So anyway, and he is opening doors for guys like you. And you'd be surprised. People have said, and you know, like there's a couple models on Instagram that write me. They're like, I'm the same size as Ben. I'd love to have his career. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Philip, you're coming to one of our shoots, right?
Yes, I am. I'm scheduled to go to California with you guys. So
Which one, San Diego or Hollywood?
Hollywood.
Woo!
yeah, I got in early, you know,
Good.
had to set
That
sail.
event is sold out, kids. That
Oh.
event is.
Okay, but
It's a
yeah,
wrap.
you have a good look. You just have to do a little maintenance with the visuals, and even that shirt you're wearing right now, that kind
a
of
good
button
shirt.
up, I
Yeah.
would take off the top button, put a blazer on you, and that's a shot right there. You know.
Yeah. See, I'm ready. Okay, good.
Absolutely. Good to
Perfect.
do.
I just like your face. You look like you should play like a music executive, in
Yeah,
banks,
something
maybe
like
like
that.
a
Yeah.
billions, like a day trader. That's what
Yeah, yeah,
you got a
exactly.
smart
That
look.
kind of come up kind of guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I love it when Ryan calls people cheap or cougar. So you've been very nice.
Look, there's nothing wrong with there's a place for everybody. And when I
Um,
say cheap, I don't mean cheap. I mean the look I may be looking at may be cheap, but I can make you expensive really quick. And to be honest, here's the thing. When Ben first came here, he looked cheap. And I had to spend
we
he
are now
did.
taping this. Happy
I
Valentine's
had to
Day. Ben.
spend time making him look expensive, you know, and you know, because especially men inherently don't dress well when they're given their own devices. Someone has to kind of tell them, you know.
Thank God there's you. Keeping everybody in line, Colby.
Girls have more of
one
an
outfit at a
advantage.
time.
They've got the magazines, they've got the TV shows, they've got the, you know, resources to look their best. Men don't really have that, so they just don't do it.
And your
know,
skin looks flawless today. I just want to mention that to you. Are you exfoliating?
Hey,
Sure,
look,
my
I haven't
screen's not
exfoliated,
blurry.
like, what?
Oh no, I was talking about Ryan.
Oh, I
Ryan,
was like,
sorry, Philip.
we're
I
all
haven't
here. I'm sorry.
exfoliated in like 3 days, unfortunately.
Oh,
I will do so tonight or in early morning before I leave, so I don't look a hot mess when I get to LA. But I haven't in the past 3 days. I've been really busy. I have a house full of boys. I have Fashion
the
Week
world is still
appointments.
spinning. God bless. It's been a miracle. I
And
know,
then
like,
I've been kidnapped to watch a football game for the past 2 hours. So
Oh, Brandon, ha ha. He'll know what I mean.
nothing makes me
I
happier than
know,
trying to watch you watch football. That is.
Philip, thank you so much.
Thank you, Philip.
There's my dog Tyson.
Oh, hi,
Aw.
Tyson.
Yeah, he's there Nancy with me. It's okay.
Aw,
Awesome.
so
Thank
cute.
you.
All right. He's got a great look. I love everybody. I love you guys. Wait, who was
Oh no, he has a good look. He just,
Yeah.
like I said, he's a little bit of maintenance, and he'll look better. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Well, thank you, Colby. Have a safe trip to LA. Can't wait to see you in just a couple of weeks.
Text
Very
me along the way,
exciting
Mr.
stuff.
Colby.
What'd you say?
Text me along the way. Let me know how you're
Oh
making
yeah,
out.
yeah.
Because your trips are always an adventure.
I don't like adventures. I like things to be normal and simple, but unfortunately,
Not
When
what
you're
I-
involved,
not-
it's never normal or simple.
Never.
not what I got.
Awesome.
So,
All right,
yeah,
guys,
so
we're
I
gonna
like
post the link one more time. Again, I'm sorry we couldn't call on everybody, but did you guys learn a lot, even from the people that we called, even if it wasn't you, right? I'm hoping that everybody, we're here to help. I mean, we're on hour number 16.
Yep.
I mean, this is, we love helping people. That's it. End of story.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Ryan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Safe travels.
Thank you. I'll see you guys later.
See you soon.
I love LA Ryan versus New York Ryan, because you're always
Totally different vibe.
totally different. Because he walks on the dark
Oh.
side of New York and he's just like, but in LA, he's like, hello. I'm like, you're a little
Well,
bit
it's
too
always
cheerful.
earlier there. These calls sometimes go so late, but it's always earlier there, so it's easier
I know.
for me
I
to
usually get text
function.
messages from you around 6 a.m. and I'm like, look at him working. Oh, it's 9 hours here. It's 9 o'clock.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All
Okay,
right.
good.
Well, thank you,
Okay,
Ryan.
see
Look
you.
forward to seeing you
Okay.
soon.
See you. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So guys,
Oh.
it's been fun. Deneen, you have to travel. You're traveling tonight.
I know, I have to leave in
And then you're
like,
gonna be at work the next morning.
yes, I am. I'm going back.
Across
I'm
the
taking
state
a,
for a photo shoot, man.
driving across the state, driving back tomorrow morning. I'll be ready for all of the amazing folks that I get to talk to. This is what I want you guys to think about. How awesome was this weekend? Yesterday, I made you a promise at the beginning of the day that if you played full out for 2 days, that you'll be a completely different person than you were when you first got started yesterday. Whether this is your first Zoom call or you've been on this journey with us for a long time. How many of you feel that transformation? How many of you feel that you've grown in knowledge, that you have grown in wisdom, that you're ready to be more inspiring? How many of you are ready to make 2024 the best year ever? I want you really to think about like just how far you've come. I want you to think about everything you've learned, all the amazing people that you've met. And I want you to do this too. I want you to look to the left, and I want you to look to the right on your Zoom windows. Some of the people on this call, you're going to meet them when you go to New Orleans. And these are going to be your friends for life. These are going to be people that you rise to the top with. Like Bobby Pinard talked about sending the elevator down. Some of you are going to rise up. You're going to send the elevator down for one another. And I want you to think about that, because this is so much more than this opportunity is so much more than just getting your start in acting and modeling. It's really starting an adventure. Our goal is for you to be the hero of your own adventure. And I know that, again, a lot of people, I know Candace is like, Candace Rayford's like, disclaimer, do not just come up and hug me. I've earned the right to hug Candace, and you all can stand behind me anyway, just so you guys know. But I want you to think about this. You're now the hero of your own journey. Okay. For a lot of you, you're standing here and you feel the call to action. You're like, oh, do I want to do this? You know, I like drinking my tea in my hobbit hole. I really do. But I know there's something more out there. If you feel that call to adventure, you feel that call to action, we're going to drop the link one more time. You're going to have the opportunity to schedule a call with us. If you don't feel that call to adventure, thank you so much for being here. I really hope that you learned and you grew and you expanded over the course of the last 2 days. If you do feel that call to action, that call to adventure, I promise you that everything you want is on the other side of you taking that first step. And I know that what we do works. You've seen the people. You've heard from them. Alicia and I could tell you story upon story upon story upon story, and we could barely touch the surface of what we do and the people we've worked with. But I want you to know that if you take that step, it's going to be the best thing that you ever do. So this is what I'm going to do. I am going to, Melissa, no, she's not going to email you anything. I'm going to speak for her. What you're going to do is you're going to schedule a call with us, with our team, and we're going to give you that information when you're on that.
Or better yet, this is what I'd rather her do, Melinda. And I'm sorry, and this is going to sound bitchy, but that's why you guys are here, because you like the truth. It's not my fault after being on a 16-hour live call. You've had internet issues. Again, liability. So this is what I'm going to have you do. Disregard everything you learned today. Take it, let it sink in. Get on my next live call. It's 2 hours on Tuesday night, and I'll go over whatever it is that we're offering at that time. That's it. Okay. Yep. And that's the truth. I will not be emailing you the audacity. Could you imagine? No.
Or what you could
do. 3-year-old. When I'm done with this, it's mommy time. You won't even see me on Facebook. I'm 100% mom. And that is the only way to keep a balance. When I'm mom, I'm mom. When I'm here, it's game on. Do you guys understand that?
And what you could also do is be resourceful. This is streaming on our YouTube channel. This is streaming in our Facebook group. You can also go be resourceful and watch that as well.
Oh yeah, you can watch all 8 hours. Go have fun.
There you go.
Watch 8 hours, so you can join me live on Tuesday night.
and
7
she will be
p.m.
ready
Eastern
to
Standard Time.
go. All right,
Yeah.
I just shared the link one more time. So if you want to, if you are ready to take this call to adventure, schedule. If not, this is the end of the road for tonight. This is what I'm going to do though. This is what I want you to do in the Facebook community. What I want you to do is I want you to post a video of what you've learned and how you've grown over the last 2 days. Okay, Jemima, if you can just share the Facebook community, that would be awesome. So your challenge is to go into the Facebook group, and I want a video of you telling us your biggest takeaways and how you've changed. I want you to do a video of you accepting your call to adventure. All right. All right. So that's all we got. And then hashtag, because Darrell Radcliffe is going to call me out on this, hashtag adventure is that's the hashtag for this event, for this challenge. All right. All right, guys, I literally have to go pack a car and drive clear across the state. So I hope you've
Can you
enjoyed
just
this.
drive safely?
We will.
Please.
Tomorrow morning, I'm going to be reaching out to those of you that are scheduled. Be on the lookout for an 856 number. Write that in the comments, 856. When I call you to confirm, when I text you, answer, because you're always on stage. And I take note of the people that don't respond.
I take
I
note of
do.
the people that still play 3 hours or 3 minutes of Babyface before. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's not me, it's my machine. Grow up. Get a damn voicemail.
We'll
What's
go
the
over
link to
that.
schedule? We'll post it one more time. And then Deneen, go. Drive. You have to get to a photo shoot at 9 o'clock at night. In
I know,
Orlando.
it's insane.
Go.
We're insane. Okay. Jemima
No,
scared.
you're not insane. I want
No,
you guys all to
it's
understand that
business.
the
It's
insane ones
business.
to get shit done.
Okay. Well, Alicia,
Good.
I'm going to make you the host.
Okay,
And
great.
everyone, I can't wait to talk to you guys tomorrow. Have an amazing, amazing night. And I will talk to you guys as I confirm you. All right. Bye, guys. Thanks for being here.
Bye. Text me when you get in the car. Bye.
Cool. Bye.
Bye. All right, guys, I am now the host. Everybody say a little prayer. All right, so we are done for the day. I want to thank you all for being here, for my friend who asked me to type notes based on a 16-hour call. I'm going to take a sip of wine over you tonight because that's the audacity. Never. Okay, guys, if you have not scheduled yet, we'll post the link one more time. I wish you all good night. Again, I'm only looking to work with winners. That's it. And I hate to sound mean, but some of you, there's just no helping. There's nothing I can do. So for those of you that scheduled, you and I both know it's because you want success. When the pain is great enough, you're going to do something about it. If not, you're always going to lead a miserable life. How many of you guys have ever been in a shitty relationship, shitty job, can't pay your bills? Unless something changes and it's you, something about you, it's rewiring. So I promise you, your entire life is going to change. Some of you guys, this is the end of the road. I hope you learned a lot. I hope that we're able to protect you from all these horrible companies out there. It's not about the money, guys. You're not paying to be signed. You have to have these materials in order to book work. Okay, we know what's out there. For those of you guys griping about money, I'm telling you right now, Model Mayhem right now, that website #1 for human trafficking, organ harvesting, and sex slavery. It is scary as shit on the internet. No one is hiring, especially if you're a freelance. You cannot get real work without an agent. Do you guys understand that? So for those of you, even in the comments, griping about not having money, you are the #1 culprit. They're going to find you and target you. They're going to come after you because they're going to whisper into your ear what you want to be told. Do you guys understand that? That's why Mike and I have gone above and beyond, saving 3,500 women and children from sex trafficking just last year. So we're here to help. Again, that's why we do these free calls. How many of you guys feel better now that you've been on this call for 2 full days? Do you guys feel better? Do you guys feel a little bit more educated? It's proximity. It's proof. It's proof that the company is what we say it is. Some of you guys didn't even know we were real until you got on, and that's fine. I totally understand. But you need the power. You need the power to understand this business. So that's it. For those of you guys that scheduled, great job. For those of you that didn't schedule, great job, because you're going to stay exactly where you are. And that's it. So I hope everybody has a great night. Roxanne, it's always great to see you. Bonnie Bagby, hi, Bonnie. Philip, I'll see you at the event. Hi, Deanna. Some of you guys I know I text all the time. Solange, always a pleasure. Ryan Clapham, you know I love you. Stacey Roundtree, I talk to you all the time. Liz Whitley, you look so pretty. I love that hair. Lewis, you know I love you. I can't go through everybody, but you know, I'm tough. You guys know that. And that's the only way to get things done in this business. No one will ever help you the way we can. Tried and true. And for those of you guys that have not had a chance to read Finding Fame, I'm not asking you to buy the book. Download the first chapter, read it before your interview. That way you know why Mike and I started this business. Because it's hard, it's competitive, and no one gives a shit what you want. Like, you have to get in front of the right people. And most of all, you have to be ready. There's a formula. And for those of you guys going to San Diego, oh my God, wait until you hear the surprises that I was literally texting and working on while we were on the call. For those of you, so I was just making, you know, I'm trying to plan a wedding, right? My mom just left and she's like, when are you going to get married this year? Probably not. I'm literally here. I don't know if you guys can see this. San Diego, Las Vegas, Hollywood, Las Vegas again, New Orleans, Atlanta, Cancun. Now I have to add, oh, New Orleans I added. Like, we are busy all the time here. What's the number to schedule anyone? You can't, Melinda, you can't schedule, Melinda. I won't let you schedule. If I see you schedule, I will cancel your interview. Okay. That's the truth. And that's not me being mean. That's me expressing to you that I'm not going to 2 hours to explain to you what we went over for 16 hours. I'm not doing it. So you'll have to get on my call Tuesday, or you can go on YouTube and watch the 8 hours again. Choice is yours. 2 hours on Tuesday night, 7 p.m. or 8 hours watching the replay. All right, guys, I have a really cute kid. Caden is outside. We're going to go get pizza real quick and go have fun. Guys, have a great night. I will see you soon. Make sure you do your homework, and I will see you later. All right, make sure you tag us, please. Let us know what today meant to you. We do it for you. I mean, we don't have to do these calls, but we do it because we want to help you. All right, guys, have a great night. Michael Goodwin, it was nice to see you. Thank you. Summer, hi, Alex. Candace, thank you so much. Hi, Nat. Hi, Megan. Hi, Brandy. Brandy, I'm so excited. Okay. Let's see. Diamond Peoples, always a pleasure. Jamie Block, hello. Melissa Bell, hello. Man, I feel like I know everybody. Okay, goodbye. Carol Miller, I love you.